Som, som. Olá, muito bom dia aos senhores presentes.
Good morning to everyone watching us both here at the venue and online. We are starting the 4th International Seminar on Medical Devices promoted by the National Health Surveillance Agency in partnership with the Brazilian Association of Importers and Distributors for Health Products, ABRAID. This meeting was possible due to the sponsorship of Viman Systems. I would like to request you all to please put your phones on silent mode before we start the event, and questions should be sent via WhatsApp on the QR code that you see on the screen. The agenda will start with a discussion on the creation and application of international standards for the safety and efficacy of implants. And to moderate the panel, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Joffre Moraes, a manager at ABIMO, the Brazilian Association of Medical Devices, and superintendent of the ABNT committee. Thank you very much. I also would like to invite the technical director from ABRAID, Mr. Sergio Madeira. Good morning. I was not supposed to be here because the only thing I know about standards come from a teacher that I had in elementary school. But I'm here today. Could perhaps turn on the lights a little bit? No, Hector Luz, the gentleman you see on the screen, who we should pay tribute to and honor. He left us, and I owe him a lot. So I hope I'm able to pay at least a little bit of it back today. He was a director at Anvisa in the early 2000s, and he used to conduct the material evaluation. And together with him, I was working there. We became friends. We traveled a lot together. And I was going through my WhatsApp actually, and I found one of his messages from 2016, which was an invitation for him to come to a similar event or the second edition of this seminar. And in the message, I was inviting him to join us. And I gave him a summary of what was going to happen at the occasion. People from the industry, people from the standardization. And he answered me, "It's funny, we don't see each other so much, but we continue to work together. I'm going to be there." And I told him, "Well, when you arrive, the wine is on me." And of course, we had one or two bottles together. He was from Rio. I cannot share all the messages that we shared with you, but it made me feel good just looking back at the messages that we used to share. And again, unfortunately, I cannot share the content of these messages with all of you. So he was from Rio, and he had that good humor that all people from Rio have. And besides, of course, a lot of technical knowledge. So this is just our tribute to Heitor, who was and is someone we care deeply about. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Abride, and speaking on behalf of ABNT, I must say that those who have the opportunity of meeting Heitor in different committees and commissions knew that he was a wonderful man with an incredible mind who could produce a lot. And not only in medical devices, but in all areas. The commissions that he coordinated in the past always were at a prominent position inside ABNT. And I was very suspicious of a number that he used to say to us. He used to say that 5% of everything that ABNT produces um, were were discussed in one of his commissions. And when I checked that figure, I think the number is actually a little bit higher than that. So he left a great legacy to all of us. Those of you who were part of these commissions and discussions with him know that hardly ever we could beat him in an argument because his technical knowledge was truly incomparable. There was nothing much to say after he spoke. So he was very assertive in his statements, and of course, we should honor that. So I would like to thank Abraide for the opportunity of allowing us to speak about this great professional and friend and remember everything that he meant, both for medical devices as well as for other sectors as well. So thank you so much. All right. So once again, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to be here. And Destiny has actually helped us today. And the choice of a new coordinator for the commission that was or is the Commission for Surgical Implants made our jobs easier because we basically chose someone who has the same name as the late Heitor Luz. Now we have Heitor Medeiros, who is the coordinator of the Implant Commission and a director of ABC Med. And Heitor, with all his skills, is replacing Heitor Luz in the coordination of this commission. And today he's here to talk about the creation and application of international standards for the safety and efficacy of surgical implants. So thank you, Heitor.
Opa, pessoal, problemas técnicos. Agora sim.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Joffrey, for the kind introduction. Thank you, Mr. Sergio Madeiro and Abride, for inviting me to be here. I know some people here know me, but for those of you who don't, my name is Heitor Cordfer. I'm the coordinator of the Implant Commission at ABNT or CB26. And because I have the same name as Heitor, the late Heitor, I was called Heitor Jr., and he was called Heitor Sr. I own Heitor Sr. a lot in my career, and we felt very sorry to see him go. And today, if myself or anyone representing CB can do a presentation on technical standards, it's because of his work. and the work that he dedicated his whole life to. So I know about the responsibility of filling out his shoes, and I definitely owe him a lot in my career. Now, thinking about this topic and to honor Heitor's work, and also thinking about yesterday and how and the discussions that we had on technical standards yesterday, we realized how much of the regulation is based on technical standards. Pretty much all the speakers from yesterday talked about an ISO, a BNT, or ASTM standards. The regulations from Anvisa and the FDA mentioned the technical standards. So definitely this is a topic with a lot of relevance. So my goal today is to share with you a little bit more on the world of standardization, how the standards are created, how you can be part of it, and also share some news that we are currently discussing at CB26. Like I said, I'm here today representing CB26 from the Brazilian Association of Technical Standards. I am part of different commissions inside ABNT. I also work at ISO TC 150, and I'll tell you a little bit more about TC 150 and the other TCs from ISO. And I'm also member of the executive committee from ASTM F04, which is the ASTM committee that discusses ASTM standards. So all the work related to technical standards is volunteer. Everyone has their jobs, and we choose to dedicate time to technical standards. So I'm a director at MSC Med. We provide regulatory consulting, especially when it comes to safety and efficacy assessments of medical devices. We are based in the south of Brazil, in the city of Florianópolis. We have an office in the city of Curitiba. This is our building in the picture, which is a building that houses many innovative and R&D companies. We have a staff of more than 30 people with some MDs and PhDs. But today I'm here representing ABNT. I'm sorry, I'm having an issue with the clicker. So because I'm representing ABNT, let's talk about technical standards. There is a document by IMDRF that sees or acknowledges this connection between regulation and technical standards. And there is an understanding today that standards and regulations walk hand in hand and are equally important in this process. So there is this proposed document that discusses the optimization of standards for regulatory use. In this proposed document, IMDRF talked to standardization bodies, requesting them to consider the regulatory use of the technical standards. A standard is not only used to develop health standards, health regulations, and others, but it is also used for that purpose. So the idea that IMDRF states in this document is on the impact that technical standards have on regulation. So, quote, technical standards have a significant role in the design, manufacturing, and regulation stages of medical devices. They facilitate and support the compliance assessment and help ensure that devices are safe and functioning as expected. As the complexity of medical devices grow, technical standards provide us with means to simplify and harmonize regulatory processes in the world. And then there are a few suggestions that I will mention in the end of my presentation on how standards can contribute to the regulatory process.
bagunçada na fonte, mas qual que é a diferença, né, entre uma
What is the
regulação e uma
difference between a regulation and a technical
A
standard?
regulação, ela
Well,
parte
a regulation is developed by the state and a regulatory authority,
ela parte da sociedade.
and a standard is
O organismo
comes from
regulador,
society.
ele pode participar
So the regulation authority can participate on the creation of standards, but they will have exactly the same voice, or they will have the same representativeness as any other part of the process. And perhaps the most common term we have in standardization discussion is consensus. We are always reaching for a consensus. We always try to reach that in meetings. So if we have 90% of agreement, it's approved. No, the goal of the meeting is to talk to that 1% who disagree so we can try to find a consensus among all of us. So there are different definitions on technical standards. I listed a few here. Yesterday, someone mentioned that bias has many meanings, and the same thing applies to standard. But my favorite one comes from ISO, and it says, a technical standards provides rules, guidelines, or characteristics for an activity or its results, with a goal of achieving an optimal level of order in a certain context. It is a record of a technology or consolidated practice, and it can come in many ways. It could be a requirement, which mostly are connected to the verb should, and also standards that describe guidelines or practices without actually presenting requirements. So when you're reading a standard, pay attention to the verb, and you'll be able to realize if that is just a guideline or if you are actually reading a requirement that should be followed. Some standards want to standardize assay methods, among other things. But different regulatory authorities, they divide this definition differently. And of course, standards are the result of a process that aims to reach a consensus. There are rules for standards. We cannot come up with a standard that states anything we want. So the piece of document that establishes what should and should not be the content of a standard comes from the World Trade Organization that establishes that there is an agreement to avoid technical barriers to trade. And the agreement recognizes the importance of standards, but also describes limitations. So this agreement from 1995 exists to ensure that technical regulation standards essays are not going to create unnecessary hurdles to trade. And the agreement forbids that technical requirements are created to limit trade in opposition to technical requirements that are created for legitimate ends. So if you work with standards, it is very important to get a good understanding of this agreement, because if eventually you find a standard that is not in compliance with these principles, make sure you bring that up to the commissions, because this is not allowed.
Legitimate purposes for a standard are national security, prevention of criminal or deceitful practices, protection of health and human safety. And here in the medical setting, this is the main purpose that we have when we elaborate standards: protection of life and environment protection. And when we evaluate the risks, we have to consider the following elements: the scientific information available, technology of processing, and the final use of products. So basically, the standards serve these purposes with those other elements that should be taken into account. What does the WTO forbid, or what should a standard not have? There should be no distinction of products per country. So, if a product has a rule in Brazil and outside of Brazil. National standards cannot go against international standards. So you could have a domestic standard that complements or informs additional elements that are not regulated by an international standard, but you cannot have something that goes against an international standard. National standards cannot be created to create unnecessary hurdles. There should be efforts to avoid duplication in relation to international standards. There should be effort to send delegates to international meetings so that the Brazilian committee, for example, is updated in relation to the international discussions. Standards should preferably define performance requirements instead of design or feature requirements. So whenever you want to create a requirement regarding endurance, you know that the larger the product, the more endurance it will have, but you cannot create a standard talking about, you know, the size, like 10 centimeters or 20 centimeters, because you might create other difficulties. So endurance should be a technical requirement, like a mechanical endurance. We should publish the standardization plan at least once a year, and those coordinators of the ABNT are required to send the plan every year, and the standards should be published and be open for at least 60 days with public comments and participation of the national community. So if you open the website, you can make, you know, comments to the standards, and I can assure you that we read all the comments and we, you know, give feedback to all the comments that we receive. It's our obligation. The WTO also states that national standardization bodies should have transparency, openness, impartiality, and consensus, and standards should be effective and relevant and coherent. ABNT is an association founded in the 1940s, and it's a national representative of some international bodies. One of the most famous ones are ISO and IEC, which are, you know, the most relevant for the medical device arena. I apologize, but the fonts were kind of misconfigured or resized when we transferred the presentation. So ISO is an international organization. And it's a network of bodies working in partnership with the United Nations, its specialized agencies, and the WTO. ISO does not exist by itself. It's basically every other agency, international agency together. ISO is divided in different committees. So you have, you know, committees related to oil and printers and computers, to committees related to medical devices. And among them, we have these ones that are the main ones: ISO TC 150 for implants for surgery. You have the TC, or Technical Committee for Clinical Evaluation and Biological Evaluation. So I was talking with Nancy, who is involved with this committee as well. We have TC 210, which relates to quality management. That's where you have ISO 1345, and then you have ISO TC 212 related to IVD. So I'm going to talk about TC 150, which is the one that I participate in. But please, you know, look for the TCs, the committees that are related to your areas, because the people related to those committees can provide you further information. So as I mentioned, we have the international bodies. So we have ABNT in Brazil, DIN in Germany, UIS in Japan. So ASTM is a different body. The representative of the United States at ISO is IEC. So they have the same members, but there's a difference in the institutionally speaking. Within ISO, you have the permanent members and observer members. So Brazil is a permanent member for all these committees, so we have a right to vote. You become a permanent member after you contribute, and in order to continue to be a permanent member, you cannot be absent from a vote. So as a community, we cannot miss any voting sessions, because if we miss them, we can miss or lose our status of permanent member. There are also observer members that are joining the discussion, and so they do not have a right to vote yet. In general, ISO is formed by standardization bodies of 164 countries. At TC 150, there's about 40 countries. So in general, if we look at all the technical subjects, we have 164 countries at ISO. Some of them are subscribers, others are permanent members, and others are observers. Regarding the votes at ISO and ABNT, you have to have a representative of different stakeholders. You cannot hold a meeting where there are only members of the industry, or only members of academia, or only user members. You have to have a balance among stakeholders when you participate at an ABNT meeting, for example. So they, ask if you are from the academia or from the industry, and so forth. And at ISO, there's a step-by-step that is very important. So you cannot start and end a standard within 2 years, because you have to go through several steps, unless you have a priority. But in general, it starts as a new proposal of standard, and then it goes through the stage of committee draft, wording draft, DIS, which is the technical stage, and then FDIS, which is the final stage until the standard is published. So at ISO, one country has one vote. So it's very common to be at a meeting, and then you see 20 people from the United States, 2 from Japan, 1 from Brazil, and the vote is per country. So the 20 people from the United States have to reach a consensus about their single vote, and so there's a parity among countries. The meetings that we conduct at ISO and at ABNT are monthly meetings. As for the case of CB26, we can join virtually, so you could send an email to CB26 to tell which meetings you would like to attend. Permanent members have a right to vote. We also define how our votes are going to be for ISO standards. And annually, we have a coordinator elected. There's also the indication of delegates to represent Brazil at ISO. And there is a picture of us with Heitor Luz, because he was at all those meetings and we learned a lot from him. So now I would like to talk about relevant standards and how they relate to each other. So at ISO, we have level 1, level 2, and level 3 standards. Each technical committee has their own level 1, 2, and 3 standards. Regarding TC 150, a level 1 standard is ISO 14630, which is the standard related to non-active surgical implants. So all these non-active surgical implants have to follow this standard. Then you have the level 2 standards, which are more specific, where you have a large set of implants. So you have ISO 21534, which is a general standard about joint implants. So this is a large definition. You could have shoulder, hip, ankle joints. So you would have those level 2 standards, and then you would have the level 3 standards talking about specific implants. So you have standards for hips or for osteosynthesis and so on. The level 1 is the most important one, and it's under discussion right now. And it's been over 10 years that it's not revised. So how do ISO and ABNT standards relate to each other? So ABNT and BR ISO standards are always translations of ISO, and there are not, and changes are not allowed. So if you see ABNT and BR ISO with the same number, it's really a translation of the standard. So you could discuss the best term, the proper term for a translation, but you cannot change anything. And that's relevant because Portuguese sometimes is a subjective language. For example, when we talk about impingement of a hip, people would discuss different terms in Portuguese to translate that. But basically, it's just only a matter of translation. So we could only include or add a note from Brazil, and that does not have any standardization value. Whereas standards that start by ABNT and BR are national standards developed by the committees. So if there is no ISO, then that's a Brazilian standard, and that's not really a translation. But if you have the ISO in the name, then it should be only a translation of the ISO standard. So basically, by the title, you can understand if it's an international or national standard, and that's very useful information for all of you. So here are some examples. So ABNT and BR 15675-1, that's a standard for metallic bone screws. There's no ISO up at the front. That's a national standard. ABNT and BR ISO 7206-4, that's a standard for a partial or total prosthesis of a hip joint. So this is a translation of the ISO standard. So this is basically a translation of the international standard. So when we talk about ASTM, ASTM is a standardization body that is different from ISO. It was founded in 1898. Its name was American Society of Testing and Materials, and then the name was changed back in 2001 to ASTM International. It declares conformity to the WTO, but it's not a representative of ISO. It actually has a different proposal. It's formed by individual members that pay an annual fee to be part of the association. So then you have one member, one vote. So if you're at an ASTM meeting and you have 30 Americans, one Brazilian and one Chinese, then you would have 30 votes from the United States, one vote of Brazil, and one vote for China. So people contribute individually and not in blocks formed by country. So that's the biggest difference in terms of voting structure. Since ASTM was founded in the United States, of course, they have a larger representativeness, and over 90% of the members are from the US. There's also another way of seeing the standard. ISO sees standards as a creator of standards for efficacy and safety. And ASTM sees the standards as a tool for a commercial transaction. So it's basically a business relationship. It's a different proposal.
até uma certa
There's even a situation where Americans prefer to develop standards at ASTM because it's a faster process. When you vote once, it's done. But there's a difference from ISO. At ISO, when you open for voting per countries, you have to have 2/3 of the votes. So sometimes you have 15 countries voting, people from the US or sometimes from Germany or France. They oppose a certain text, but then we conduct the voting and they lose. So they have 3 votes out of 15, and so the standard gets approved. At ASTM, if you have 200 members voting, and if you have 1 member that was against it, then the voting is blocked. So you have to have 100% of consensus for votes. At ISO, you could have this situation of majority approving a certain standard. So sometimes it's difficult, and it's relevant to understand that. Why ISO states that you have to have 10 coupons and ASTM requires only 5. So with that, you have pros and cons in both associations and both types of standards. So now going back to IMDRF, the recommendations for the application of technical standards. IMDRF has requested standardization bodies that standards should explain why the standards were defined. For example, we have a standard for hip prosthesis that states that in a fatigue test, it should have 10 million cycles. No one knows where it comes from. So as a result, we cannot question that, but it would be useful to have, you know, an attachment or an annex to explain why that standard was defined as it is. When a predictable risk or a dangerous situation is identified, the standard should identify clearly about that risk and provide guidance about how to deal with that. So, for example, we were discussing about the cutout effect in trochanter plates. So the hip enters the hip area, and when you look at papers, in some patients, you kind of end up digging the hip of the patient, and there's a loosening of the hip. So the conclusion was that there was no mature test to measure that effect. So we ended up including that in the standard, and we talked about that effect, and we explained that we did not measure or explain that. So when a requirement is included without criteria of specific acceptance, then it should be identified how the standard should be met. So each company will try to make the standard closer to their criteria. So sometimes you have a consensus about how to conduct the test, but not really about the criteria. So we were discussing about the specific tests in the standard, and during the meeting, there are two manufacturers of ceramic heads, and the manufacturers had 2 different tests and no one could find a consensus about the standard test that would be used. So in order to reach a consensus, they included both test methods in the standard, so you could use one or another. So it's better to have a standard published than no one. So I understand the need for an acceptance criteria. It's important to have that in the standards. I'm going to talk about news regarding that. And sometimes we do not reach consensus, and so standards do not get approved.
The testing methods should be reliable in order to ensure the tests could be conducted successfully with consistent results. There are laboratorial studies that are conducted later to assess the different labs using the same method to see if results are reproducible. And we encourage the participation of regulatory authorities in the development of standards. When you go to ISO or ASTM meetings, we see FDA with a strong presence. Even FDA professionals lead some ISO and ASTM commissions. And Anvisa from Brazil also participates on different commissions. The last time we had an ISO meeting in Sweden and we were there, Anvisa also sent a representative. So Anvisa is becoming more active in this development. Still not in a leadership role. There is a difficulty in terms of human resources in the agency to do that because it is a lot of work. But in my understanding, Anvisa is following this recommendation as much as possible. And like I said, I have some news just so you know what are the current discussions, and perhaps that might encourage you to participate on the commissions. One of the issues that were debated in the last ISO and ASTM meetings had to do with the cleaning standard for orthopedic implants. Cleaning affects biocompatibility because we know that materials in orthopedic devices, titanium, titanium alloy, chrome cobalt, they are biocompatible materials. And the only thing that can affect that is if we have a failure in the raw material control, or what happens to the raw material once it reaches manufacturing plants. So cleanliness or ensuring, we are ensuring here the machining of a product. We use cut, oils, acids. There are different detergents that are used, and you need to ensure in the end that the product is actually clean. So we have the biocompatibility of the raw materials. So there's a standard called ISO 19227 on the validation of cleanness for orthopedic implants. And there's a lot of critic on the acceptance criteria for the standards. Because again, it's very easy to find consensus on the assessment, but quite difficult to reach consensus on the acceptance criteria. So this standard is being reviewed because of that. Different companies are participating in the discussion, and it is being led by an engineer by Zimmer Biermann, who is presenting new criteria for the discussion. So this is an ongoing discussion. In September, there is an ISO meeting, a virtual meeting to discuss this topic exclusively. Anyone here can join if you are appointed by our commission. So if you want to participate and hear the experts discuss the possible new criteria, this is a very enriching experience. It is the only space where companies share a little bit of the secrets behind the validation processes because they are working towards a consensus. So in September 21st, if I'm not mistaken, there will be a discussion about the standard on the validation of the cleaning process. Another new thing that's quite big, and I wanted to mention this one because it truly, actually, it's about to be published. We are not going to do any more technical changes to it, which is standard ISO 21535 for hip implants. So what's different? It's basically describing requirements for hip implants. The requirements pretty much don't change, but now there is a specification for tests that do not have predefined acceptance criteria. So there was a prioritization in relation to the choice of the acceptance criteria. And FDA really pushed for that. Just as a side comment, there's a specific situation with FDA because they participate on the creation of standards, but they know that they only have one vote. but they have a mechanisms to recognize standards. So if a standard is published and FDA does not agree with it, they don't adopt it. There's a list of standards that are adopted by FDA, and you cannot mention a standard in your submissions if the standard is not recognized by FDA. So FDA does that. If they don't agree with it, they don't adopt the standard. So they have a very important vote because they end up not including the standards in their list if they don't agree with it. So that's a really pretty strong argument to make everyone change their minds. And FDA wanted to create acceptance criteria for tests that didn't have acceptance criteria in the standard. And this is a very un-American way to do things because they have this history of testing products with, in comparison to another product that is already sold in their market. So now the standard prioritizes the fact that you should compare the test with a side-by-side test. So implants are tested in parallel, considering one implant that had already been approved and the new implant, and you have to do a non-inferiority assessment, looking at both results. Or alternative number two, you compare results on the assays that were done doing the assessment with the results from assays that were done previously in a reference implant. And that includes results published in the literature, but of course it should be the same test, the same assay. So it is one hurdle. And the standard also says that if you do at least one of the comparisons previously mentioned, and for example, you cannot prove that the new product has a better performance than the previous one, that doesn't mean that your product is bad, but you need to do some additional assessments. And then you can do a biomechanical rationale that will include a deep analysis in the in vivo loads and the relevant physiological conditions, and to justify the conditions of the test and the results that you got. For example, I have a back cage. If you look at the most recent publications, a back cage can tolerate 4,000 to 5,000 newtons, and in a quick calculations, 400 to 500 kilograms. The impact of 400 or 500 kilograms on our spine can break our spine before breaking the cage. So if you're going to compare your product with one product that is already on the market and the results a little bit below that, it doesn't mean that it's going to break anyone's spine. So that's what the standard says. After comparing your product with a product that is in the market, if you cannot prove the safety with this comparison, or you do a pre-market clinical investigation, which is what no one wants to do when we are producing innovative products. But sometimes this is necessary, or both. So this is new. This hasn't been around in standards, and for now, it will be valid only for hip implants. However, like I mentioned to you, the overall standard for implants is being discussed, and this is exactly the same discussion that we're having. So this can affect all surgical implants from now on. So I wanted to raise this discussion so you are aware about the importance of these discussions and to encourage all of you to participate on this process. So in conclusion, advantages of the use of standards. They're quite obvious, but it's interesting to think about them. Standards, they establish consensus from the technical committee on the best procedure for a specific application. They improve the communication between regulation authorities and regulated sectors. It allows for the comparison of data from different devices done in different venues and establishes trust that test methods will provide results that can be reproduced and are reliable. And speaking of improving communication, this is very important. Imagine if everyone did a different test, how that communication would be. So just say, I followed ISO X and everybody understands. Now, limitations on the use of standards. Standards focus on methods to measure specific characteristics of a device that not always can be extrapolated to predict the clinical performance. The process for reaching consensus does not produce fast results, and we do have problems with duplicated work. We have issues with consensus. For example, a device is developed in 3, 4, 5 years, a standard will be developed. So in the meantime, we do have challenges, especially related to innovation. It's difficult to use standards for innovation because a standard is developed on technologies that are available for a long time. And it's common to need adaptations to the methods. So that's what I had for you today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Heitor. These are topics that certainly are challenging to all of us. Perhaps you can take a seat. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions to discuss some specific topics. But before I ask you any of the questions that were sent, I don't know if this was mentioned before, and I don't know if you are aware of what IMDRF is. We talk a lot about it, and if you participate in these discussions, and if you're part of the regulatory and standard universe, this is a very well-known acronym, but it's important to shed some light on it, because we have perhaps people who are not aware of it. So IMDRF is the International Medical Device Regulatory Forum that was created in 2011 with agencies from some countries: Australia, Brazil, China, Canada, European Union, Japan, and the USA. So regulatory agencies from these countries got together in 2011 to create a documentation and to foster a discussion in order to generate convergency. In the beginning, we didn't talk about harmonization, because harmonization implies that I should use the same regulation from another country. So convergency in positioning was discussed. And on our website, you can follow all the documentation that was created as a result of that. So these requirements could be internalized and facilitate not only the production of these processes inside the different agencies, but as well as trade between these countries. So just to share some details on the work that IMDRF does. Now, Heitor, you highlighted the importance of standards, but we see on a daily basis, especially when it comes to implants, quite a shy participation from the industry, whether we're talking about national manufacturers or importers. I would like for you to highlight the importance behind their participation, and if the representative should have this depth of knowledge, if the representative should know all the details about the tests in order to participate in the discussion. So how does this work in the commission on a daily basis so people can understand how to participate? That's an excellent question. Well, first of all, you don't need to have a deep knowledge on the topic, because we try to translate that to language and terms that are more understandable. You're not an engineer, you're going to hear about X amount of newtons or square millimeters, but we try to simplify that as much as possible, and people are usually very comfortable to participate. And your participation changes a lot. At times we have an excellent attendance, and other meetings are a little bit more empty. So we often talk about that. I recognize that when we are translating an ISO standard, the meeting can get a little bit boring, even though it is important. But on the other hand, I realize that people who have participated on these discussions for quite some time often say, I've learned a lot. This was very good for my career. Jessica agrees with me. She has been with us many times, right? So I can only encourage you to come and join us because of the feedback that we get from those who have participated. Excellent. And thinking about experts that go to the international meetings, these representatives from the industry, can they talk about the positioning of their companies in international meeting, or is there any criteria that they should follow? This is very interesting because in international meetings, for example, in ISO, we have one vote per country, but everyone has an equal voice. It is not something like, oh, now Brazil is speaking, only one person from Brazil can speak. No, during meetings, everyone can state their opinion. And international companies are usually really well represented in all the commissions. Some Brazilian companies have sent representatives who contribute a lot, but we know how many companies we have in the country, and we know that proportionally speaking, a very low number of reps from the industry actually go there. And I think this is a wasted opportunity for them because they could contribute to avoiding having something on standards that could be a hurdle for the national industry, or perhaps they could add something to a standard that could represent our reality here, because it is different from other countries. But long story short, yes, they can state their opinion at any times, whether they are in an ASTM meeting or an ISO one. And again, it's a single vote, so the country votes only once. And inside the commissions, there is a movement of getting votes from within the country, but in the case of Brazil, the vote will always be the ABNT vote. Just as a comment on that, in our commissions, we do vote, but during the ISO meeting, sometimes we have votings for resolutions that are created that there is a chief of delegation. Heitor Luz used to be our chief most often, but I don't remember an occasion in which we had a disagreement. And we had like eventual disagreements, but we always decide on our vote by listening to all the Brazilians that are present. Because again, we really value the opinion of all the Brazilians that actually come to ISO and are willing to share their opinion or discuss the text that is going to be voted. We have a question here on the app, and later we can open for questions from the audience here. So the question is, in the case of having an ISO standard or an ISTM standard that describe the same topic, which one should we follow? Well, this is a consequence of having this duplicated work, something that ASTM states that should be avoided, but many times we do have two standards versing on the same topic. This is a practice that Patrick actually described for us yesterday. Basically, we list all the requirements from ISO and ASTM, and we choose the stricter one, the more strict one, as a practice. But I don't think it would be wrong for someone to define, okay, I'm just going to use ISO or I'm just going to use ASTM. But as long as you have coherence, if you follow that all the way through the end. Because sometimes if you choose ISO, sometimes you choose ASTM, you're sort of cherry picking the standard that suits you best. So it's important to follow a single criterion. And for me, the safest one is to look at both standards and try to analyze this duplication that exists and find their differences.
But there's also a duplication work that has been conducted, suggesting that standards, even though they're duplicated, that they should not have any divergent content. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please wait for the mic to get to you. Deborah, go ahead. Heitor, thank you so much for your presentation. I would like to know if ISO has any recommendation regarding transition deadlines between, versions of standards. Excellent question, Deborah. Right, so ISO does not work like Anvisa. So whenever they publish, Anvisa publishes an RDC, there's a timeline to fulfill it. So in theory, if you're following the development of the standard and it's already on the DIS or FDIS stage, then it's already going to be published. On the other hand, there's a situation where, for example, reliance might show up. So, for example, you have a product that was developed at a certain moment and it followed the standards at that time. But due to market issues, it's going to be launched later on in a different country. So which standard is valid? The one when the product was developed, because the product is already on the market, so it's generating clinical data already? Or should you use the standard at the moment where the product is submitted to another agency? That's one of the difficulties that we find. And it's not ISO that's going to solve that for us, because ISO, publishes the standards, and once they are published, they are enforced. So that reinforces, the need to monitor the standards, and the regulatory discussion is another one. It's a different one. So we will have to decide when we will adopt it, and I'm not the right person to answer about that regulatory matter. Well, speaking on behalf of ABNT, that is not such a recent discussion within ABNT and in other sectors. So if I'm not wrong, there's already a procedure approved to deal with that, especially regarding international standards. So we know that for certain types of product, the ISO standard is already in force, and ABNT can create a transition rule or regulation and define a period for companies to get updated. But that is up to the commission to decide. And when I talk about a commission, bear in mind it's not the secretary or the coordinator, but really the commission evaluating the impacts, if there, an impact on available labs, people, personnel that have the capabilities, and if there's enough materials to apply that standard in Brazil. So that has to do with, the expectations of the committee. And that's why there's the importance of participating, because then we can anticipate some of the decisions. Any other questions? All right, so Heitor, once again, thank you so much. Congratulations for your presentation, and thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thank you, Geoffrey. Thank you, everyone. Just 1 second, please. I would like to thank everyone. My name is José Márcio. I'm the Executive Director at ABIS, and I would like to share some news. We have different associations from the health sector have decided to request more spots at Anvisa. So we have medical devices, we have pharma, and now we are gathering other associations to have, a public statement so that we can push for this public opening of vacancies, because only 50 people is not enough. All right, so on behalf of the event, I would like to thank Mr. Geoffrey Moraes and Heitor Korndorfer for their presentation. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Carlos Gouveia, President of ABIS, and Felipe Venturini, Executive Director of the Ethics and Health Institute. There's also a workshop happening on the room next door. Get to know the digital tools and experience the metaverse. This is in partnership with MedTech and Johnson & Johnson. This is an experience where you put on the virtual goggles and you enter a virtual environment. It's really, really interesting. Check it out in the room next door. It's really worth it. So now moving on to the second panel, the theme is artificial intelligence and decision support systems, ethics and regulation, software as a medical device. The moderator is Juliano Tesser, analyst of the equipment technology management with Anvisa. Thank you, Juliano Tesser, for your presence. Our speaker is Professor Dr. Renato Sabadini, Vice President and Chairman of the Council at HL7 and Director of Education of ABSIS and Chairman-elect of AMIA. He's also CEO of Sabatini Education. Please welcome Dr. Renato Sabatini on the stage.
Pois bem, vamos dar início então à segunda
All
palestra.
right, so let's start with our second presentation of the day. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for inviting me to moderate this debate. I would also like to congratulate Brady, Dr. Sergio, for organizing this event. It's been a very fruitful and enriching event since yesterday, and I think this is a very interesting theme. So I had the honor of meeting Professor Renato Sabatini in person today. He has a resume that is really, impressive. Professor Sabatini is graduated from the medical school in Ribeirão Preto of the São Paulo University. He is part of the American College Informatic Association. He is CEO of the chairman of the American Informatic Association Working Group. He's founder and president of the EduMed, founder and president of education of the Institute HL7, director of education of ABSIS, Brazilian Association of Health. He's founder and president of the Association of Medical Information, Health Information and Management Association, and American Telemedicine Association. He's a advisor with over 50 years of experience in big data, biostatistics, and epidemiology, health standards, certification of interoperability, telehealth, and technology. So, Professor Sabatini, welcome again. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organization for inviting me and for having me to talk here about artificial intelligence, ethics, and regulation. One thing that everyone will notice is that this is a huge disruption that we have been experiencing with artificial intelligence worldwide. This will affect the regulatory arena, administration, ethics, and to an extent that we do not really know what to do. So I'll try to give you an overview of what that is, and we will try to debate a little bit about the impacts. So these are the topics of the presentation. And here we have, the sequence that you all are familiar with from 0.0 to 5.0. And what is health 0.0 was the analogical era. And now we are with artificial intelligence in the cloud and the first autonomous systems without interference of the human being. Health 6.0 would be singularity and symbiosis between human and computers. So where is Brazil in this sequence? What do you think? Everywhere, right? You can find paper and films in every hospital, so it's there at 0.0. Some hospitals have AI, so they are at 5.0. Some people have different systems, so they are at 4.0. So we have a mix and match in grades of digital evolution in health. And as we evolve, the old standards are abandoned. So if you have a hospital with no paper, then they are at 4.0. If you have all digital processes, then this hospital is reaching health 5.0. So this is very interesting, So we have a lot of promising areas in digital health, and that goes from, image processing, bioinformatics, mobile apps, robotics, in labs, artificial organs, 3D printing, IoT, bionics, and so on. So this area of digital health, I have, 52 years of experience in digital health. It was not called like that. It was called data processing back then. And then it was called health informatics, and now it's the same thing, and the name is digital health. So one of the interesting things that has been happening is that today we're able to monitor patients digitally. So you have data collected from the patient. So you have, oxygen saturation, the number of steps, calories, sleep activity. And then you have wearable devices like watches. And you can even see that there are some devices that have glucose levels or EKG. So this is what we call the quantified self. So I monitor 14 parameters every day since 2014. This is what we call small data. It's not big data yet. And then you can synchronize that through apps. And here we have the first disruption. Once you transfer those data from the watch to an online platform, you have decision support systems. So they say, Renato, you have to run more, you have to move more, you spend less calories. Well, or you have a febrile arrhythmia, for example. So that is that dealing with a medical professional? No, these are the patients. So what are the next revolutions that we will see? The first one is cognitive computing, which is a better name than AI or neurocomputing. Robotics and nanomechanisms, bionics, and the artificial transplants. So where does the future point to? We will have a massive convergence of several types of technology, especially in the areas of cognitive computing, genomics, cloud computing, telemedicine and telehealth. And that will lead to Health 5.0, which are new ways of practicing medicine. These are revolutionary ways of practicing medicine, and that will lead to the increase of longevity throughout the population and ages. And that will have huge social, economic, ethic, and professional impacts that are not totally identified. What about Health 6.0? That is predicted to arrive by 2030. So how is that going to be? So an interesting concept that affects regulations like Anvisa is multi-omics. Like you have proteome, transcriptome, genome, microbiome, metabolome. You have interconnected situations that have impact on precision medicine, on translational medicine, on genetic engineering, and genomic computing. So this has progressed in a huge speed. The number of articles published in multi-omics has increased by 200% a year. And medical schools are not teaching that yet. And we have 320 of them in Brazil. So we are going to get obsolete in no time. I'm a professor at a medical school since 1967. And when a new student graduates, 50% of what they learned is already obsolete. And they have no idea what half is obsolete. So we're not able to catch up. So related to cognitive computing, we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, autonomous systems. So it's a set of methods and techniques that are not intelligent, but they copy intelligent systems. There's no comparison to the human being, for example. So there's a huge possibility of medical applications for processing of big data, signals and images with automatic interpretation, support to medical therapies, interfaces and interaction human-computer, and use in medical robotics. This is where AI and cognitive systems are going to enter and will disruptly, enter the medical arena. So here we have, everything and the repercussion in the medical arena. So you will see a lot of headlines and even sensationalism. So saying that the physicians will be substituted by computers. What do you think? What about radiologists? Are they going to be replaced? I'm not going to talk about it and that anymore. So technical areas of AI are several ones. This is under development worldwide, and each one of these areas here have an application in the health area.
So applications include everything from having systems with emergency sensors, like I mentioned, for atrial fibrillation, or diagnosing of new diseases, development of new drugs, development of new devices, and even to assist in management. So these systems to support clinical decision is the healthcare area where we do have an application for AI today. So these are for the diagnosis, prognosis, and therapeutical decisions based on medical specialties. They can be used to collect clinical data for patients through a direct interaction with the user or through the analysis of the results that are generated by medical devices and through a direct interaction with a clinical information system. And there are two types that bring recommendations and systems that analyze recommendations. So opinions on recommendations that were created by humans, or sometimes humans request a recommendation, a diagnosis, or something like that. And we can have systems that are both qualitative as well as quantitative. So for example, we have extremely powerful systems today that can interpret an EKG with 12 derivations and provide a correct diagnosis in 98% of the times, better than a resident in its third year. So systems that assess radiographic images or CT images and are capable of giving a diagnosis with more accuracy than an expert physician. So Health 5.0 is really going to affect us all. We are going to have artificial organs, autonomous robots, different sensors connected to the body, implantable microelectronic devices, continuous monitoring of organic functions, and effector devices. And this is truly going to affect medical technology. For example, artificial organs, like you see an artificial pancreas for diabetic patients with a system to insert insulin, nanorobotics, and most of these diagnosis and therapeutic actions will be conducted at patients' homes. So there will be a dehospitalization with a drastic reduction in hospitalization, and patients will be cared for at homes with remote monitoring. We also have products for that. And now, entering a little bit on science fiction, computers with equal or superior intelligence to humans. Who here uses ChatGPT? What do you think about it? Is it human or close to human intelligence? I'll show you an example in a minute. So it's expected that this becomes a reality between 2030 and 2040. There's a fusion or symbiosis between digital devices and humans, which will lead to a huge increase in our cognitive abilities. So what is happening in terms of tech trends? Specialized systems, and I developed several of them that were based on logic and rules, are no longer being used. And they're very difficult to develop and update, and they are not easily integrated. Systems using algorithms and machine learning have gained a lot of momentum in the past few years using big data, deep learning, and multi-layer neural networks, and etc. And now the big tech companies have platforms and new technologies and solutions for that. And of course, many startups were founded. In the past 6 months, more than 50 startups in the world are connected to ChatGPT. And the most recent models, which are Gen AI models, they're called LLMs or large language models. The first one was launched in November 2022, so pretty much yesterday, if you think about it. And they are revolutionizing the way the healthcare area uses AI. So what is this new wave of AI based on language? Well, like I said, they are called LLMs or large language models, and they are AI systems that can generate language through the use of a large set of data trillions and trillions of words that are scraped from the web, from books, journals, and etc. And the system can understand natural language. It's capable of answering questions in correct language. So it uses a combination of machine learning and neural networks. And ChatGPT, that was launched by OpenAI, which is called a conversational AI, or is being discussed in news all over the world. It has reached more than 1 million users a week, one of the fastest growths in the adoption of technology, and it's an unprecedented revolution. This is an example of a multi-layer neural network. So you have an input and an output, and it works pretty much like a brain. Of course, a more primitive version of a brain, but it is reaching a number of neurons that is close to a human brain, approximately 80 billion neurons, and approximately 5 trillion connections. Each line that you see here represents a connection. So very quickly, we can see that since GPT-1 until GPT-3, GPT-3 has 1,758 parameters, 96 layers, so 96 different layers, and 12,288 dimensions. And now GPT-4 has 10 times more parameters and 10 times more connections and elements. And it's, of course, more updated. So this is just a chart that I won't try to explain to you, but when you ask a question to ChatGPT, for example, what will the weather be like tomorrow in New York? So you can say that to the system or write it down, and then you have a natural language process layer that will extract the words and the sentences, will call the language system and send an input on what is being requested, and the neural networks will process that and give an output or an answer. So it's going to be cloudy and 71 Fahrenheit. If you have used Siri, if you have asked Siri a question, I'm sure you know that this is how it works. So behind that, there is an infrastructure running on the cloud. So these big uses for LLMs, they will affect all areas of medicine, but also health research, convergence or the different omics, like I said, precision medicine and translational research, and something that is of the interest of Anvisa, we have epidemiology, surveillance, and regulation. Health education, patient engagement, and the health journey, monitoring wearables, and even management and financial operations. So I was interested in testing how ChatGPT would work in the support of decision making. So I wrote this paper, it's available for you, and it's based on using ChatGPT 3.5 in helping the differential diagnosis based on a real case of an extremely rare condition. And I did a medical analysis of the result. Again, I'm a physiology professor and I teach medical genetics as well in the State University of São Paulo. And then I did a continuous experimentation using the clinical rationale to see if the system can think or use logic. Scary, right? So this is the real case. This is Julia, 5 years old, with her mother, and she has a neuromotor development disease. When she was 2, she started presenting that. And after 2 years of attempts, 10 different physicians, 4 different diagnostic hypotheses, and 8 different drugs without being able to determine what she had, finally she got a correct diagnosis by exoma sequencing and using AI. And she was diagnosed with a very rare syndrome. Only 7,000 children have it in the world, and it's called Rett syndrome. It's a syndrome that reaches 1 out of every 12,000 girls. Boys don't survive if they have it. And this new gene produces a protein related to the neural development. So it was a question her parents asked, what is the best management for her? Is there any type of therapy? Is it curable or not? So I got a 6-line description of her case. So a female patient, 4-year-old, born normal, has been presenting these symptoms for a year. Like EKG abnormalities during sleep, speech regression, motricity regression, aggressive behavior, loss of social skills. The first diagnosis was autism. Okay. In your opinion, what are the diagnostic hypotheses that could be proposed for this case? 5 seconds later, exactly 5 seconds later, he got the diagnosis right. Do you understand what is happening here? He said, based on the symptoms described, the patient could be presented signs of Rett syndrome, a genetic disease that affects mainly girls between 6 and 18 months of age. He got everything right. Pretty much everything is right here. And then I asked, how were you able to differentiate this diagnosis from autism and from different conditions? And he said, well, her EEG was normal during sleep with no convulsions. No physician ever asked me that. That was the differential diagnosis that we needed to do. So what happened here? AI was completely correct and thorough. I didn't request a differential diagnosis, but it showed different possibilities. It made a recommendation on management that I hadn't requested. And I only used 6 lines with much less information that the physicians that had seen this girl for 2 years didn't use. So imagine how many months this child and her parents suffered, invasive and unnecessary tests, false conclusions. If the first assistant physician had asked ChatGPT, all of that could have been avoided. It's truly revolutionary. So the ability to establish dialogue and interact. I asked them a number of questions about the genetic base of Rett syndrome, why we don't have any survivals, why do they have scoliosis, what is the prognosis in the short and long term, what are the benign forms of the disease called, if there's a cure, what do we know about genetic editing, and all the answers were perfect. So is it safe to use ChatGPT? Is it safe? Well, a quick flow chart saying, well, it has a hallucination. Sometimes the algorithm provides us with fake information that needs to be verified by an expert. And results depend a lot on how the question is formulated. The system cannot understand and think. It seems like it thinks, but it doesn't. It's pretty much generates token texts. And if it makes some mistakes, and this is important for Anvisa, in terms of risk management, who is legally accountable for this? Who is legally accountable for the mistakes that the system might make and the damages it may cause? For now, it is not safe for autonomous medical applications, especially for risk classes 3 and 4, for medical softwares and medical devices. But it is evolving quite fast, and most likely it is going to become safer to be used. Because again, we have more than 100 plugins that you can use, and that include plugins for support of diagnostic decisions or to access medical literature. So we have a number of ethical challenges related to AI. We have challenges because we need to have a code of ethics for the use of AI. There's a risk. Actually, UNESCO developed a work on ethics and for AI in the United States. In Brazil, we have an ongoing process now being discussed in Congress to define how we could establish limitations, restrictions based on ethics for the use of AI, especially in autonomous systems. Autonomous systems that can make a decision without human intervention. Just as a side comment, do you know that when you are flying abroad, there's a defibrillator on the plane? That defibrillator is called smart defibrillator. And what does it do? It analyzes your EKG and decides if there is a arrhythmia or fibrillation that needs to be defibrillated, and it powers the shock on its own with no human intervention, because you cannot guarantee that there will be a physician on board. You have the flight attendant who knows nothing about medicine, but she's trained to just get a device, attach it to the patient, the two electrodes, get an EKG, and then the device triggers the shock that might save or kill a patient. So here we have an example of an autonomous system. So the software is making the final decision, and that makes us think. And the future of AI is, I'm sure you're all following this. This has been called the next technological revolution that will affect all industries. And it will be an important factor of economic control, even in terms of political and military power. And all these companies, Apple, Microsoft, Google, of course, joining this party, they're investing in the area. I'm sure you're following the news, with a huge growth in the number of startups and a great number of new tools that are supported on network computing. Practical uses of medicine are increasing, but we still haven't seen them being used in medical practice in a more definite way. If you know an example, please share it with me. Usually that happens sort of in the backstage. You don't see the AI running, but it's there. So as usual, healthcare is a little bit behind. And the risk classification for medical devices is very important here, because these products are classified by Anvisa in 4 different classes: low, medium, high, and maximum risk. So classes 3 and 4 are the ones that present the highest risk for the patient's safety. So when they are hardware and software solution, like an electronic medical device or digital medical device or a software, they can pose a great risk to patients. So we have 22 other rules that need to comply with the indication and purpose of the use, if it's invasive, non-invasive, active or passive, so on and so forth. And of course, I should praise Anvisa, because Anvisa really does state-of-the-art work, and you are global benchmark in the work that you do in all these areas. And now Anvisa started working in an area that was created by FDA, which is called Software as a Medical Device, or SAMD. What is that? Well, it's pretty much any software that does not require hardware, but they have similar functions to a physical device. All of you carry a smartphone on your pockets, and you know that smartphones carry a lot of sensors, location, acceleration. So it is a generic device that can function as a medical device. There are some that can measure your O2 saturation. They can read your iris by using the camera, so on and so forth. So when you don't have a medical device and the software can function as a medical device, that means that the software can do it on its own. So if it's a driver or a hardware, is not called an SMD, only if it's autonomous. But for a Brady and all the entities working with medical device, it is a medical device. Yes or no? Well, yes and no. It's not a device, it's a software, but it's a software functioning as a device. So it's sort of in the middle. But of course, you can have an interface with a medical device. For example, if I turn on if I connect my oximeter to my smartphone via Bluetooth, I have an interaction between 2 devices. I have the software on the oximeter and the software running on the phone. They are interacting.
So here's just a short classification for you to have an idea. So you have the software as a medical device, which is the standalone software that serves as a medical product in and of itself. Then you have SIMD, which is the software in a medical device. That's a software that's a part of a medical product, such as an implanted software in medical equipment, like a ventilator, for example, in an ICU, or an intelligent pump. And then you have software as an accessory to a medical device, which is a software that acts as an accessory to a medical device, but it's not inside the medical device. Did you get it? All right. So this is an interesting chart talking about SIMD, and an accessory. This is already regulated worldwide. You still have some ISO standards and from the IEC that standardize software as a medical device. So, for example, 14917, which talks about the managing risks of software as a medical device. So we do have all these regulations, and we are going to talk about the IMDRF. And they already have a report since 2013 talking about the key definitions of software as a medical device. And they're compatible with the standards of the Global Harmonization Task Force. And they have several definitions that Anvisa also adopted to inform, using terms of medical devices and IVDs, so that you can characterize the software as a medical device. So the objectives can be to mitigate a disease, to detect, diagnose, or monitor or treat. They can help in the diagnosis, screening, monitoring, determination of the physiological state, prognosis, prediction. And this might be applied in one or different medical applications. This does not apply to softwares that are only for well-being or related in a list of Anvisa for non-regulated products. So you would have to check that list. To financial and administrative management, for processing demographic and epidemiologic data. And they include softwares hosted in SaaS platforms. So you can increase the scope. Let me talk a little bit about the examples so that I can move on to the closing. So you have apps to screen COVID-19, for example. So you can have apps with interface with the acquisition of data from devices like the oximeter, thermometers, heart rate monitors, and so on. And you can also count with decision algorithms to detect arrhythmias or atrial fibrillations, for example. Support modules that can detect interactions between drugs, allergies, dosages, incompatibility with diagnostics, including certificates and other platforms. There's also a module of support to decision of interoperable decisions with PEP and other SRES, like SMART or FHIR. Any app that use machine learning or AI. Any app that would pose a risk to the patient's safety, even GDPR, and any systems that have quality tests, like tests of quantitative data, for example, not allowing BP outside the range of 30 to 300 milligrams. This is, all subject to risk, class 1 to 4. Another example is a calculation system to calculate probabilities of prognosis digital therapy systems like behavior therapy, systems that would relate to peripheral devices, apps with dashboards that would allow you to do secondary processing like scores and tables and graphs, and softwares of signal and medical imaging processing to automatically identify features like nodules, tumors, dysrhythmias, or automatic calculations like size, area, volume. In other words, everything. Companies that develop software, beware, because Anvisa will monitor all of that and require all the records. You won't be able to just basically sell all of that. So we have RDC 657/2022 that states that Anvisa is responsible for regulating software as a medical device. That was published in March 24, 2022. It is already in force. So the manufacturer won't be able to sell or trade software that is not regulated. The company should be accountable for maintaining conformity. The product is subject to auditing, surveillance of the market, and inspection. And if there are any nonconformities, it could have your regulation suspended or even canceled. For some classes of SAMD, it's mandatory to register the products. This is an example of a table, just for you to see what you have to present and what you have to comply with for Class 1 and Class 2. And Article 12 talks about additional requirements for Class 3 and 4. These are very complex requirements like software architecture, hardware architecture, platform, compatibility and interoperability, verification and validation tests, risk management, residual anomalies that might not be reduced, so how to mitigate them, and clinical associations. So just to close, I would like to show you this one slide because, and I think a lot of people might not sleep after that because it deals with efficacy and explicability of SAMD. I've been working for several years at the State University of São Paulo, and we investigated these issues. So the first thing is that the only systems that are testable are trees and decision tables. Systems based on logic, but sometimes these systems are n complex, so they're not 100% testable. You're not able to test all the rules that are possible. But what if that you didn't test generates an error? That's why it's complicated. What if you did not test ends up killing a patient? Probabilistic cognitive systems are testable, but forget about it. They're testable as medical equipment or lab tests. They have specificity, sensitivity, false positives, false negatives, and the accuracy is below 100%. So is there a perfect system? No. There will always be decision errors in real conditions, and that might harm patients. So it's not possible to work differently. So they have an explainable ability. So it's just for Anvisa, these are like lab tests, like IVDs. They're not 100%. So what do you have? The identification of adverse effects. So I do not sleep at night because they might have a variable performance that cannot be tested. There's no certificate if they're right or wrong. So Are you going to test like 5 million different possibilities? They have this capacity of explanation, but that might also present errors. In the current state of development, they cannot be regulated for uses in class 3 and 4. Well, so these are the ethical dilemmas. There are several new technologies that pose ethical risks, and those have to be tackled so that we can use that in a safe way. This is a journal of artificial intelligence in medicine. You can look for it at medium.com, and there are several interesting articles. And I would like to end up with this quote that states, creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. So for you to do innovation in this area, you have to know what is old. And there are a lot of startups that are saying they are innovative, but they're doing things that date back from 20 years ago. So innovation is actually doing new things, but that is not enough. You have to apply them. You have to develop and take them to the market and create an impact. That's what we call innovation. Thank you very much for your attention. Do we have time for questions from the audience? Hello, do you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. So thank you, Professor. Congratulations on your presentation. This is a very interesting topic, and maybe the best word to describe it on behalf of Anvisa is that is really a challenging subject, especially when we're talking about software as a medical device involving AI. That is a huge challenge for the area, for Anvisa, and maybe that challenge, this problem, is not only a matter for Anvisa. You know, all regulating bodies are trying to discuss and understand how they will be able to regulate these devices and softwares that involve artificial intelligence. So now we're moving on to a Q&A session. And just to talk a little bit about Anvisa's stance, for Anvisa, software is already regulated since 2001. So we already have a database of softwares registered with over 10 years, for over 10 years. So that's already a reality at Anvisa. What we've been seeing is that probably in the past 5 years or a little bit more, we have observed an exponential growth of software regulations. And maybe, you know, the last 2 or 3 years showed that there's technology involving artificial intelligence. That's what we've been observing. The previous regulation of Anvisa, which is RDC 751 from 2022, it already talked about software, but it was necessary for Anvisa to publish the RDC 751 to include, explanations and clarifications about specific points, because softwares have specific nature, so you cannot use the same regulation for equipment. Right, and I would like to add that this is not based on thin air. It's based on other articles and the work done by the FDA, IMDRF, and ISO, especially at the FDA, that has already a large experience in approving software in the United States. And that is highly valued, and it's something that costs a lot in terms of time and money for a company, to certify a certain software to be regulated by the FDA. So we hope that this will happen in Brazil as well. Exactly. So RDC 657 was based on a document by the IMDRF. So Anvisa is part of those fora. We have people that debate those themes, and this is completely harmonized with the understanding of the other agencies. Just as a curiosity, we might have in our database over 500 softwares that are regulated, class 1, 2, and 3. I do not think we have softwares in class 4 yet. So this is already a reality for Anvisa for a long time. And this subject involving AI, just for you to know, we've also participated in the debates of technical standards, international technical standards. We have a colleague traveling in October to Berlin in Germany, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Munich, actually. And there will be a discussion about a standard 63450 that talks about testing and validation of softwares that involve AI. So we are trying to be present and be involved in those discussions. And with that, we're trying to find convergence with the debates in the world and try to regulate that in the country. The first question that I would like to ask you is the following. Just like it was already mentioned, and this was tackled in one of the talks from yesterday, since software as a medical device involves AI, and this is something that is changing fast, and softwares work with learnings that are constantly changing. The challenge is how to deal with that when you regulate a product. So you have an intended use for a certain product, and then you have clinical studies. And so you regulate a product for a certain indication of use. And then you have the evolution of the software, and that changes the features and the indications of use. So how does the regulatory authority change the regulation at the same speed that the software does the updates? So yesterday it was talked about that FDA defines a time window, stating that the software can only work within this period of time. And after that, they have to submit it again. Exactly, because if you ask the same question to ChatGPT, it will answer differently. This is a serious problem because what am I trying to capture? Second point, if you define that window in a specific theme, like, for example, ChatGPT, I conduct glaucoma diagnosis. Please read it. It's like 10,000 articles. So now you're going to help me with that. But I do not work with contact lenses, for example. Only glaucoma. So do not talk about things that I did not ask you. So this is something that we will have to develop because these systems that are being demonstrated are generics. They are based on a huge amount of tests that you have no idea where they come from. So when they quote a reference, they make mistakes. For example, regarding the Rett syndrome, I have asked about 5 review or articles of literature review or meta-analysis that would base what they are stating. And so they provided like a beautiful list with authors and the titles and the journals, but none of them existed in reality.
None of them existed. It was completely made up. Ask ChatGPT, who is Renato Sabatini? He's going to come up with a bunch of nonsense. And my biography there, if any journalist ever search for my biography, they're gonna and uses ChatGPT, they're gonna think I'm insane. Because the linguistic unit is always the next token, meaning the next word. And the biographic reference is an interconnected token. You have the author, title, journal, year, and they don't look at that. So when it finds the name of the journal, the next thing that they're going to make up is the next thing is just going to be invented. They're going to collect it from another place. I also asked it about sites. Could you recommend a website for this? Sometimes I get it right, sometimes it doesn't. So we are calling it this effect hallucinations. So until we have a MED GPT that is 100% or almost 100% reliable, the regulation of these systems will be quite problematic. And the worst thing is that patients are using it to do self-diagnosis and self-treatment. This is extremely dangerous. It is going to encourage self-medication. We will have adverse events that are outside of Visa's radar because patients will be taking off-label drugs or perhaps doses that were recommended by ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT, imagine you are a physician, you are an immunologist, and treat this immune condition, which drug and dose. And please write the prescription so I can take it to the drugstore. And it did. It gave me a prescription, but the dose didn't make any sense. I wouldn't take chances on prednisolone 200 milligrams. No, thank you so much. So again, it's still not reliable, but it is revolutionary, yes, but not reliable. So how can we deal with that? If you have any comments or if you want to share perhaps a personal experience on that, please feel free to do. My residents use it all the time because, residents are pretty scared. They don't know how to diagnose, but all of them, no exception, use it. And they argue with ChatGPT, by the way. All right. We are coming to the end of our time, but if anyone has a question, please raise your hand and we'll make sure you get a mic. Any questions? Oh, we do have a question. Just one, okay? Good morning, Professor. Congratulations on your talk. It was really clarifying. It's just a comment since you asked for it. Every day, I'm competing against ChatGPT because I'm a PhD student of medical engineer. I own a startup company for medical devices. And sometimes my partner says, well, let's use this application for the sensors. I looked and I say to him, I looked at the literature, but it doesn't exist. And then he tells me, oh, let me look for in ChatGPT. And he asks ChatGPT, it comes up with a list of papers And sometimes you can find the journal. You don't see the author, but when you look at the title for the paper, it's not there. You go on the journal's website. For example, I'm from the University of São Paulo. I use my login from the university. I have full access and I cannot find it. It is frustrating because it gives you the impression, and I mean, it says, it gives you an answer with so much conviction, and you waste a lot of time and you don't find anything. And if you are a physician that accepts a diagnosis like this, you need to check it, you need to verify it, you need to understand it. Why am I going to use it? It is good for giving you an idea, but perhaps my final statement would be the world of medical devices is everything is black and white, everything is measured and perfect and calibrated. It's the easiest thing in the world to get an oximeter and get it approved in Brazil. You have all the tests and the assays and everything ready. Now everything is a mess. And you can no longer go back to that previous world that we had in biomedical engineering, that everything was so pitch perfect. And the software works on determinations, not probabilities. Now we do have tools using probabilities. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. It's a system that gets your face, uses your face image. What's it called? Is it MedClick? Is it MedClick? Yeah. It's available for free online, but it asks you to frame your face and it gives you a number of measurement and it can give you your blood pressure by just looking at your face. Come on, guys. Dr. Renato. We have another question. Are you available? We just got it. Just the last question. It was just sent via WhatsApp and I'll read it to you. Considering that AI websites are not automatically updated like ChatGPT, they use databases up to 2021. How can we think about the use of AIs for medical devices and devices that are constantly being updated? The fact that ChatGPT only uses data up to 2021 is because it's a demonstration system. If you really want to use it, you have to pay $20 a month and then you can subscribe to ChatGPT 4. ChatGPT 4 is updated more frequently. And we imagine that if it reads the literature on medical devices that was published somewhere, or perhaps all the drug inserts from Anvisa, and if you can read it and incorporate that knowledge with the correct bibliographic reference, it's going to be very useful. As we were discussing during the break, having the PDF drug inserts, that is actually an information cemetery. You have to open the PDF to read it. So you cannot search for things. Oh, I want to learn all the cardioactive drugs that also called allergic myocardiopathy. You cannot find it. You have to open each and every one PDF and look for it. So you have to look at the insert and transform it into a standardized, structured language so you can ask the question and get an answer. So if these drug inserts are on ChatGPT/Anvisa, it will answer this type of questions. It will write you with a list of all the drugs you asked about. And that is extremely valuable because you transform that static database into a knowledge base. I'm doing an early work with Anvisa right now to see how we could use different standards to incorporate this knowledge in a structured way. It is useful to have it in language models because our human intelligence is a consequence of language, culture, thinking, rational knowledge. Everything is based on language. So that's why ChatGPT is so revolutionary. All right. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for your presentation. We're going to move on to the next panel now. On behalf of the organizers of the event, I would like to thank Professor Renato Sabatini and our moderator, Giuliano Tesser. Another reminder, as of 2 p.m., we're going to have a workshop, Digital Evolution in Healthcare. Get to know the digital technologies and have an experience in the metaverse will be taking place. This is a partnership between Johnson & Johnson MedTech, and it's happening in the room next door. Now, we are going to discuss how mobile devices and AI are transforming user experience in healthcare. And to discuss this topic, I would like to invite Mr. Anderson Pereira, manager for equipment at Anvisa. And our next speaker will be joining us virtually. His name is Paulo Galotti Rodrigues, Senior Solution Architect at Healthcare Startups from Amazon Web Services in the US. Good morning. Can you hear us, Paulo? Yes, I hear you. Good morning. Do you hear me? Perfect. So now I'll hand the floor to Mr. Anderson Pereira. Good morning, Paulo. How are you? Morning. Well, Paulo has over 20 years of experience in software development. Just to recap, he majored in 2007. He had a master's in computer science in 2011. He entered the GE team as a software researcher in 2012. And in 2017, he went to the US for GE in the US as a researcher. And he stayed there until 2022, when he then went to AWS. He's a software researcher. So now, without further ado, Paulo, the floor is yours. Thank you, Anderson, and thank you for the invitation to be in this event and talk a little bit about my experience. Let me share my screen with you. Can you see my slides? Perfect. Excellent. Okay, so starting with a little bit on myself, Anderson gave you a good summary of my career, of over 20 years working with software and more recently with AI inside healthcare. I'm from the south of Brazil. For 16 years, I lived in Rio. I majored in the Catholic University of Rio, and I worked in different areas related to software. I started as a support analyst, a developer, architect, and I even opened my own company for a small part of my career, working with mobile devices in Brazil. After that, I joined GE Global Research. I worked with mobile devices initially, and then I migrated to healthcare in the healthcare division from GE, working with medical devices and medical softwares, thinking about digital health and imaging. Because of GE, I moved to the US. I've been living in California for 6 years, since 2017. And about a year ago, I joined the AWS team in the cloud division to work with healthcare startups. So my role today inside AWS is being some sort of advisor for healthcare startups. I work currently with 200 startups in different areas in the US that are developing healthcare technologies, whether connected to medical devices or software technology for interoperability, imaging analysis from radiology, and pretty much all types of solutions that you can imagine that are related to healthcare are approached by my team. We follow the startup since the beginning, since their early steps until the moment they are acquired, do an IPO, or when they graduate. They stop being a startup and become a company, and then they migrate to a different department inside Amazon. But we follow them throughout the process. And this is a very important experience inside healthcare because we understand how the softwares are developed, all the regulatory aspects connected to it. So it's a very interesting experience in following them. And today, I'm going to share a little bit about what I have been seeing in this arena here in the US, mostly in California, but we also follow some companies based in other states. Because after the pandemic, everybody sort of scattered around the country. So, what is the goal of this presentation? I was watching Professor Renato presentation, and I think what he said is highly connected to what I'm going to tell you. Mobile devices, or connected devices perhaps, they are a reality. They are all around us, even in moments when we don't realize it. The estimates say that we are going to reach 40 billion connected devices by the end of 2023, which means 5 connected devices for every person on Earth. More than half of manufacturers today use some type of IoT in their manufacturing process, whether we're talking about sensors, cameras, smart devices, or robots to automate the manufacturing process. And if we look up until the 2030 horizon, pretty much all vehicles, or 95% of vehicles, will be connected in one way or another using some type of remote monitoring technology, but they will also be connected devices. I remember when I joined GE back in 2012, we used to talk about industrial internet or the revolution of the Internet of Things. 10 years later, this is already a reality. And these devices produce a huge amount of data. And the only way to understand and process this amount of data is by using AI. There is no other way to go considering the volume and the amount of information that we have. The deterministic software will not be able to process all that. And at the same time, we see a tipping point when it comes to AI. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But what we see happening right now, then the most common application that really impresses us all is ChatGPT, but we have a number of similar models that also work in even more specific scenarios than GPT, and I'll describe them later in my presentation to you. And all that happened because of an increase of the computing capacity. Today, we have hardware that can process these models. Up until a few years ago, we didn't. But this is truly making AI to reach a point when it is actually going to change our lives, even if you're not in the area. And just to give you an idea of what has changed in terms of computing capacity, today, one processing or one GPU that is used to train one of these models, for example, NVIDIA processing, which is one of the most commonly used, one of these GPUs today has 40 gigabytes in memory. If we look 10 years ago, it would still be possible to find computers that had that as their hard drive, as their physical memory to save files. That's what we had. Today, we're not talking about RAM memory. We're talking about the memory inside the processing unit. And we have several of these processing units that are combined to use an AI model. And they have this memory capacity of 40 gigabytes, something that we had in a computer, a personal computer. And when we imagine a computer that is training one of these models, they have dozens of these processors. So every chip has a huge processing ability, which allows us to have larger models that can truly change the way we use AI applications.
So the correlation that I want to establish here with you is that mobile devices combined with AI, they have a potential and are already transforming the user experience in healthcare. And I'm using UX here to show you a little bit of the expectations that users already have. So today, when I get on social media or use an app to make a hotel reservation or book a travel, there's a user experience that it's way more simplified. So with a few clicks, I can buy an airplane ticket. I can see, houses for rent. And so we project that this type of user experience is what I want to have with healthcare apps. So of course there are, improvements to be made, but this is the expectation of our users. In our case, the patients already have that expectation. So the combination of technologies is something that is going to transform the way we interact with the systems that are monitoring our health, that are giving, information about, appointments, test results, and so on. And I'm going to show you some examples of technologies and companies that are already treading that path and are already a reality. But before that, let's go back a little bit, take a step back and talk a little bit about theory. I know you've already heard about it today, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of the background. So back in 2003, about 20 years ago, we were using 3G networks with 2 megabits speed, and the most popular device was the BlackBerry, and it basically had text, messages, and email. And technology did not allow for more than that. In 2007, came up the iPhone, which, changed the user experience and showed us that we can do much more than just sending emails on a phone. At the beginning, it was still limited because the networks were slow, but then in 2012, we already had the 4G networks and speeds of 12 Mbps. So we started to have, images and videos in some formats. And so the use starts to change, and we begin to have more elaborate applications on mobile devices. At the same time, we had the first virtual reality device, and that was the Oculus Rift that was bought later on by Facebook. So that was the first idea of the immersive reality or virtual reality. It was not the first device, but it was the first one that really presented, and it was possible to buy it for a little less than $1,000. So it started to change the perception of people. At the same time, we had the same, the first devices of glucose monitoring, the ones that you stick to your skin, and they're connected to the phones to give you real-time information. So for people who have diabetes, for example, you started to, instead of measuring glucose, you started to monitor glucose. So that's an IoT era. So you have a flow of information coming from my body and getting to my phone, and this can be used to, monitor peaks or lows of glucose. In 2013, we continued to advance in terms of wearables. So Google created Google Glass. It was not a success at the time, but it had that idea of augmented reality. The project did not move forward, but when you will see that when we get to the newer devices, this concept is kind of coming back, interacting with the virtual world and at the same time having a perception of the real world. And one of the things that I think it's essential in the evolution of wearables is the smart watches. Samsung Galaxy Gear was the one that became more popular, and today we have basically a universe of smartwatches. And this brought everything closer to the body because the mobile phone is kind of in your pocket and it's not able to kind of measure your heart rate, for example. But the watch opens doors for other applications in the healthcare sector to monitor physical activity and monitor health signals as well. In 2014, we get Alexa and Echo. So you have an idea, so you have the idea of a personal assistant at home. Today, we have that set up in different ways. I can have that in the car or on my phone, like I can talk with Siri or Alexa or different virtual assistants. I actually have to be careful not to speak so loud and have one of them answering. In 2015, I just want to be clear that some of the dates where everything became mainstream, but not really the first one. So Apple Pay and Android Pay brought mobile payment to the devices. So today I can use a watch or my phone to pay for movie tickets or subway tickets and just leave the credit card at home. In 2019, we started to see also an evolution in the medical arena. So I followed the development of the first X-ray machine that had a artificial intelligence, model embedded in the machine. So this is a portable X-ray that has an AI model able to detect on a chest X-ray. It was able to detect a collapsed lung or the positioning of an endotracheal tube, and that would be shown to the technician while the exam was being done. So that was revolutionary at the time, in terms of providing that information to the technician and to confirm, that this has the potential to be a critical case. So prioritize this case because, this patient has to be treated immediately. So you had AI models embedded in devices. Of course, all the previous ones mentioned already used that, but this is probably the first case of use in imaging in the healthcare arena. In 2021, we saw Facebook diving deep in the metaverse and changing the name of the company, actually. And then in 2023, Apple decided to join the game a few months ago by launching the Apple Vision Pro, which is the virtual reality goggles. It has a little bit more than virtual reality because it allows you to interact with the real world. When we look at this timeline, and we're talking about 20 years, what has really changed from the BlackBerry to the Apple Vision Pro? Like I said, BlackBerry, and those of you who had it, you remember, it was really bad for images. It was basically email and text, and was just, voice as a regular phone. Half of the phone was a screen. It was a small screen. And on the other side, we have Apple Vision Pro, and we have like a movie screen with a insane resolution. Obviously, with that, the volume of data that comes in and out of these devices increased exponentially. And so we have to have systems to process all those data. And so obviously, we get to the AI area. So before getting to AI, we've seen a lot of changes in the industry in the same 20-year period, just following, the consumption that we see every day. So Amazon uses over 500,000 robots in their distribution centers worldwide. The time to prepare a package when we buy something at Amazon is, 25% of that time is done by humans, and everything else is, automated. The check-in and check-out process of trucks in distribution centers is managed by apps and artificial intelligence. So the drivers do not have to present themselves to any agent. They already receive a notification on their phone to park at that slot, and you will get that you get that load here, and this is your route, and everything's just using apps and AI. Another example from the corporate world is that Amazon launched a store that has no cashiers. So you just check in with your app, and then you're tracked by sensors and cameras. So you go to the shelf, you get a product, you can put something in your backpack. And when I leave the store, I receive a notification stating that, oh, okay, you buy a piece of chocolate and, it was charged $1 to your card. So this shows the potential of technology in different types of area. So getting to artificial intelligence, I am probably kind of repeating things that were already said since yesterday, but these are some interesting figures. So the investment in the world is something really impressive. We will get to 300 billion US dollars invested in the next 3 years. So that's a fourfold the investment in technology as a whole, considering all types of applications. This is AI is everywhere in business, from logistics to technology, and then getting to, the legal department and finance. Everyone is using some sort of AI in support of their decisions in business. And also, the vast majority of businesses understand that AI is a critical factor for the success of their business. So the ability to extract information from data, and there's no question that this is something really important and paramount for every business today. So we've already talked about the evolution of artificial intelligence, but I'm just going to give you some more examples about it. So AI as a whole is kind of an umbrella term that covers a lot of stuff. So several attempts of producing human intelligence through computer processing. We have a more concrete area that has several applications, which is the machine learning area. And some of the examples that I like to use when we talk about machine learning are the recommendation systems, for example. So whenever I buy something on Amazon, there's a recommendation of products, and that already uses a machine learning algorithm that was trained with data to try to extract correlations between purchase patterns. So if Paulo buys products for kids, probably he has kids, he's a father, so I'm going to suggest, him to purchase toys for Christmas. So this is an example of machine learning. We're talking about regression, classification, and clustering algorithms, and maybe even something in the segmentation area. From there on, we can dive and go to the deep learning area, which allowed us to advance based on the initial applications that worked with a set of variables to predict another variable. So you used neural networks that would mimic the functioning of our brains to maybe do recognition of voice and images. So there were examples of showing images for the computer to say it's a cat or a dog. And that advanced so much that today deep learning algorithms are used to detect nodules in patients with at cancer risk. Radiology applications use deep learning techniques because they're good in finding patterns and identifying patterns in images, but also they are able to generate images based on that. They can identify areas and segment areas. So if I see that a patient has a problem on their lungs, I can not only say that that chest X-ray has something like a collapsed lung, but I can also say, state the area. I can create an overlay and mark, that area. So that brought to the world this advancement in images and videos, and now we're talking about generative AI. And Professor Renato talked a lot about a lot of examples. But the biggest differential in this new generation of models is that they are huge models that only were possible thanks to computing advancements, especially in the GPUs area, that allowed us to train these models. And they can be trained with a huge amount of data, and they can be used in different contexts. But they can be, specialized as well. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that later on my presentation. So artificial intelligence or generative AI has a huge potential to create content, and we're talking about text initially, but conversations, narratives, images. We already have some applications in video, but I think that's going to advance a lot in the next years, and music. So here are some examples of images, and these are really impressive. So image generation might be the more conventional term, but what's impressive to me is this example of when they put this virtual reality goggle on top of someone's image. This is really complicated, when you think about doing that with a graphic designer and manually insert that, because there's the whole thing of perspective and depth and layers, and it took a long time to be done manually, and the model can do that with ease. In terms of seconds, you would have an image generated with that level of quality. And so this is very impressive. Another area that is going to be important is probably the increase of resolution. So to be able to correct low resolution images, generating the pixels that were kind of missing. So there are several applications in the images, but if we go to texts, and especially in healthcare, texts are probably the strongest example and the most common example. So here we have applications that are able to summarize. And here, I'm just trying to show you different things, because we see, examples based on ChatGPT. But these are examples, like, for example, Cohere is a startup that has their own model, and they are a little bit different from ChatGPT. You have AI21, that's another startup developing their own models. So when we look at models, ChatGPT as a model, as application, became worldwide, popular worldwide, and are the most commonly used. But we have hundreds of different models. A lot of them are open coded, and we're also going to talk about, privacy and everything later on. The OpenAI do not open their codes, but we have models that are open source and are available to be customized, retrained for different types of applications. So here are some of the examples of transcript summarization. The one in the middle is a read of academic articles. So this is, an important application to help students with their studies, and to, for researchers to, find sources. And WordTune is also an interesting application. You can get a text and you can change the tone of what you're saying. So for example, I can use more of a formal tone or an upbeat tone. So I can get an email that I wrote, which was really casual, and then make it like more formal for a certain type of application. So there are several applications in this area. And here are more kind of general examples, just to close, the example part. So in drug research, so protein sequencing or synthetic gene creation, automation of customer service support, so we can automate that, the interaction with users by voice and text. We can have, virtual assistants and generation of data for tests and validation. That is very important for research because sometimes we have to generate a mass of data to test our systems. And with these models, I can generate that with ease.
So what are these foundational models? I'm not sure what you call that in Portuguese, but these are foundation models for Gen AI. They are pre-trained using a huge volume of data. And when I say huge, if you think about a model like GPT or Jurassic, these are models that were trained with content extracted from the whole internet. Imagine I look at all the Wikipedia content and all open and sources of data and other sources that are not so open and use that data to train the model. What makes them so amazing is that they are trained with a volume of data that corresponds to all the human knowledge we have available today. They contain a great number of parameters that allow them to function in different contexts. We have a generic model like GPT, but we start to see some specialized models as well. And they can be adapted to specific domains. And perhaps this is a solution for our healthcare industry. It can have models that are adapted to certain contexts, like the clinical area or research. But how are they different from traditional models? If you look at the traditional machine learning model, these are highly specialized models. If I have, for example, a model to produce text, I need to train the model with a great volume of data, with a great amount of texts that are prepared for that. You need to have the data labeled. So I need to describe what's in the data. For example, if it's image, if I'm going to train a model to detect pneumonia, I need to train the model with dozens of thousands of thoracic x-rays, and part of them should have pneumonia, part of them should not. And when the model is trained, they will learn the difference. And from then on, it will be able to tell me, well, this patient actually does have pneumonia, and this one doesn't. But again, they are highly specialized. I train them to perform a specific task. And I need to train different models, one for each function, and for each of them, I need to have labeled data. I need, going back to radiology, I need for an expert radiologist to go in and tell me, out of these 1,000 images, these ones contain pneumonia, and they need to actually show this is the sign that there's something wrong with the lung. That takes time, and it's a lot of work. And also, the cost is high. Now, the foundation models or data generation models, they are trained with a much greater volume of data. So instead of, I don't know, having a few thousands of images, we would be talking about millions. But at the same time, the models can create connections. They learn to relate information, so they don't need to be specialized. So I generate a very large model that can handle generic things, and then I can make it more specialized. And that again was only possible with the advance in computing power to the level we have today. But just to give you an idea, a model like ChatGPT, OpenAI just launched ChatGPT 4. We are talking about something that took years in design and training until a model like this can be developed. The models that are being trained today might be available next year. So not everyone will be able to create this type of model. Very few will do so, but a lot of people will work based on these models to create applications or to make them specialized into certain domains. So from the business perspective, the business value behind this type of application is immediate, and it's very easy to translate and understand its potential. Because again, we are talking about new experiences for interacting with customers and staff, increases in productivity. For example, at Amazon, we have Code Whisperer, an application that was launched a few months ago that allow developers to write software, improving the devs' productivity in 57%, because it suggests algorithms or pieces of code that can be used in order to speed up the developer's work. It's almost like a co-pilot for software development. And actually, one of the competitors actually called their service Copilot. It's from Microsoft. And then insights. Imagine getting a model like this, making it specialized on my company's data, and do all the fine tuning to it, and then use it to extract information and help us in the decision-making process. And of course, creativity. We're talking about art, music, images. There's a great discussion on if what these models are creating is actually art or not, but definitely this is an area that will be affected because of that. Going back to healthcare, some examples that we have in use cases: medical research, improving clinical efficiency, automating reports, processing of documents in a smart way, patient's experience, going back to what I said in the beginning. So treatment plan, customized treatment plans, diagnosis, all of those things become possible with this type of technology. And customer service or patient service systems, patients that are in home care can also be assisted by these systems. So what are the examples that I have for you to talk about problems and solutions that are based in AI and this combination of technologies? The first one is a chronic problem that we have in imaging, which is a lack of radiologists, a shortage. We have a huge volume of imaging tests being generated, and we have a percentage of radiologists per every 100,000 people that is quite small and really poorly distributed when we look at all the countries. Using the US as a benchmark, we have 15 radiologists per every 100,000 people. The UK is much below that. And if you look at the average number from Brazil, we have 5.5 radiologists for every 100,000 people. But if you look at the region, perhaps São Paulo has 10 radiologists for every 100,000 people. And in the north of Brazil, there are 3. So again, there is an issue with the distribution here. And it's even worse. For example, I mentioned just Cameroon here, but most African countries face the same thing. We have 0.2 radiologists for every 100,000 people. Sometimes we have a country with 30 million people and only 50 radiologists. So it is a chronic problem. Population in several of these countries is aging, and we are not training radiologists at a pace that will allow us to change this trend. We have a constant number of students in the area graduating, and the number of patients that will require their service is only growing. So what is the solution for that? Teleradiology. It helps solve the problem in Brazil when we have a lot of radiologists in São Paulo working with patients in the north of Brazil. This is a reality today, so nothing new here. We already have companies that provide radiology services based on the cloud, working with multiple regions. And of course, we could use AI in assisting with diagnosis. When these technologies were created some time ago, people used to say, oh, radiologists will be replaced. Not really. This is an example from the GE X-ray device. It creates the image. We see that there is a tube here. It measures the distance and provides this information to the technician if the positioning needs to be corrected or not. So they can correct the positioning of this tube, for example. So this type of application is and has been a reality for some years, but now we are using Gen AI-based applications that will help us produce the report. We have at least 2 startups with whom I work that are developing technologies to extract the images and generate the template of a report that only needs to be reviewed and signed by the radiologist. So the solution will give a huge increase in productivity. The second problem, monitoring elderly patients or people with mobility difficulties, especially people in the US. This is very common. They live in homes for the elderly. Today, they are monitored by a group, and it's a large number of patients, and it's difficult to detect a fall, if the patient is sleeping, if the patient is awake. So we had companies developing camera-based technologies, but there is an issue with privacy. I cannot put a camera in the bathroom. But what if the elderly person falls while taking a shower? How can I cover that? So some companies are already developing a radar technology. It's non-intrusive. It doesn't generate images like a camera, but it simply monitors and captures a cloud of dots that moves as the patient moves in the bedroom. And they can not only detect the positioning and identify if the person fell or sleeping, but it can measure cardiac frequency and breathing patterns. So this solution is already available. The startup that created this product is already testing it in Japan, and I think it will be also sold in Australia and very soon in the US. And it's only a matter of time until it becomes quite popular. The device is as big as an Alexa, smaller than a smartphone, and you place it on the wall, and it generates these radio frequency waves and generates a 3D image. And of course, it triggers a warning to Central or to a family member in case of an event. I'm just keeping an eye on how much time I have. The third problem, diagnosis of chronic diseases and infections. So for example, with an Apple Watch, we have at least 3 applications that I found that try to predict and detect certain types of conditions. For example, there's a Stanford research group that created an application to detect signs of infection. So our body behaves in a certain way when it starts fighting an infection. So they have apparently found a few ways to identify that using sensors inside the Apple Watch. Another classic example of that was created a few years ago was a group of researchers from the Mayo Clinic that developed an application that can detect a dysfunction in one of the heart valves located in the left ventricle, generating an EKG in the Apple Watch itself. And with that, they can detect an abnormality and trigger a warning that that patient might be facing this potentially fatal problem. And perhaps still in an early stage, there's a startup that is trying to use smartwatch or Apple Watch information to detect patients that have diabetes and doesn't know, using heart rate information and a number of other pieces of information to try to get to that conclusion. So I think it's only a matter of time until all this is consolidated and become part of our lives. A more classic example when it comes to Gen AI has to do with R&D. So how can I search for evidence or verify information when I'm conducting a clinical trial for a drug? A chatbot that's based on Gen AI can give me the answers, just like if I was asking the question to a colleague that had read that paper before. I don't know if you can read it, but the question is, how many patients took the drug X? And then we get an answer. So it's almost like I'm talking to a fellow physician. And another application has to do with traceability. How can I keep track of sources when I need to document certain studies? This is another essential aspect. So the technology can find sources, locations, and quotes with all the references, which of course makes the research work much easier. The time to develop new drugs is another problem, another area that uses this technology a lot. So the use of AI for selecting protein and a clinical trial plan. So there are different applications. Amazon or AWS today has a number of templates and different solutions that help our clients with medical research. whether it's a startup or a large lab. But by using certain solutions that help on the design of these clinical trials. So the next problem, we know how much time physicians have to spend just doing admin work. A few figures for you. Today, on average, a physician uses twice more time working on paper than they do with patients. More than half of health providers understand and they correlate their stress or their burnout with the excess of paperwork and all the bureaucracy involved. And 2 in every 3 patients assess a consultation as being negative because of lack of empathy. And sometimes the lack of empathy is just because physicians are overworked, they're stressed, and at the same time as they're talking to the patient, they need to write things down and handle all the paperwork so they don't have to spend 2 or 3 hours at the end of the day doing that. So this is a reality that physicians face. And Amazon just launched, this is quite new, we are talking about 2 weeks ago. This is a new AWS service called AWS Health Scribe. It's still in preview mode, but it was launched in our New York event 2 weeks ago. Perhaps this is the first content in Portuguese describing this service, because again, it's quite new. And the idea of the solution is to help transcribe conversations between physicians and patients. So it is a service that was designed for that purpose with all the attention to privacy and data protection necessary. So as input, we have audio that could be a recording between the conversation between physicians and patients. It could be on the telephone or in the consultation room. The audio is processed by the application. It identifies the participants, so it can detect different voices and it knows who is a doctor and who is the patient. The tool then transcribes the conversation, identifying both speakers. And using Gen AI, it can summarize the discussion. So in the end, it will give you a sentence like, this was an appointment about pain on the patient's knee. And you prescribed an imaging test. So we can come up with a summary after 1 hour of conversation in a more structured way. And it can extract clinical terms. So, for example, we talk about diagnostic codes, information on the drugs that were discussed. All that information is put into a report, so with structured clinical notes that can be used in the system. So this has a huge potential in helping decrease the amount of paperwork that physicians have to deal with. And last but not least, the final example, it has to do with detection and treatment of cancer. We know how this is a painful disease, and we saw that with the use of AI, the way we treat cancer is changing. Today, we already know that just doing a biopsy and having an indication of treatment based on that biopsy finding is not enough, because the patient might not respond well to the treatment because of a number of genetic issues or other reasons. So what we see today is that we have AI models that cross information from the pathology with the patient's history, with imaging tests, and with genetic information. And the system establishes relations or correlations that a physician wouldn't naturally do. And the system helps come up with customized treatment plans. It can estimate prognosis. So they are capable of doing a much more thorough and customized assessment. And we come up with a treatment plan for patient A and not a treatment plan for the tumor or that type of tumor. And this is only possible because of AI. But what about the challenges? We talked a lot about interesting things, but there are some challenges. Obviously, safety and data protection is one. That's the first thing. Is it safe to send clinical information to an AI model? Well, it depends. Many people who use ChatGPT never reads the terms of use. Especially when we use the free version of the model, all the information that we input there can be used to train or improve the model. So from the regulatory perspective, this can be an issue because I can be sharing information or I can be breaching the physician-patient relationship just by asking a question and providing the system with information that would allow the system to identify the patient.
There are models that are being designed for that purpose with the controls to guarantee that the images or data are non-identified or are in some way protected so that they cannot be used to, or can be used so that they can be used to train the model. Can I use clinical information to improve the performance of models? This is a question that we get a lot. This is a natural pathway. If I want to get a model that was created as a generic one, and I want to specialize it to help me, or retrain it with information about a certain type of disease, then I need to provide clinical information. And there are ways already to do that in a safe way today. And then I know that the clinical information continues to be my property. So I'm not violating, for example, we talk a lot about HIPAA here in the United States. So I'm not violating HIPAA if I use the model and that model is inside my environment and I do not provide information to a third person. So there are ways of doing it. But if we use an open model on the internet, then we will probably be violating a lot of rules and regulations regarding data privacy. And from the regulatory standpoint, how do I certify the safety of these models? Professor Renato talked about, these models that change all the time, have a different behavior depending on the time. So we need to have ways to guarantee that they have a predictable answer. We see that the newest models already have a better consistency when compared to the first generation of models. With some models, I'm already able to, with prompt techniques, have the same answer because the models become safer for applications in the medical arena. The hallucination problem is a chronic one. And then we get back to the other panel. So how do we see the difference of a model that was created to generate text and the model that is good in seeking and researching information? So ChatGPT is not a good model for research. It's good for generating text. Another technique is what we call RAG, Retrieved Augmented Generation. So how do we combine a way of researching information and using a model of text generation to create an answer or a solution in a more human way? But I'm using a base that is different from the one where the model was trained. So I can use the model just to generate a better solution for the user, for example. So that's a way of protecting data. And how do we scale solutions in the global market? Today, we have a startup that has been developing a solution in Brazil, and they want to explore the American or the European markets. We know that there are several challenges from the regulatory standpoint. Where am I able to take my data? So can I use my Brazilian model to Italy? So, there are several things that have to be assessed when we think about scaling these solutions, especially in the healthcare sector. And from the legal point of view, we have the issues of transparency and bias of the models. I know this is an important aspect for Anvisa and regulatory bodies. And so the bias can deviate the purpose and make the model hallucinate in a way that might generate a legal suit. Also, the thing about authorship or propriety of the texts. So we have companies that are processing models that use images from their database. So when I use material to train my model, am I violating copyrights, for example? So there's a whole legal discussion around that. Okay, so to close, it is a fact. Everything that has been going on is there and will transform our healthcare sector, whether it be patients, medical devices, healthcare providers. Everyone is going to feel that impact, and the transformation is general. And so it's just a matter of understanding it and make a stance. And so in terms of next and future steps, these are some of my concerns. So for example, we talked about general models, and now we have research to generate models that are specialized for the medical area. So we have, probably like a GPT for the medical sector that might be able to deal with different combinations of medical modalities, combining data from imaging. That's what we call like a multimodal model for the medical area. So that might be able to cross information from different sources. And these are kind of the scariest things. So what if we put those models in robots? What can happen? We have to think about that. And there's also a concept of general artificial intelligence. There's a debate around that. Are we getting there already with this model of Gen AI? Is that, closer to the human brain? And so the discussion is, how close are we from that? Are we there yet? So this is an interesting topic for discussion. And there are people already stating that we will never get to this point. Machines will always be different, and they will not be as intelligent as our human brains. But that, only the future will tell. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Paulo, for your presentation. It was excellent. And it really showed us, the evolution of 20 years in technology. And when we think about that, it's really impressive. From the regulatory standpoint, it is really a challenge to, catch up with all of that. It's not easy, really. You have made it really clear that in AI, it's essential to train AI by a physician, for example, to identify that type of pathology to be able to conduct the treatment. And even after an initial diagnosis, the final assessment should be done by the physician. From the regulatory point of view, these devices might be able to be regulated, just like software as a medical device. And we have here this regulation being conducted by a company with a technical and legal person who is responsible for that. And we can, talk with that person whenever there's an adverse event. So a physician can detect the final result of something generated by AI when the result is not completely correct. So they may notify Anvisa, for example, and then Anvisa, through techno surveillance, would be able to deal with that. But I'm kind of worried about ChatGPT because who's going to regulate that? What do you think about that? What is your take on it? Is that going to be open out in the world, or each, country would have to have like a representative? What do you think? Well, maybe the biggest challenge would be to educate people, And you talked a little bit about that in the previous presentation. So we have to understand what these applications are good for. And we have to kind of avoid people trying to get answers from ChatGPT because it was not created for that. When we talk about applications, we will see a lot of them being submitted to regulatory agencies in different countries. I think the pathway is to develop models with the controls that allow these new applications to be auditable so that we can track the pathway of the information. So if I used clinical information to retrain a model, where are these pieces of information? Where are they available to be audited and reviewed? Are they stored in a controlled environment in the cloud? So there are several types of control that we can use. The industry will probably have to develop other ones with the regulatory agencies because this is another step. It's a step further, you know. I have followed a little bit about the evolution of imaging together with FDA here in the US because they were creating these mechanisms of validation of artificial intelligence for radiology, for example. So how do we, if I retrain my model, how do I submit that for a new validation? So we will need a new generation of practices and controls for this type of technology. And for me, you know, the positive side is that from a technology point of view, we have the controls. But it won't be possible for a startup to develop something on top of an application like ChatGPT. They will have to use other types of models that provide controls and traceability so that we have security and that we know that everything that's coming to the patient comes from a safe source. Excellent. I have another question, kind of a personal one. When we talk about the wearables or wearable devices that monitor vital signs, they are traded on Amazon and they have different purposes. Some of them are already regulated by Anvisa, for example, the Apple One and Samsung One, but other ones are not regulated, but we're able to find them on Amazon, for example, the ones that measure glucose, for example. So for Amazon, would it be possible to place on the ads if that a note stating that that wearable is regulated or not so that we can have more trust? Because sometimes we think that just because it's on the website, it's already regulated, but maybe it's not. Right. I think that the mechanisms to place that information already exist from a technical standpoint and technological standpoint. I really do not know the retail area, so I do not work in the area of products of Amazon.com to really understand how that works internally. But from the technological point of view, I do not see any restriction to do that. We could definitely talk about it. Okay, we also received a question from the audience. Let me just get it for you. One of the applications of Dr. Watson by IBM was to identify treatment for rare diseases, and that made a lot of difference, including for cancer treatment. From the launch of Watson till today, it seems to me that AI evolved a lot. What would be the differences between Dr. Watson and the applications using Gen AI from the point of view of results and hardware? That's a very interesting question because that slide that I showed you at the beginning when we talk about machine learning and then deep learning shows that that was the state of the art that we had 1 or 2 years ago. This Gen AI technology has been developed for a long time, but the applications of it are really recent. So I do not know the internal architecture of the Watson project, but I've been following their project for over 10 years. But I imagine that their architecture is based on previous models of machine learning, regression and classification models. And this new generation of models that is coming up, I mean, I would say there's a potential of using an application just like Watson to in the hands of everyone. The most important thing is democratizing it, because obviously an application like that IBM had needed a huge infrastructure and was only available for those who had access to it. It was a limited universe. But today we're able to have access to this a model like ChatGPT on my phone or in my home computer. So we got to a point in technology, and this is a huge change. I have, hundreds of versions of these applications, and they're changing every day. I always follow, open source models, and Falcon was one of the best ones. It was a model developed in the Middle East. And then after 3 weeks, I took a vacation, and then I looked at the same leaderboard, and that model, had the best performance and was already in the 20th position. And then we had Llama 2 at the first rank. And if we look at it today, it will change again. So the speed of change and speed of evolution is amazing because of the, technology that we have today. Dr. Renato, I think, has a question for you. Yes, I would just like to add, can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, so I just like to add that Watson is a semantic model, so it learned models and arcs reading scientific literature. So it's very similar to the language model, but the way that is implemented is completely different. And so the semantic network was limited. But I think Watson went bankrupt, basically, right? IBM kind of gave up on it because there was a lot of criticism against the model. For example, when they taught how to treat lung cancer, and a group of New York provided the intelligence to feed the system, and it was criticized because it followed the school of that institute, and so it was not applicable in Japan or Brazil or Korea, for example. And so my question is, do you think that if you train with large enough models, it won't have that localization problems? These decisions that are kind of incorporated in the system reflect like a local school or a type of guideline. Absolutely. I think that's one of the main topics of discussion and research, if these large models will overcome the small specialized models. I think there was an article published a few months ago that stated that no. I think it's an article by the MIT that specialized models will do better. But this article is also being criticized by other groups. So things are advancing really quickly, and it's difficult to know which one is going to succeed. I think that today, few general models overcome specialized models. From what I see here in the development area, what they have been doing is fine-tuning or domain adaptation. So we take a base model, and then we remove some layers, retrain that model with a smaller volume of data. So we adapt that for a specific domain or do the fine-tuning, which is going a little bit beyond. So I do not have to retrain the whole model, but I can do an adaptation of the last layers of the model. So that might be a way of doing it, but I think a lot of things are going to change in the next few months. And we're talking about months and not years anymore. Thank you, Paulo. And just to add a little thing, localization is essential. So when we take things to other places, this is a component that is very important. And what also helps is traceability. Something that has helped companies that I work with is what are the models that we want to change? So we are talking about the transparency. What data are we training these models with? Are they trained in different languages? The more information we have about the model, the more we understand if they're going to work for a certain application or for a certain region. Some models are trained with volumes of data in Portuguese, others are not. So that influences when you're choosing the right model for Gen AI. Right, Paulo, thank you so much. It was an excellent presentation again. This has been a really fruitful event. I would like to congratulate Abride for organizing this event. And yes, we do have one last question. I know that time is upon us. I'm not sure if we have time for that. Just real quick, I would like to thank Dr. Renato, Paulo, and the agency. I think we've heard a lot about Gen AI today, and it seems that it kind of ran over us as society. So my question is, shouldn't we work actually on machine language and on deep learning? Because it seems to me that we jumped and skipped a few steps, and now we're exposed to Gen AI. But what are we doing when we talk about machine learning and deep learning and trying to develop structures or specific structures for the healthcare sector, for example, so as to avoid and properly communicate to society of all the problems that ChatGPT could pose to our reality, the unrealities or false truths that could be posed as realities, as truth. So we might have to think about that as our role as regulators and our responsibility of communicating to the society that AI is not only ChatGPT. Of course, we cannot stop that. Everyone's going to use ChatGPT for everything. But I think that it is our duty to, talk about deep learning, machine learning, and structured solutions based on data so that we're able to understand the limitations and make the better use of the technology that is coming up. So it's important for us to work together. Yesterday, we talked about PCCP yesterday. This is an important platform for the healthcare sector. So this is already under discussion by the FDA, and we could try to analyze and understand that better to understand the applicability for our specific healthcare sector. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Andre. But now we have to end the panel. So thank you very much, Paulo, for the availability. And thank you, everyone, for staying with us up until now, and have a great lunch. Thank you for the invitation. Have a great lunch. I would like to thank Mr. Paulo Galotti Rodrigues and Mr. Anderson Pereira for their participation, and I'd like to reinforce the invitation to join the workshop on digital evolution in healthcare, get to know the digital technologies, and have an experience in the metaverse taking place in the room next doors. Right now, we are going to have a quick lunch break, and we will be back in 1 hour. So see you in 60 minutes.
Ó, tô dentro já.
Muito boa tarde, senhoras e senhores. Falamos ao vivo do 4º Seminário Internacional de Dispositivos Médicos, promovido pela Agência Nacional
Good
de Vigilância.
afternoon, and we're back to our seminar of medical devices promoted by Abride and with the sponsorship of Viman Systems. We also have the availability of participation in the workshop of evolution in the healthcare sector, get to know the technologies, innovative technologies, and have an experience in the metaverse that will be available from 2 p.m. on. On this panel, we will have the participation of an international guest. So if you would like to hear the simultaneous translation, we have the receptors at the entrance of the room. So the theme of our next panel will be studies of usability, ergonomy, and instructions of use. To conduct this panel, I would invite on the stage Professor and Engineer Lucia Vilela Filgueiras from the Technical School of the University of São Paulo. Our online guest is Masoud Siddiqui, Staff Industrial Design from Human Factors at Johnson & Johnson online. Good afternoon, Masoud. Do you hear us well?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Com a palavra, a professora Lúcia Vilela Leite Figueiras, por favor.
So, Professor Lucia, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Anvisa and Abride for promoting this event and this opportunity to discuss this theme. I'm very happy to be here to discuss such a passionate subject, and this subject has an impact, a huge impact on our lives. I feel that I'm kind of alone here on the stage, but I would like to thank Masoud for being here with us.
We receive you with our hearts full of joy for this important theme you are bringing to us. Thank you so much for being here today. So I think that we can give you the word and you can start your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just give me one moment to share my screen here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to again thank everybody for joining us today and for inviting me to this wonderful seminar and this wonderful session on the importance and the relevance of usability engineering for the medical device and the medical device technology. So to begin, we're going to try to take this step by step because I know that human factors engineering may be new to a lot of folks, and for some, they may have heard of it but have not really seen it, particularly in the field per se. So today we'll discuss what human factors engineering is, the terminology that we use across the field, why human factors engineering is necessary. We'll talk a little bit about the human factors process, the types of activities we do, and the deliverables that we output, how our human factors engineering aligns to the R&D process, as well as how it aligns to the regulatory standards around the world. And we'll finish up with a case study of a liquid embolic glue kit that we recently completed. And then we'll finish up for some questions and answers. So what is human factors engineering? These are the types of terms that you're going to hear from a lot of manufacturers in one way or another. But the main function of human factors is about the application and understanding of the human capabilities and the limitations that we have on all levels of interaction, meaning not just in the touch and feel of our physical hands but also in our auditory, in our visual perception, and also in our perception of languages and cultures, and just having an understanding and a sensitivity to all the individuals around the world. What we call user-centered design is a process where we design and develop the artifacts or the devices around the abilities of the end user. And we measure that user experience as how emotionally responsive and the connections that the user has between how they use the product and the confidence they have in using the product to know that the product is going to do what I expect the product to do. We define usability engineering as a characteristic of the product's interface to establish the effectiveness, efficiency, and ease of learning and user satisfaction. Now, that is a broad term that is set up by the standard, but ultimately, as an organization and as a community, by understanding the human behavior, we can improve human and device interactions to promote safety, efficiency, and positive outcomes. Ultimately, this is the credo of how human factors engineers work, irrespective of the organizations they're a part of. This is what we abide by. So it's something simple that we can all address, and I'm sure everyone has run into this, but it's something that is as simple as a doorway. Now, in this experience process, we see that we have a door handle, but unless you've not experienced that door more than once, you'll understand that a door handle means to pull instead of push. Now you see Charlie Brown actually pushing the door away, but of course he's already had a prior experience. So he's already made a mistake understanding that in order for me to use the door, I have to push it. So what if there was no handle? Like, how would the user understand how to use this doorway? Well, we create artifacts and we inform the design engineers that you have to create something that allows the user to quickly understand the function in the simplest method as possible. So just by simply labeling the door handle and a push and a push plate, we can clearly communicate the design. The user reduces the mistakes and misunderstanding of the device. And ultimately, we understand that the device is intuitive to use. Now, in certain things like a spoon or a fork, in Western countries, we understand that is something, of course, we understand how to use it. But then if you go to the Far East, where forks and spoons are not relatively available, and even in those cultures that just eat with their hands, you can see that it's not so intuitive to use, because to them, in their mental model, it's not the same. So why is this necessary? We talked about something as simple as a doorway, but over the course of time, during the advent of medical technologies, there were some things that were quite ingeniously engineered and developed, something as simple as an infusion pump. Well, as the understanding that physicians or nurses can deliver medication intravenously, devices started getting more and more complex with alarms and automated infusion techniques and infusion mechanics that as the complexity started to arise, certain things like alarm systems were put in place to make sure that the device wouldn't over-deliver medication. Unfortunately, what happened over a course of time is that the engineering teams or the medical device manufacturers didn't take into a consideration or understand certain scenarios or certain cases where the worker or the nurse for this example was having an overload of information very late at night, around 2 o'clock in the morning. And what ended up happening was one of these devices, not this one per se, but one of these infusion devices had an alarm system that the nurse bypassed, as a result, over-delivering medication and causing terrible harm to the patient. Now, when the FDA did their root cause analysis, they found out that the device was very simple to override the alarm systems, so that the nurse turned the alarm off and didn't hear something that was critical. And now the engineers said, well, okay, this was actually, this was not intended because we designed it in such a way that the alarm could be turned off. However, as a result, the FDA ended up realizing that it's the usability of the device that caused a problem. It wasn't the design of the device or the training of the nurse. It was just how the device was used. So this example is prevalent across all of the industry, not just infusion pumps, but all kinds of things. So as a result, there's been studies that have been shown that there are things that end users and medical device manufacturers can do to mitigate a lot of these risks. As a result, to simplify and to standardize these processes, and we'll go over this a little bit more, the industries came out with several certifications for ISO and IEC, as well as other heuristic databases that engineers can use to define the artifact of how the device should look, feel, be visually recognized, and also have audible recognition. So what is this process? Now, in a broad sense, human factors engineering conducts several activities and does a reporting of these results. So in a broad sense, we conduct user research to gather data, which informs the design inputs, the design changes on how the device should be used, and certain requirements on how the design of the device should behave, recognizing against that these recommendations are based on human behavior and limitations. We conduct lots of testing and studies, which we call formative and summative, which we'll talk about more, to ensure that the devices are designed to eliminate or reduce what we call use errors, not user errors, to promote good usability. We apply these knowledge and best practices to not just devices, but also now to digital interface screens and overall ergonomics of the hardware. And then finally, we validate this against the IFUs and other device training modules to make sure that, one, that not only is the device functioning safely, but that it communicates the design intent and how the device is to be used safely. So to begin with, we have an overall understanding as human factors engineers. Our databases are full of what we call anthropometrics data, which looks at the human limitations across the globe. We don't just design for one specific one-size-fits-all, because of course the human body does not fit every single system, and clothing is the prime example of that. So we have these constraints that we start out to begin with, and by studying these limitations, we can make safer experiences and improve the design to fit the user. In a deeper sense, we have several activities that we perform throughout the development and the product development of the life cycle of the design development life cycle. To begin with, in terms of the activity, we begin by understanding the users and the use characteristics of the patients, the users, and the use environment, along with the operating principle. We call this what we call a use specification document, which we provide to the team to say that how the device is being used, not just by the user, but in the environment and how the device lives. We conduct contextual inquiry by interviewing end users, physicians, nurses, everybody that is in contact. We do time studies of ethnography, where we measure how long something takes, and we measure stress points in those ethnographic studies to see specifically in each task what is creating a stressful area in the specific task. We observe this not only through live studies, but we also do video cameras, and also different types of eye tracking and all types of sensor-based technologies to gather enough data. We analyze the safety and effectiveness of the issues in terms of what can go wrong. So we try to forecast where all the risks could occur. And we populated what we call a use-related risk analysis, or a UFMEA document. And we provide that to our risk management team to say, it's not just the physical feature sets of the device that are a risk, but also specific workflows that could also be a risk. And we categorize those hazards and call them critical tasks. And anything else in addition to that, if it's a device that's already in the market that is going to like another evolution, we look at the complaints databases across the complaints analysis, what we call MAUD, everywhere around the globe to see what have been known complaints that have been documented by the healthcare systems, to see if we can use those as input into the development and the improvement of the design. Throughout the design and evaluate, as we design, evaluate, and optimize the design, we have our heuristic analysis where we apply our best practices and our databases of known dimensions and known heuristic factors to say these are proven to be good designs and good feature sets. And then we perform simulated use testing in the form of formative testing and summative testing. And we use that to validate the design to say, number one, is the device safe to use? And we measure it against a known tasks that we've identified very early in the task analysis. We do these use simulations in animal models, or we do this in simulators, either in vivo or in vitro. And then ultimately, we evaluate any additional residual risks. We assess our acceptability of those risks to see how we mitigated it. Do we need to redefine or redesign this specific area to make sure it's safer? And finally, we report out to the regulatory bodies all of our human factors activities that we've completed across the entire development life cycle to show and prove that not only have we mitigated all of the risks here safely, and not only is it effective, but we can try and test this again to make sure that it is also still safe. And we continue to monitor that after the device has been released. In alignment to the design control and risk control, this gives you an overall view of where we conduct our activities at what point in your respective development life cycles. Specifically, I'm going to talk about what we call the formative usability testing. Now, I know folks are asking how many end users do we use? Depending on some design controls, they use an N of 1 or 2 to validate their design. In human factors, we're a little bit more aggressive in our statistical rationale. So for formative testing, we typically test between 5 to 8 end users. And statistically, that's shown to uncover a lot of the risk-related use errors. Any more than 8, you tend to not find it, but more obviously, the more the better. We would love to test as many as we can, but to keep the design fairly cost-effective and to keep the product development going in at a good state, we found 5 to 8 is to be a good rationale. We will continue to do formative testing as the design requires. So until the design is mitigated with these use-related risks, we will continue these formative tests. Once the design is completed and we're looking towards validating the design, and before we're handing this off to our manufacturers, we'll conduct what we call a summative test, where our end user groups are now around between 15 and 20. With this specific summative test, we test against the IFU, we test against the risk, the failure, the FMEA, which is the failure mode effect analysis document, which is our risk registry. We test those critical tasks that are at a risk of 3 or higher in terms of criticality. And the way this test works is we train the end user. We have a decay period of 30 minutes to allow the user to forget the training, and then we conduct the test to ensure that our IFU is sufficient in communications, our training is sufficient, and we observe the user going all the way to the end of the task to make sure that the workflow is done safely and efficiently. If there are any deviations in the tasks, we report those deviations and findings, and we reassess the risk to see if it's acceptable or we have to redesign and make sure we mitigate the risks further. In terms of how we align across all of the standards in the field, this is just a short library of how Johnson & Johnson complies. Now, this is just a few of the major ones that we do. There are lots more that are in compliance, but to give an overall understanding, the IEC 62366 2015, there's also ones that have come out past, I think 2020 is the latest one right now. But in the 62366, we evaluate the usability of the device as it relates to safety. And when we, in terms of how we measure safety in human factors, we associate that with normal use or correct use. And normal use and correct use, we define as that which was intended to be used, or how the device was intended to be designed, or how it intended to be used according to the engineering specifications. Now, this doesn't mean that end users, physicians, or doctors won't go off-label. However, we want to observe those off-label uses and determine the safety related to it. And we'll find a way to input where, excuse me, where the device can be used safely and efficiently, but also to make sure that if they do go off-label, that there are risks that can be mitigated to make sure that there's no abnormal use of the device. So we comply by this 62366 standards. The 9241 from ISO is a set of principles that we align to that look at the devices that are more in their digital environment. So anything that's computer-based interactive systems, touch screens, and GUIs, and how they relate to both hardware and software components. We know that with the advent of cell phones and microcomputing technologies, that computer systems are getting more and more complex and enhanced. So we look at how the human body's limitations are when we're asking computers to do calculations or to do feedback responses, and how the human can, or how the end user relates to that. So we comply to this standard to make sure that we're managing and we're doing the work proficiently. 14971 from ISO as well is the overall risk management of medical devices as a whole. Now, that's more of a broad risk management document. It's not specifically related to usability. However, the 62366 and the 9241 both align to the 14971 document. So there are certain steps that the 14971 outlines that in terms of the identification and also the management of the control of these risks, that the 62366 document aligns to. In HE75, this is more of a database of that heuristic data that provides us the principles for human factors engineering as it relates to user interface attributes. So things related to connectors, controls, visual displays, software interfaces, hand tools. These are where you'll find databases of dimensions, heights, that shows limitations across a majority of the human body, but specifically also a beginning or a starting point for engineers to look at when they're designing medical devices. So here I'm going to give you a small case study of how human factors or how usability engineering is applied in the product development lifecycle. So to give you a brief overview of what we're looking at here, this is a liquid embolic kit for a treatment called arteriovenous malformation. This is in the ischemic stroke space. And to just give you a quick idea of what an AVM or an arteriovenous malformation is when there is blood exchange between oxygenated and deoxygenated blood, there is a specific point in the brain in some individuals where the capillaries come together, but it's not so cleanly distributed, and there tends to be what we call a nidus, which is a malformation of the vessels in the brain, which tends to kind of create like what we call a knot. And it's very, very difficult for the blood to actually transfer. So what the neurointerventionalist does is they infuse a catheter at the nidus of this vessel, of this malformation, and they inject a combination of what they call a glue and oil. However, if you look at the top right picture, you could see this is how the setup that the interventionalist has. This is nothing complicated. However, there is not a systematized approach to doing this technique. So this is where human factors can actually come in and apply a layer of thinking over this to say, okay, what can we do to improve the overall workflow of this operation? So what we proposed was a kit that kits all the components together, which creates a workflow, a graphic workflow, kind of like a quick start guide, very similar to how if you have a printer from your office or a printer at home, you would take it out, you have a little placard, and you just set up your printer in a few minutes and you're ready to go. Now, knowing that printers are very complicated, this is something that end users have done in different industries to try to alleviate the complexity of something as simple as printing. We took that knowledge set and we applied it to this kit, and we created a test study of a very simple artifact. And what we did was we took this artifact and we performed what we call a usability formative evaluation, where we wanted to determine if this symbolic kit that we did provides and promotes safe workflow for preparation. Now, we already have a baseline of a system that the physicians use, where they're just putting everything on a sterile towel. So we decided, let's take this kit. We'll kit everything together. We'll test it with around 5 to 8 physicians, and we'll do a measurement of the user experience using what we call a Likert scale, where we assign a value to a specific task, where 1 is not a value and 4 is a high value. We observed any use errors while they were performing this specific workflow, and we reported it out to the R&D teams for improvement in the design. Now, to give you an idea of what the usability engineer does, is we take this protocol and we distribute it to the team to let them know this is the specific types of tasks that we're going to measure. We have the main tasks that are identified and also the subtasks. Now, ultimately, these tasks are also populated in the risk registry document so that we have traceability to say specifically how risky is each workflow, each step in this task, and what can we do to sort of mitigate this. We have specifically past use difficulty and use errors, things that we would possibly observe, and we try to root cause it right at the time that it's happening, and we have the physicians comment on anything that they feel in the specific workflow task. We have them quantify their experience in this Likert scale. You can see in these tasks as well, so that we can know that there is some relevance. And what we do with these types of experiences, we actually measure this against physicians one-on-one. We don't do this in a group setting. We do this one-on-one because in a group setting, you tend to get what we call groupthink, which tends to sort of influence the overall group rather than the individual. So we perform this individually one-on-one. So on the first user here, you can see that the user is building everything right from the kit. Everything is contained, everything is organized. And you see the workflow graphic card that's sitting on their right-hand side. Now, this type of user is an experienced user, but they automatically started using the kit because they felt the package was more intuitive, because everything was placed strategically and grouped in a certain way that allowed them to sort of think very quickly. You could see some of the task errors that we observed. There was a little bit of confusion in the beginning, but also this physician wanted to automatically go ahead and start working right away without referring to the graphic card. So this user was still completed the task successfully, even though there were use errors that were observed. Now, the second user here, you can see that the workflow graphic card is on their left-hand side. So what that told us also is that this user is paying attention to the graphics by putting it on the left-hand side, using that as a hierarchy, because typically that's how we normally would read. So they follow the workflow guide, and they were going step by step, very carefully performing the labels and taking their time, making sure everything was correct. There was no extra space or extra equipment that was outside of this kit in that sterile field to show us that also everything was contained fairly successfully. You can see in terms of their user requirements, there are specific things that they had put in place to make sure that anything that they would use in the future would be there. Their user experience score of 3.0 obviously meant there is still room for improvement, even though the scores are very high. Final user, very, very experienced, almost had no issues using it, yet you can see the way they're touching the graphic workflow card with their left hand. You see that they are paying attention to what they are reading, and they understand the relationship very clearly to how they're actually using it. So much so that they had a very high value of this too, and a few things to put in place, but you can see still it scored very high. So finally, this recommendation after this formative evaluation, the kit scored a 3.5. We provided them a set of quantitative data around why it was good, but also additional things that they can do to improve the graphics and to improve the content and the new design of this kit. We provided our recommendations on how it would be used. You can see very clearly from what it was in the past of just a simple set of syringes sitting on a sterile towel. There is now a very clearly defined graphic workflow card to make it simple to use. And this is the final design. So I do want to thank everybody for taking the time to listen to this presentation. I do hope that as an organization and as medical device manufacturers, that we continue to build empathy for our end users continuously over the course of our development of medical devices before and even long after we're gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your great presentation, Mr. Siddiqui. I'm just doing a few comments on what you said with my experience, and then we'll start to the session of question and answers. I will do this in Portuguese because my English is so poor.
That's okay. So, that's okay. No worries.
I apologize. Pessoal.
So, everyone, I am truly delighted after Dr. Siddiqui's presentation. This area of human factors, engineering, and critical systems is an area that has been developed for quite some time. We might think back to World War II with the beginning of studies on ergonomics, and when technological systems overcome human ability to operate the same system. So we started to see this mismatches between what is proposed by technology and what humans can actually do. So these are quite old studies. They started a long time ago, but it's amazing to see how just recently these studies began to be taken more seriously, as to have the industry regulating the way the project needs to develop, so it is focused on the users in the end. So human-centric design studies started back in the 1970s, but they only gain more relevance after a few accidents that took place in the past. The 1980s and the 1990s had a lot of incidents, both in nuclear as well as medical area, in aviation as well. We often joke that safety is written in blood, because we need a lot of mistakes until we can actually discover where the problems lie. And we, as user experience and usability researchers, I started in this area as an interface designer when I was graduating as an engineer. And then I did my master's and my PhD in human reliability, because when we conducted these studies, and again, I'm talking about the 1980s here, we used to conduct these studies, and we noticed that there was a need to have a more detailed approach on the relationship that exists between humans and the technology. However, regulations only started at that point in time. And the user experience field, and perhaps we can be sorry for that, but maybe not so much, but the user experience field only gained momentum after the web in the end of the 1990s. And today, the majority of professionals working with user experience and usability is trained to work with the design of applications and softwares or e-commerce purposes. And we, unfortunately, we don't have so many professionals like Professor Siddiqui who are trained and prepared to create this connection between the risk assessments and human factors, which is what we call human factors engineering, dealing with critical systems. Since I'm a dinosaur, I'm a dinosaur from the field. I started back in 1979 when I started college. Well, maybe not so much of a dinosaur. 79, I just got into college. But I had the opportunity of follow the development of new technologies, and I had the opportunity of working with different critical systems, like in transportation, the nuclear area, and study human error in different environments. Unfortunately, I've had few students and very few opportunities of transferring that knowledge to others. So I'm very happy to be here today after having retired, learning about this beautiful work done by Johnson, led by Siddiqui, conducting the study that he presented. So seeing this become a reality for medical devices, which is an area of interest for all of us, especially for me, who is now getting older. So I'm probably going to need these things, and it's a good thing to see that they're getting better. So I just wanted to make a few more comments because I don't know how many of you work in this area specifically, but there is a set of standards, for example, the ones that he mentioned, they are very interesting and quite recent standards. So despite ISO 9241, which is a set of standards that deal with human factors and usability for any type of application, all the other standards that were mentioned are quite recent. I always forget about the numbers, but ISO 14971 was published after 2010. Recently, it was reviewed. ISO 62633 is also recent, and recently it was also reviewed. So perhaps after 2010, we started to see more of this regulation happening in the industry. When we have strong agencies, for example, for the nuclear field, we have a very strong agency. For air transportation, we also have a very strong agency, and the same thing goes for healthcare. So there is a certification process for many aspects, and I'm sure you know that better than I do. But the certification for human factors is a type of certification that doesn't reach the product, but it deals with the process. Because it is impossible for you to prove that the product is free of risks or failures. But I need to ensure that there was a careful process that tried to minimize all the risks that were observed during that period. And then later, I have some questions to Dr. Siddiq, about the process and the regulation, but I'm not here to give a presentation. The idea is just to make a few comments. But we realize that now companies that produce these devices and that now are starting to incorporate this human-centered design are taking a big leap in this evolution. Because today, the development is quite different from before, when the technical aspect was the most important thing. Today, we have design thinking, which means putting humans in the center of the process. However, usability is quite a contextualized characteristic. It happens within specific tasks for specific users in a specific context of use. When I change the scenario, everything changes. And then that will be sort of the topic of my questions to Dr. Siddiq. But first, I would like to ask the questions that we have received from the audience. We have received a question, which is, It was asked by someone in the audience. We don't have a name, but the question is, what are the differences that you could describe? The differences between doing a usability study for a medical device and doing a usability study for a passive device like an implant. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know typically when we look at least for embolic coils in neurovascular, when you have a hemorrhagic stroke, there is an implant, a coil implant that goes inside of an aneurysm. And typically it is a static device. We don't look at, on an outward approach, you see it as like, okay, this is something that's static. We don't actually interface with it. In reality, you do. We just don't see it on the outset. But as human factors engineers, we observe, okay, well, that implant has to go in a certain way. How the physician or how the interventionalist puts that implant in your body is just as critical as how that device is supposed to behave in the body. So it's those things that, in terms of what we look at in usability, is the workflow, right? We analyze the depth of the workflow, like where, at what point when this device is being inserted into the body, could there be a possibility of risk? It could be something as simple as it's going into the brain or as it's going into the target anatomy. You could have a vessel rupture. You could have a vasospasm. You could have something, because whatever is delivering that, it's still part of that implant. It's still interfacing with that implant. It's the context. What we do in usability is when we say something that's passive or active, we look at something called a use specification. How is the device, number one, being used pre and post surgery? So what's the environment? Is there enough lighting for the physician? Can they see? Does it read on fluoroscopy? What are all those ancillary pieces of equipment? So in terms of being passive and active, that's how in human factors we address the something as specific as an implant. You want to add anything more to that?
No, that's just perfect. I would like to open to the audience so that they can ask their own questions. Alguma pergunta, pessoal? Por favor.
Do we have any questions? Good afternoon. Massoud, thank you so much for your presentation. We have reviewed the presentation a little bit before, so I would like to congratulate for your presentation and also ask you to talk a little bit about the products. Just like Professor Lucia commented, all these tests are much more recent. And so how do you see all of that for legacy products? And could you elaborate a little bit on that for products developed before all those tests were already, required and on trend? Thank you.
Yeah, that is a great question, because that is something that I know as human factors engineers, we get that question a lot from a lot of our partner engineering leadership and teams. We do recognize that performing human factors does have a cost associated with the product development lifecycle, and that does create timelines, constraints, and lots of things related to it that touch on every business function. So there is a concept or a structure, what we call a usability engineering of unknown provenance, or called a UOUP, which is a big fancy name. What basically means is that we look at the established device in the market. We measure all of the complaints. We go very deep into their database, the complaints databases. And we from the time it started to present, we categorize all of the complaints related to usability or use errors. Something as simple as the doctor had a hard time opening the package, or the nurse couldn't have a clean transfer. Those complaints, we look at all of those complaints and we populate it. And we look at the risk registry on when the device was released. And we say, okay, based off of the existing risk registry that this device originally came with, and all of these complaints databases that are in the market, we correlate that information. Does it still align? Is the device still mitigating the risks properly? Or do we have to reassess the risks and reanalyze and repurpose the severity of the risks that have shown in the databases? So what we do with that information is then we compile a report and we either can sufficiently say, based off of these risks, based off of these complaints, it's still under our risk tolerance and the device is safe to use from a usability. If it's not, we do our due diligence and we report back to the teams with data that shows that the device has had complaints related to usability and it is requiring you to update the design or find a new way to mitigate those risks. So that document that we call is called a usability engineering of unknown provenance, a UOUP document. And we furnish that to the agencies to show that we've done our due diligence. You know, the one thing I wanted to sort of just add to this too, as questions are coming. Usability engineering is a qualitative process. We don't really use numbers or statistical rationale to show evidence and efficacy of the number of end users we need to test with. However, it's one of those processes that has to show that we've done our due diligence to mitigate safety. It's not just about showing X number of end users or X number of patients have shown this, but then we had a number of adverse conditions with another number of physicians. We humanize this development process. We bring the human aspect to the development of these devices. It's not just simply put as a statistical exercise to say the device is safe to use. We have to show as medical device manufacturers that we are not just, it's not just a number, right? Even though, yes, we have X thousands of devices in the marketplace, we need to show that have empathy and quality to the device that we're using. So yes, even though the devices are in the market, they've been older, they've shown to have been safe. Show us. Let's show it. Let's show all of the regulatory bodies around the world that, yeah, the devices are safe to use, because not only do we know that they are safe to use, we have the evidence and the processes in place to demonstrate that over a course of time.
Great. Ok. Alguma pergunta mais?
Any other questions from the audience? Anyone?
Eu tenho uma lista.
I have a list of questions.
Mhm.
A primeira pergunta que eu gostaria de fazer.
So my first question, and please feel free to interrupt me or else I'm the only one who's going to speak here for a long time. So the first question is related to this, to the context. So how do you as a company conduct a review of the usability file when you change the context? For example, when you change for another country or a culture, how is that handled internally in the company?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in terms of how our team is structured, we have human factors engineers around the globe. So I am one of 42 human factors engineers that are strategically located in every region, every major region. And what we do is in our department, we have a global meeting where we come together quite frequently to assess the trends that are happening in the industry and also the healthcare workflows in general. So what we do typically is we have observational studies, where we perform, called ethnography. So we travel to specific site locations, whether it be Tokyo, Japan, Beijing, anywhere in South America if we need to, all over Europe, in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa, wherever we need to. We strategically go and we perform audits of the devices and how they're being used. And we conduct what we call ethnography studies, where we do time studies of how they're using the devices to make sure that, okay, are these devices still being used as intended, and has anything changed? We do those things periodically. We don't really wait for an incident to happen per se, but we just want to make sure that's part of our due diligence. After the product is released, we'll do a post audit and we'll still collect a lot of the complaints related to it.
Thank you. Mais alguma pergunta? Aqui.
Any other questions? Let me see if we have any other questions sent via QR code.
Ainda não tem nenhuma aqui no WhatsApp,
Not yet.
mas eu tenho mais uma.
So I have another one.
Uma das grandes dificuldades
One of the main difficulties for people working with UX and usability assessment is to find sufficiently diverse samples to meet those requirements, as you mentioned in your presentation. So we are dealing with highly specialized professionals, people that do not have a lot of time to spare. So how difficult is it to recruit people as end users that will actually contribute? Are they only doing an assessment of a project, or are these people kind of co-designers and meet together with the project teams to kind of mitigate or avoid any type of risk situations?
No, that's a great question. Part of the development team, in terms of how we conduct it, is we have our cross-functional, like on any typical medical device manufacturing team, you have cross-functional partners, which is your marketing, your regulatory, quality, but also very much what we call clinical affairs or medical affairs. The clinical affairs team is our medical safety team, which are comprised of end user physicians. And they are there to sort of guide the safety aspect of the device as it relates to the workflow. We partner, number one, a lot with our clinical safety team to make sure, number one, as human factors engineers, do we have a very strong grasp of the clinical workflow? So we build a large map related to it. Inside of that, when we populate our use specification document, our use specification document in human factors engineering defines our end users or our end user profile: name, age, population, like the number of just the basic demographics of that user profile, education. That creates a structure on our end users in terms of who we should be speaking to. So it's not just any person off of the street, because then you're going to get data that's going to be polluted, or it's not going to be relevant or contextual relative data. So we partner with our clinical factors team. We have our use specification document. And then part of it also, we partner with our field servicing, our representatives in the field that are always interfacing with end user physicians or end users like nurse techs or physicians, whoever they may be. So now we have the partner of the representative in the field service representative, the clinical affairs, and with that combination, we can either internally build our recruiting strategy where we'll go to each of these reps relatively in the relevant locations around the globe, and we'll start to gather database of end user end users that fit our use specification profile. With that, we'll set up appointments. We can do conference room interviews for contextual inquiry. We can do observations in case studies. We can also do simulations with biosimulators where we create a simulator bath and we invite the physician to test the workflow related to it. Some of these physicians are either on contract, that are on contract with the medical device manufacturer, or they are there's lots of things that we do to make sure that it's ethical, so we're not getting biased data from physicians. And we have agencies. There are lots of agencies around the globe, or even domestically in the United States, that also focus on the contracts, and they also do the recruitment of these end users based off of our specifications. So there's lots of partnerships and things that you can do. But as a new human factors engineer, as someone new to human factors engineering, there's lots of things that you can do to do something. Go to trade shows, trade shows, the medical congresses, things that you can have. What's very important is the dialogue. The end user and the physician has to know that you're not just there for the medical device, but you're there for the safety of the end user and also the physician. That it's important they understand and they trust that you're doing the right work. You're not just doing the work to sell another product or to create a new feature set, or to just create some artificial value. You're there for safety. You're there for the purpose of doing the good work.
Thank you. I think that you have a great network for safety and a network for listening to people about safety. This is great. Mudando para o português, uma coisa que me
Switching
chama
to Portuguese real quick, one of the things that you mentioned that struck me is the maturity of the company in dealing with affairs of human factors. So to get to a level of having that listening network is not easy and simple. And so companies really start internalizing the need to have a user-centric design, and then they start to create small teams of quality improvement, and that means a whole process. And so we realize that it's really a privilege to be able to talk with someone that works at a company with such a high level of maturity. We're getting to the end of our conversation, so I would like to encourage the audience to ask questions. No one? Not yet? Okay, so I have a last question, because I have a list here with me. So again, my concern is thinking about companies that are still maturing. I feel that standards, especially the 14.9 something and the 62633, are standards that deal with things in a high level of abstraction. So they tell you what should be done, but they give you no clue of how to do it. Actually, part 2 of ISO 62633 and the whole 9241 have a little bit more detail about techniques that can be used and at what time we're able to employ any of these things. But I believe that you might have developed maybe internal tools of regulation or standardization of how to do at each point of time in a more specific way, because it's really a risk to start conducting, for example, a human res op and trying to find a number, and then you are not able to get a favorable or positive result, or maybe you use a wrong technique and you're doing a qualitative assessment when a quantitative would be better. So I see that you're light years ahead of us from, a startup company, for example. So what advice would you give to a startup company in technology, for example, so that they could practice good engineering in human factors? We have 1 minute left.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think there's lots of information about just how to conduct very small usability studies. That's not requiring stringent techniques based off of specific regulatory guidelines. Now, again, those are guidelines in terms of what needs to be done. Now, and obviously in a mature company, there's lots of resources, and there's lots of capital to conduct it. As well as there's an understanding that with a larger company, there comes a lot of more responsibility because we have responsibilities to our patients, our population of folks that use our products are far, far greater than smaller companies that are just doing a startup. So it behooves us and it's required for us to make sure that we're doing the right work because our product touches every single individual across the globe. So that with that understanding and that type of cultural mindset that our leadership at Johnson & Johnson puts forth, they instill that credo inside of each employee to understand that even though there's a broad number of folks that are on the team, you still play a very integral part because everything comes together as a collective. It doesn't come, nothing happens in silos. In smaller companies, I could tell you that you do have the fortunate idea of, you have the fortune of having small teams and very strong leadership. As long as leadership believes that this is important to the end user, and I can tell you that usability is about user experience. We all have digital phones. We all are very intimately aware of how user experience is important. There isn't a story to sell to anyone. This is going to be the expectation across the globe, no matter what the economic status is in anywhere in the world. Good usability is required. There's not going to be a question of we need it. It's going to be of like, why isn't it, right? It's going to be seen as unfinished work. Now, how do you do it as a small company? Start small. Small users, have conversations, build empathy, talk to people, have people build trust. Once people trust that you're doing it for the right cause and not for the end goal of monetary value, it gets easier to have those conversations. And in the end, you will have physicians inviting you to introduce their teams to the human factors process. Start small. It takes one person. It takes 2 people to interview 3 people to 4 people. Take your time, be patient, have empathy.
I deeply thank you for this enlightening talk. It was very good to hear from you. And I thank you so much in the name of all our audience here. And I hope you go on with this beautiful and huge work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for the invitation.
Nosso muito obrigado a Massoud
So
Siddiqui.
thank you very much to Mr. Massoud Siddiqui and Professor Lúcia Vilela for their participation. I would like to remind you all that you can participate on the virtual experience taking place in the next room, a workshop to talk about digital technologies and give you an experience in the metaverse. Now, the use of additive manufacturing or 3D printing in the manufacturing flow for medical devices. This is the topic of our next panel. And to moderate the discussion, we're going to have Danilo Marques, Quality Director and Regulatory Affairs from Custom Brazil, who I would like to invite to join me on stage. And our speaker will be Mr. Fabio Santana from Farco Technology. He is an expert at GE Additive. Good afternoon. I would like to start by saying thank you to Abraide and Dr. Sergio for the invitation to moderate this panel. I also would like to congratulate the organizers, Bride and Anvisa. I had the privilege of coming to all of them, and for me that is an honor. And I also would like to greet our colleagues from the regulated sector. I can almost feel at home with, seeing so many familiar faces in the audience. So I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, our expert on the topic. I'm not gonna dare talk about your resume without using a cheat sheet. So we're gonna hear from Mr. Fabio Santana, who graduated in 1990s in precision mechanics by the Swiss Senai in Brazil with an specialization in additive manufacturing. And he worked at Wilhelm McConnell in Switzerland. He has a bachelor degree in business administration by the Paulista University. He's a director at Farco Technology, a additive manufacturing technology company, and he's a member of the standardization committees from ASTM, ABNT, and ISO, where he leads the Brazilian delegation in the TC261. Fabio, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to be here. So thank you, Sergio, Abride, and Anvisa. I was very happy to hear that both Anvisa and Abride are interested in the use of new technology and the use of disruptive and new technologies in the medical and industrial market, especially in the manufacturing of implants. It's very important for me to be here for the 2 days. Yesterday, we learned a lot, actually. First, we learned that physicians might not last so long after ChatGPT. But all jokes aside, we were very happy to hear that we got some spoilers by Dr. Helmut Link and by Mr. Patrick Aldwin, talking a little bit about the topic of my presentation, which was quite interesting. But the most important thing is this concern that we as society and the different associations have in using these new technologies with safety. When Sergio invited me to speak, I thought it would be important to say, why should we be discussing additive manufacturing in Brazil? So I look at some market studies, we have a lot of numbers, but I decided to talk about this importance in a different way. Instead of just talking about the size of the market and the possibilities of use, I decided to represent this topic by showing you this slide. Here we see those who are using the technology today, and rest assured that all the information that you see here comes from publicly available sources. There's no industrial secrets being shared here. So who is using the technology today for manufacturing orthopedic implants? Just these few folks you see here, this small gang. So it is very important for us to talk about the use of this disruptive technology because it is being adopted all over the world. So we have companies from all areas of the globe here, including Brazil. Our work is providing the Brazilian market with this technology. So here we have manufacturers, you have manufacturers that provide services to third parties, and service provider or 3D printing bureaus that manufacture orthopedic implants. So here we have an interesting landscape on those who are using the technology in the market and why it is important to be updated and understand how they are using this with safety and efficacy so we can evolve the Brazilian market as well. We have advanced a little. The pictures that you see on the slide show products that were manufactured in Brazil by Brazilian companies and that were implanted in Brazilian patients. So we have evolved, we have applications being developed in the country, and it is important to know that the Brazilian industry is evolving in that sense. So why use this technology? It's important to cover the gap that exists in the manufacturing of implants today. These are the difficulties that we have today. Actually, just some of them can be addressed by 3D printing, and in some case, even eliminate some of these issues that are part of the production chain for orthopedic implants. And how can 3D printing help with that? Well, this is a simplified workflow for the manufacturing of implants by using the traditional way. So we go through these steps. We have the design, we acquire the raw material, we prepare the blanks, inspection, quality, machining, cleaning, packaging, and then storage and distribution. 3D printing will be able to replace all these steps. We are simply going to push a button and an implant will come out in the other end, already packaged inside a box, ready to be shipped to the OR. Not really, and it shouldn't. 3D printing needs to be included in the current workflow that companies follow. And this is how it has been included by all the players that I showed in the other slide. So it can be inserted in different areas of this workflow. Most commonly, it is included here because it will replace. And here I would like to mention the first advantage that 3D paintings can bring, which is the elimination of tooling, melting, development of devices. I have an ability of producing components using different materials. I can achieve different geometries. So at that point, 3D printing can be inserted. However, by appearing here, it can also bring benefits and influence the whole production chain. The whole production chain, again, is affected by including 3D printing. And those are actually the main advantages behind 3D printing. When it comes to the design stage, how can 3D printing help, or what are the benefits that it can bring? Well, we have been talking about AI for pretty much 1.5 days, about new processing capabilities and developing of new geometries and the creation of new implants and simulation. And I need to use a technology that gives me the freedom of geometry that will allow me to produce all the beautiful designs that are being produced by AI technology. Something that most likely would not be able to be produced today if we were to use traditional manufacturing methods. So I need to have much more freedom in my production capacity in order to actually develop this type of project. Besides that, I can insert osteointegration areas in the implant, something that is impossible to be produced through the use of other technologies. And today, that can be done like in the implant that we see on the slide, and it's done through 3D printing. It has an influence on the procurement of raw material. Today, I have to procure bars from different materials and diameters and blocks, the same thing, plates. 3D printing works with a single raw material. So by using, or going back to the excellent comment made by Dr. Helmut Link yesterday, he says, well, I buy powder, I put powder in the machine, and it comes out any format I want. So I source a single raw material with a certain certification, and I can transform it into anything. So that facilitates the sourcing process as well because of this possibility. Preparing blanks, I mentioned that we can eliminate different toolings. I can eliminate different devices. I can produce products that have much more geometric freedom. Of course, there is a flow. There's a workflow for that. I'm not going to cover this workflow in details. However, there are stages inside the 3D printing process where we need to, of course, prepare the geometry. We need to check and verify that there are no failures. Because again, we are melting material. If there is an area where the geometry is not defined, where is the material going to go during the melting process? So we need to be careful to know if the geometry is consistent, all the layers are fine. I need to know what is the raw material that I'm using and what is the geometry to see if the product that is being produced can process that raw material, if it contains the necessary characteristics for the geometries I'm producing. And from that point on, I have to learn about the equipment. I will determine the operation mode for that geometry inside the piece of equipment, and of course, choose the best equipment for that. I have to select the construction position. This is important because not necessarily, especially depending on the process, not necessarily 3D printing will generate anisotropic components. Sometimes they are isotropics. So I need to determine the construction position related to the design and the mechanical properties of my component. During this development period, when I'm developing the 3D printing process, I can include osteointegration areas. It might be more interesting to do that after the design or during the initial design. This is actually not that relevant. But depending on the powder fusion process that I'm using, I have to add different supports, or depending on the type of energy. If I'm using laser, I have to use supports. If I'm using e-beam, I need to use heat dissipators. So that will be part of the process. Also, depending on the energy source, I have different production capabilities. If I'm working with an e-beam, I can pile up the set of parts to be produced. If I'm using laser, that is more difficult. So these are different variations that are part of the processes, and I need to know about them, so I choose them wisely. And then the package of information that is produced by the engineering team is transferred using a network or media. It is transferred to the piece of equipment that will conduct the production. So once the file is there, production starts. I try to show you in a simplified way all the steps of the process. So to better show you that, I have a video from an e-beam process. The piece of equipment uses a vacuum process. It's an advantage of working in a very clean environment. It's a hot process, so the residual strengths are more controlled. There's another advantage. We can keep the geometry regardless of the amount of temperature that the material is receiving. The geometry is much more stable. So once the raw material is loaded, the chamber is closed, there's a vacuum. We spread a layer of powder. Could be titanium, cobalt, chrome, or other metals. The equipment keep the raw material hot. Then there is the fusion of the material using an energy up to 6 kilowatts for this piece of equipment specifically. And then we melt the material layer per layer. They accumulate on top of each other. And in the end, I'm going to have a solid component that will be built in considering the height of the production chamber. And in this case, the implant will be done. Once the process is concluded, the material is removed from the machine and the component is ready. So building the object itself is concluded. I also wanted to show you visually. This is the window on the machine while it is up functioning. We see the fusion process here. It's a relatively beautiful process. It looks like fireworks. Not really. These are fusion points taking place inside the equipment. So every spark that you see is the material being fused. And we do that layer after layer, and in the end, we get a component.
Okay, so I have a component ready, and do we need anything else? No, we need to follow the same process that we're used to. So we need to do the machining. Why do I have to do that if I have already created the geometry in the additive manufacturing process? Because there are areas in my implant that need high precision, and that high precision is still provided by processes of machining or polishing processes. But what is the advantage of 3D printing? It provides me the ability to work much less in the machining stage. So I'm going to remove less material. I'm going to have a smaller time of production. We have some comparatives with some, like a tibial plate. The process today takes about 4.5, 5 hours. And you remove like 4 kilos of titanium to create an implant of 23 grams. And with 3D printing, we could have a tibial plate of 23 grams. And in the machining stage, process would take about 4 to 5 minutes just to, check the holes and the other parts, and then the part will be finalized. Superficial treatment is something critical. 3D printing will help us with that as well. Yesterday, Patrick Eldinger showed us the creation of different areas on implants so that we could have better articulation. So this is a huge gain in terms of cost. So if I already have the osseointegration area from my 3D printing, I do not have to send abroad to have the plasma sprayed. I can have everything 100% produced here. You have seen yesterday, both from Link and Smith Nephew's implants, and with that, we gain time and money. Just for you to have an idea, an acetabular today, prosthetics costs like half the time with an area of osseointegration than the one produced traditionally, and you do not have to send it for application or plasma spraying or anything. The quality inspection stage is very important. It does not really change a lot. Of course, if we understand where we got to, we see that quality inspection does not change a lot. Of course, we're working with the geometry where we're building with more freedom. So I can insert data with more quality. I can have parts that are self-supported, so I do not have specific beds. So 3D printing also helps with that. Regarding cleaning and sterilization, we have observed this is a huge topic. Yesterday, we also heard about it in the sterilization lecture. Today, there's a challenge about extraction of powder. There's no difficulty in doing that, but the question that is being answered in the standard, specifically in the TC 150, is how clean is clean? So this is something very important. And considering the internal contamination of the material, if I'm working in vacuum, I do not have anything in the material, only raw material that is being fused. So this is an extremely clean environment, the environment of 3D printing. Regarding packaging and labeling, we have to be careful. 3D printing is being used in customized implants. So packaging and labeling are customized and they have variables. So this is something that we have to pay attention to. Regarding storage and distribution, what are the main advantages? Well, with decrease stocks because we're producing on demand. We have a single raw material, so I don't have to be worried about, oh, will I have that bar or that block to produce that certain piece? I'm going to buy a batch. No, I have a single raw material and I can produce on demand. Other than that, the capabilities of geometry, of being able to work with osseointegration and customized implants will make me shorten or decrease the chain post-manufacturing. So I will have a better and more proper device directed to the patient. With that, I will have shorter surgeries, shorter use of the OR. I will have a shorter time of recovery of the patient. So there are several benefits that this type of technology will provide after the implant is ready to go. All that being said, and considering that this is a new and disruptive technology that is offering all these benefits to the industry, to the physicians and patients, this will obviously have consequences in terms of changes in the market. So this is disruptive technology that is offering several benefits and is kind of shaking up the market at certain measures. So it is disruptive. But is it a new technology, really? I don't think so. I would dare to say, I would, say that it's probably one of the oldest technologies that the human being has been working with. Like, we have chipped stone, fire, the wheel, and metal fusing. And why am I saying that? Because the name of what you just saw here is metallurgy. And it's important to bear that in mind, specifically because of the next subject. Metallurgy is really well known. We already know that. We know how metals work in the process of fusion. Metallurgy is a science that has been studied for a long time. And the use of this technology might be new, not that new, but the metal 3D printing is the evolution of technologies that have been used for a long time. So powder fusion is there since the 1960s, sinterization, powder metallurgy. All these technologies have been there for a long time. What is new is the use of new equipment with new projects, with new views of an existing technology. So when we say that 3D printing is something new, no, I don't think it's new. And that is very important considering safety and efficacy. We have heard this question, about that. So what about safety? What about efficacy? This is a new and disruptive process. But from that panel at the beginning, that slide, you can see that this is technology that has been used quite a lot. Other than that, it's technology that has been used for quite a long time. Metal 3D printing has industrial use and constant use since 2002, 2003, and then in 2004 we had the holy grail of metal 3D printing. So this technology has already a backtrack. It has been used in the medical area too. Delta TT from Lima is a model that exists since 2010. They have over 200,000 implants used using this very technology. And the same goes for Stryker. So these companies have been using this technology for a long time, and we need to use it as well. So it's really important for us to understand this matter. There is safety, there is efficacy, there is a backtrack. So before closing the subject, I can say that there is safety and efficacy. But how do I use that? And how is society done that so as to offer safety and efficacy for the population as a whole? Standardization. And the standardization of 3D printing is really robust. It has a strong foundation because of the work of hundreds of experts worldwide, some of them present here in this very room. And this is based on research, academic research, and the backtrack of the industry that exists since 2003, 2004. And they have compiled that information and laid out in these documents. I have heard and learned from my boss at ISO. I am part of the executive committee of ISO for 3D printing, and I've learned with my chairman, and my favorite sentence is, standardization is the documentation of technological advancement of human being. It's the way we document our advancements. And this has been documented, and this has been happening for a long time. So I'm not going to talk about each and every one of them. You will receive this presentation afterwards. But here are examples of a robust standardization in materials, infrastructure processes, and quality control of products. Here we have the ISO ASTM standards. ISO and ASTM have a joint committee. This is a single case because of the disruption of this technology. So this is a single case where ISO and ASTM have a joint management of standardization for 3D printing. So these are some of them, not all of them, right? Other than that, ASTM started before, back in 2007 to 2009. Specifically, the aviation market in the US, FAA started to put pressure on turbine manufacturers, and they needed a standardization. So this feeling that sometimes we get, oh, how do we get safety and efficacy? They already had that feeling back then at ASTM, so they started, writing some standards. So the ones that have titles started with ASTM were published before the joint committee with ISO. And today there are still some developments done individually because ASTM has much more power to write those documents and has more experts working on that compared to ISO. So some of the things are developed only by ASTM. Just like Heitor mentioned this morning, we participate at ASTM and ISO committees. So even when ASTM developing something individually. So we have to understand that there's a strong foundation. We see there the standard for raw materials, for example. ASTM F2 2224. So that's titanium, vanadium, and that's the same thing that we use to produce through machining with wrought materials, including the specifications. So we understood that this is only going to be useful if we can work within the same specification of FC36. And then we figured out that we could do that, so machines are able to produce like that. And we have 826 MPa, the same elongation, the same rupture tension. And so we have that. The same thing goes for cobalt chrome and other standards that make up this foundation. So standards for quality control, processes, training standards, design standards. And so the Brazilian market started using 3D printing. Some machines came up. The medical sector is the main user of metal 3D printing. For power bed fusion, we have like 8 machines running today, and they are all commercially producing implants. Then we received a request from the market that came through manufacturers, through Abimo that hosts our work there. We have to thank Abimo for the support, actually, for the work and the support that they do for our CE 261. And so we have developed a Brazilian foundation. We analyzed all pieces of information, all documents that already existed in Brazil, so that our market could actually take advantage of that. So we conducted pioneering work together with Heitor. I have to say that Heitor Luz, the late Heitor helped me to learn how to do that, and he taught me the beauty of standardization. I was really upset by what happened, and I have learned with him and with a lot of colleagues in the committee, but especially with him because of his insistence to do the right thing. So the series 16627 transports the whole foundation, that general foundation of 3D printing that comes, internationally, and that was transferred into the medical sector. So this series has implants for surgery and projects of implants manufactured by 3D printing. So that encompasses, raw materials, titanium, characterization, and guidelines for characterization. That's part 6. So I have to, understand what the raw material is to know about the end result. We are working with 2 important standards. The one that talks about, well, the part 13 actually, and 14. So 13 and 14. 13 deals with IQ, OQ, PQ, which is important for implant manufacturing. I have to qualify the facilities, the operations. I have to qualify the performance of equipment, especially for 3D printing, where we are sometimes producing a single piece batch. So I have to understand my process, and I have to have a solid foundation in standards about my process.
So that's basically what I had for you. I wanted for you to understand that 3D printing is already surrounded by beauties. It is a highly used process that brings great advancement in the manufacturing of implants, but it also contains a very robust safety and efficacy framework, a work that has been developed by hundreds of experts in the world, perhaps a work that is not so well known, because again, 3D printing is not such a well-known process like other manufacturing process, but it is nevertheless a process that can be very successful. Just to illustrate, these are some of the projects manufactured with 3D printing. So we see all types of implants here, off-the-shelf implants, we have customized implants. We have a number of samples. We always carry them around. We know Brazilians like to see things from their hands and grab them and feel them. So we have some samples during the break. We are going to display some if you want to have a conversation about it. We'll be outside. Let's grab a cup of coffee together and see these samples. I try to save a lot of some of my time for questions in case you have them. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Anvisa, and thank you to Abraide. And thank you for worrying in increasing the number of tools that implant manufacturers have for producing them in Brazil. Thank you, Fabio. Congratulations on your presentation. Thank you for sharing a little bit of your vast knowledge on the topic. Well, I believe this is useful for debunking some myths that we have when we think about 3D printing. And it's great to hear that this is not new. Well, some people may disagree, but I really don't think it's, well, the concept of metallurgy. Yeah, I think metallurgy everybody can agree on. Well, I would like to encourage you all to ask questions, especially experts. Please send more technical questions on the topic. I will start by talking about application for medical devices. And of course, remembering that before 305 from 2019, most likely in 2018, we had an event at the Anvisa headquarters in Brasilia, an event that discussed 3D printing. I remember that day. I remember listening to the talks, and I also remember a hand prosthesis that was manufactured with polymer. And I also remember a plate for cranioplasty. If I'm not mistaken, there was a university in the city of Campina Grande that was developing these products. And it was, they used titanium, if I'm not mistaken. And they also used 3D printing. So because of this memory that I have, I remember that at the time we didn't have regulation for customized products, for patient-specific products that Anvisa discussed in 2019. So there was a question if the product should be regulated or not. I think Anvisa did a great work with the market on that, but I would like to hear from you. What is the point of attention, or what are the points of caution that manufacturers need to have when manufacturing them? Because you mentioned that 3D printing can provide the geometry of the event, but it cannot be considered a finished product as soon as it comes out of the machine. So I would like to understand what is the concern that manufacturers should have once they conclude the manufacturing process, so they are in compliance with the regulation according to RDC 305 from Anvisa. I think RDC 305 got something right that is quite interesting. I'm not an expert in regulation. I specialize in manufacturing. Standardization came because of manufacturing, so we could provide guidance to our customers in knowing how to work with that. What was the documentation, the standards that were applicable, so we could help them in the regulatory process. However, one thing that Anvisa did right was to limit the manufacturing of the customized component to the manufacturer that knows about that type of component. So that was the right thing. So if that company specializes in hip implants, they already have a line of hip implants products, it's natural for this company to be authorized to produce a customized hip implant. And the company should be worried about exactly the same things when it is manufacturing in the traditional way. They should verify if the material is compliant with the standards, if the production process is okay. 3D printing many times allows me to produce coupons at the same time, simultaneously, to the component that eventually will be the implant. So I cannot only run all the tests using exactly the same build, but I can also save for traceability purposes. I can have a very interesting traceability here because I have the coupons that were produced exactly together with the implant. And sometimes people say, why should manufacturers worry about? Well, they should worry about the exact same things they worry about when they are manufacturing their common implants. They have to be validated with the same tests. So regardless of their production method. Of course, for customized products, many times there is no way to do a test or an assay. So that is why it is important for manufacturers to know about the products they are producing, to know about their limitations and the worst cases. It's important for them to use the worst cases for manufacturing the customized products. If that implant cannot be used for the worst case, they need to understand what the worst case would be. But I think it is important for manufacturers to produce them with the same perspective they use for producing off-the-shelf products. 3D printing should be a tool that is used for geometric freedom, for speeding up the process, for developing new materials, but of course, it should be treated in exactly the same way. Perfect. I think that was the idea behind my question, to debunk that myth that with this type of technology and manufacturing process, all you have to do is push a button. For me, the biggest crime that additive manufacturing had suffered was to call it 3D printing. It's not 3D printing at all. First of all, congratulations, Fábio, for your presentation, and Danilo for mediating the discussion. I have two questions, actually. One of them is connected to the process validation, because additive manufacturing is a complex process. It involves the transformation of materials. And like you mentioned, in many situations, it replaces the machining. Machining is a simpler process, depending on the raw material. For example, if I'm working with titanium that has transition temperatures that are quite high, probably during the process, I'm not going to do any material transformation. I'm not going to change anything about the material. So it's a little bit simpler. But when we think about injection process or additive manufacturing, the material does suffer a transformation. So I would like to understand, what are the main challenges that manufacturers using this technology have faced? What are the control parameters to validate the process? Is there anything in the scientific literature, any study demonstrating the validation of additive manufacturing for medical devices? And my second question is connected to more of an economic side of it. This is a very promising technology, but despite the fact that you showed many companies are using it, I believe that the horizon is much greater, and many companies cannot actually access the technology because of the high level of investment required. So how do you see that, or how do you see the transition with time once the technology becomes more affordable? And if there is a correlation for me to transfer from traditional manufacturing to additive manufacturing, if the payback time increases too much within the process, because again, the investment is much higher. Your question about the investment, I'll start by your second question before I talk about the first one. It's not that much greater, actually. How much does a good 5-axis machining center function? Most manufacturers buy twice a year. Does anyone know? 700, 650, 700,000 Swiss francs if it's a Swiss machine. I have one in my line, so of course I use that as an example. A good piece of equipment costs pretty much about the same thing. So this thing about cost has a lot to do with your will. I mean, understanding. There were some companies. We have 5 bold clients who decided to take a chance and at a certain time acquire one last machine center and buy a machine like this, and are now manufacturing using additive manufacturing. I'm not saying it's not a lot of money. It is expensive. It is an expensive piece of equipment, but like just many other pieces of equipment that we use for manufacturing implants. So it's difficult, sure. Brazil has this culture, which is a little bit different when it comes to new and disruptive processes. That's why I said our clients were quite courageous to do what they did. But the price is dropping. It's not going to drop so much. Maybe these equipments are expensive. They use laser and e-beams. So the price will drop. It is dropping as demand increases, but not really that fast. When it comes to the material transformation, obviously there is a transformation of material that needs to be controlled. Just like today, when you buy a cobalt chrome raw material, you send that to microfusion, and that cobalt chrome suffers a transformation when you are building your knee implant. The same things need to be considered. Is it going to change? Yes. The cooling rate is different. Yes. For example, if I'm working with laser, the cooling rate is huge. That generates a lot of residual tension. If I'm working with a hot process like electron beam, I can keep the raw material close to the fusion temperature, so much less residual tension. And the same thing applies to the transformation in the metallographic matrix. So This is metallurgy, like I said before. The same things I should consider in the fusion process should be considered here. However, manufacturers, they worried about that sooner. I'll give you one example of the companies we work with. They deliver a machine to produce titanium 64 according to the standard 16627-8, together with the report why we reached that metallography, the mechanical properties, and everything in order to ensure that that piece of equipment is producing in compliance with the standard. Of course, if you're going to work in research, then it's a whole different story. You have to do a parameter assessment and a number of other things. But all big manufacturers for these equipments will tell you, if you use the right powder and if you use these instructions, you get the right material. Come on, boss. Congratulations, Fabio, on your presentation. I have a question related to the use of additive manufacturing for orthopedic implants. We see that some implants, they are in an application that is going to bear load, like a load-bearing implant, like in a hip, and other implants are not load-bearing, like in a skull. Yesterday, when Mr. Helmut Link was presenting, he talked about the fact that he uses a hip technique for all the products that he manufactures using 3D printing, which is quite an advanced high-pressure treatment. So there is a strengthening of the material to resist great loads. In your opinion, for these load-bearing applications, do you see that the hip technique would be essential, or do you think that with traditional thermal treatments, we can reach enough mechanical resistance? Powder bed fusion generates components or the specified material, and with the specified porosity and with the metallographic I'm sorry, I forgot the term. So with this specific metallographic condition, the majority of the materials that are produced, for example, using titanium 64, will have, for example, if you're doing laser processing that generates more porosity, around 99.7. If you're using in a hot process like e-beam, 94.5. Fatigue, and when you talk about load, we have to think about fatigue. It comes from a pore. So, HIP is one way to mitigate that. However, there's a relationship between fatigue, strength. So with very long lengths, you should worry more about that. So for example, if we talk about an acetabular implant, some manufacturers use HIP, others don't. And then you can ask why? Well, because for the majority of cases that we have seen, at least the most recent cases, they don't do it because they have run all the tests and they have reached the conclusion that for that component, it wouldn't be a problem. It's bulk, it's cattle, it's going to be there. We don't have any torsion or fatigue strengths acting on the component. Older ones have HIP equipments in-house. They are used of using HIP in everything they produce. So just go with it. HIP is an expensive process. So you should do that assessment. Many times, HIP is used because of those reasons. We are used to it. We don't want to run an analysis to determine if it's necessary or not, or if that level of porosity will generate any issue. We don't want to test if the structure the metallographic structure will actually make a difference. So let's just use hip. So this is more familiar. So the thing with hip is that, in my opinion, it should be assessed. Many people use hip when it's not needed. I forgot to answer one thing about the cost. The main example that I give is on the acetabulum. The acetabulum that is manufactured using additive manufacturing costs half to be produced using that expensive piece of equipment, half than what a machined acetabulum with plasma spray would cost.
I would just like to add something to my question. So still on thermal treatments after processing through additive manufacturing, the standards for raw materials for titanium alloys, just like you said, you process to meet the mechanical and chemical standards to the ones of historical use that have clinical use of success. So my question is, these historical standards like F67, they have requirements for, they have both chemical and mechanical requirements, like minimum tension to meet length, for example. So do you understand that we need to meet only the chemical elements and we can negotiate on the mechanical ones? No. It's non-negotiable. If it's on the standard, we have to meet them. We have learned that with you. Oh, thanks for that. Right. So just to add on what you said, I'm not sure if you already know, but we are rewriting the standard for raw materials F3001. And we have been having a discussion about that thing. They want to put two requirements there. One for the as built and the other one for the as treated. As built by the equipment and as treated by thermal treatment. That does not make any sense. It's a huge discussion we have been debating, just like you said. You know, we have German people there, FDA people there. Of course, we have to write the standard stating that it has to be done so and so with what's needed. They want to do the following. This is the necessary, but since we have a lot of people doing things with their own processes, they do not want to, you know, lose that technical advantage because they say, well, I have my equipment, I have everything, and it has to be 960 MPa. Are you going to put 826 or 960 on the standard? And that person that is running on 826 is going to have an advantage compared to me that I have to spend more to get to the 960, you know? That's exactly my question. So do you see that to get to the 960 MPa, you will always have to do thermal treatment, or no, you can develop a process, or you can work on the chemical side or on the cooling rate? Today you have, you know, fantastic studies talking about that. I was reading a study about a titanium 64 alloy study where they do 4 different microstructures in the same 4x4 block of metallography. So, you know, it's relative. Of course, there's the need for development and for research. So if you tell me, well, I'm a manufacturer and I want a standard on the machine, you will sign here that is going to come out just like F3001, and it's going to meet the standard, and that's it. That's what I want. But we have to have margins for innovation, for research, to improve things. Sometimes we get, you know, we worsen things, but we want to improve things. So, of course, you have margins. But the main thing about this business is, why do they want to have two standards? Because you have two sources of energy, and electrobeam and laser, a cold and a hot process. The laser process needs a thermal treatment, so they will already conduct thermal treatment, and then they will do, a little bit higher. And that other guy that does not need the thermal treatment, they will get a little bit more money on top of that, right? Being really honest with you. And that's, don't get me wrong, all standards are consensus. But, people go, oh, I have to do thermal treatment. Already include, please include another requirement. Of course it's better. I agree with that. But do we need to do that? Is it really necessary? It's the same thing about the discussion about the cortical bone. Is it 200 MPa or 20 or 200 MPa, and titanium is 110 MPa, or yeah, on F136. 20 giga and 110 giga. Do we need 110? Yes. If it's necessary, to write it down, But if it's not, then we end up having those debates and discussions, Just like you said this morning, WTO and the Germans, that's part of our job. Okay, that's fine. It's part of our job to deal with all those issues. Fabio, congratulations on the, such a successful presentation. I have a lot of questions here. We have Marcelo and Nancy, but time is already upon us. You just manage time. I have all the time in the world. If you give me if you send me the questions, I promise to answer all of them via email. But before that, I would like to, ask if Marcia is not going to ask any questions. All right. So I will try to consolidate several questions in one. So we talked about customized implants, but there's an application also for replacing a manufacturing process. Well, on the shelf is where the money lies. So trying to consolidate several questions. Do good manufacturing practices change a lot when we're talking about customization? And what would be the limitations? Why do not we have, especially in Brazil, more manufacturers using this technique? Well, there's the thing with cost, It's not everyone that's going to invest, 50 plus taxes and just send me the machine. This is complicated. And considering Brazilian culture, because of the historical difficulties that we have, it's difficult to invest in a new technology where you do not have, 100% of knowledge, and you just, invest in it. So that's a limiting factor. Another one would be, a lack of knowledge. For example, Lima has already 180,000 implants manufactured and sold. Adler and Stryker, a whole bunch. Link came here yesterday. They have 6 machines producing. Smith and Nephew are also manufacturing with the same technology. So the thing with investments is a limiting factor. That's, for our culture, incentive systems. Brazil is a cyclical country. So, sometimes we tend to invest when time is good, but when the machine arrives, we have a change in government and everything changes, and we have no idea how the economic scenario will be. So all these difficulties add up to the problem why there's not so many people using it. When we're talking about GMPs, are you talking about risk management? Right, so the standards are there. for IQ, OQ, PQ, so qualification of facilities, qualification of operations, and qualification of performance. We have requirements for points of manufacturing, for additive manufacturing. At ISO, we call it Mini 13485, and that, deals with the quality management. There's a whole framework to provide good manufacturing practices. And again, standardization is a consensus that is being used throughout the world. What about NBRs in Brazil? These NBRs, they are pure NBRs, quote unquote, because they were developed based on the standard knowledge, an analysis of the standardization, but they are new and our own standards because they were released to the medical market before the medical market launched them outside, abroad. So I do not have an ISO that talks about raw materials, titanium 64 for 3D printing. We do not have that abroad, but our market needed that. So that's why we developed that pure NBR. And same goes for other subjects. The trend, and that's something to be decided in a committee, is once we have that standards reaching the medical committees of ISO and ASTM, maybe we will start to cancel ours here and we'll start to adopt these new international standards. Is that correct, boss? Did I get it right? Okay. So I apologize for the time. Dr. Sergio, do we keep on going or? Please wait for the mic to get to you.
I just wanted to highlight that even though this might sound exotic, having implants with unusual formats to meet the needs of patients that have undergone many different surgeries. So it might sound exotic, but in the end, the future of this process is for off-the-shelf products. It's not the future, actually, it's the present, it's now. Lima manufactures 40,000 implants a year. They're off the shelf. Stryker, a similar number. Link, a whole bunch of them. So it is a technology of the present. And the cash flow for additive manufacturing in medical implants come from off-the-shelf products. For example, an acetabulum implant, like I said, is 50% cheaper if you produce it using additive manufacturing. If I sell each implant for 1,000 reals, I used to spend 500 to make it. Now I'm spending 250. That's where all the good stuff is. Do we have time for in Metro? Fabio, I'm curious about something. You said that there is a great number of implants that were already inserted. Is there any difference in the post-market results? Yeah, many. The Delta TT from Lima has a great study. It's OTT. I'm not an expert on that area for post-market and results, but the results are excellent. We have a lot of documentation about that. All manufacturers like to discuss it, so you will be able to find a lot of information about that, especially for implants with osteointegration, which is much accelerated. I also learned about primary and secondary fixation. This type of geometry has a very good impact on both types of fixation. So there are a lot of great results out there. In Metro, no? You are in Metro, Rafa. 6 minutes late. Come on. Congratulations, Fabio. I learned a lot from you today, just like I have learned in the past years. But what about the cleaning process? How critical it is? Because depending on the complexity of the piece, and because it's a porous piece, powder can be stuck to it. You really have to think about that in the design stage, because it's a porous structure with a pore smaller than the powder that you're used to produce it, you're starting off wrong. So that's the first thing to think about. But does it need to be the size of the powder? No, it needs to be the size of the powder plus something else. Are you going to synthesize or pre-synthesize the powder, aggregate it? What about the floatability of the powder before and after? And then it has to do with what Darlan said about changes in the material during the process. So there are a number of elements that should be taken into account. And just to keep on being transparent, additive manufacturing also have its dirty little secrets. So it is important to pay attention to the difficulties. When I talk about dirty little secrets, I'm talking about the difficulties that any process inherently has. So you need to pay attention to what you're doing. If the pore size is small, and you're gonna have powder stuck in there, you're not gonna be able to remove it. But is it a problem? If the powder cannot be removed from the implant when it's being cleaned, and I can prove it, it's never going anywhere, is this a problem for patient? No, it's the same raw material from the implant, from the chemical perspective. So this is a good topic of conversation. Should we go? Congratulations, Fabio. I think this was definitely an interesting and clarifying presentation. We received a lot of questions, which only demonstrates how interested everyone is in this discussion. So congratulations again of Bridie and Visa. Thank you for the opportunity. All the best. The organizers of the fourth seminar on medical devices would like to thank Mr. Danilo Marcos and Mr. Fabio Santana for their participation. Now we are going to have a 15-minute coffee break, and we will be back to discuss reliance, a critical assessment.
Eu peço aos senhores que, por gentileza, acomodem-se em seus lugares.
Hello, everyone. Please be seated. So today we still have two panels. We have talked about safety and efficacy of implants. We talked about AI systems of support and decision, ethics and regulation, and we also debated how mobile devices and AI are transforming the experience of the user in the healthcare sector. We have also discussed about usability studies, ergonomy, and instructions of use. Another debate that we also had was regarding the application of additive manufacturing in the workflow of medical devices manufacturing. Now, our next theme will be reliance, a critical assessment. And in order to start that conversation, I would like to invite Sergio Rocha on the stage to be the moderator of this next panel. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. Gonçalo Vecina. He's a physician of the faculty or the University of São Paulo, Department of Public Health. Good afternoon, everyone. So whenever I have a discussion or conversation with Dr. Gonçalo Vecina, at first, I am already thrilled to be, sitting on the side of Dr. Vecina, such an important figure for the regulatory area and for his work conducted throughout the years. So it's always an honor to debate. I never debate with him, actually. I always only learn. So we are going to talk about reliance. So I think we have a generous time to talk about reliance. And like I said, I only learn with you. And I thank you in advance for being here, for accepting our invitation. So please, the floor is yours. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Dr. Sergio Rocha and Sergio Madeira. I have attended the previous panel, and I kind of missed, the times when I used to participate in congresses and to discuss complex themes. Just like the speaker, talked about the topic, he tried to clarify that this is nothing from another world, but everything has its complexity. When Sergio invited me to talk about reliance, I thought, what is that? Because I work at a different department of public policies and the national health system. So I had to understand a little bit about it. And this is a concern that we already had early in the years 2000 when we started to create Anvisa and structure Anvisa. So we had that discussion back then. And since there is the discussion in several sectors, the question is, why is there a discussion anyways? Because the initial feeling was that, is it something that sometimes resurfaces? It's just like dollarization of the economy. Why is that? Because the US dollar is a good currency, and because we need to have money going in and out. So, but when we need to have the Brazilian real, but why is there the need to have the existence of the Brazilian real? Well, we write in Portuguese, we speak Portuguese, we have borders, we have our national currency, our values and culture. So health surveillance and the health agencies and the system for monitoring the products in healthcare have their own set of explanations. So Sergio said, well, but there's a problem when we talk about reliance in devices, because the half-life of a device is different from a half-life from a drug. And we know that, the subject of contamination within Anvisa and other agencies, we know about the contamination, promoted by drugs. Even if we have technology increasing in the sector, we are talking about originally about 2,000 types of drugs with different presentations. But when we're talking about devices, we're talking about 500,000 items, maybe even more, and with a life cycle that is completely different from medications. In medications, we have, patents and the expiration date of patents, the single paragraph of the Chapter 40 of the patent legislation. So it has its own specificities. So let's discuss the specificities of this sector. I think this is something that has to be revisited with the health agency. The wait times have to be thought differently. Why do we have to have the bureaucracy of registration? That is due to basically 5 issues, and I am sure that you know the 5 reasons very well. I would like to make a deeper approach on the 2 last ones. First one is safety, the second one is efficacy, a third one is quality, and good manufacturing practices guarantee homogeneity in the additive manufacturing inclusive. The fourth one is access. Access is a political issue here in Brazil. And access is in part due to the health agency, because the construction of access happens at Conitec in Brazil. And in most of the civilized countries, when they want to incorporate technology, they have to evaluate technology in health. And that is not something old. Since when are we doing that? It's quite recent. This originated at the end of the 1990s, beginning of the 2000s, as a regular discipline. Canada has been doing that since the end of 1970s. So you will find a lot of things written by Canadian people in the literature. But we spent the decades of 1970, 1980 with 15, 20 products that had this health evaluation of technology. But with biotechnology and new technologies, including in devices, the assessment of health technology became essential to justify the incorporation of a technology that brought more life, but more costs. And there are things that we're not able to solve yet. And that's very important in the device sector. Let's talk about robotic surgeries, for example. Who is able to do that? Those with money. They can buy the equipment. Who uses the equipment? Whoever wants to use the equipment can use it. Oh, but you have to have a proctor. So if I have enough money, can I buy one? Yes, I can. The Syro-Lebanese hospital, together with Albert Einstein in Brazil, were the pioneers with robotic surgery here. So I saw the incorporation of that type of technology, And I have seen some medical personalities try to use robotic surgery and give up because they were really good at open surgery and were old enough not to be able to play with a joystick, so to speak. And so they abandoned robotic surgery. But there is, a lot of advantages against open surgery from the patient standpoint. But till today, anyone who wants it can do robotic surgery. There's no rule. There's nothing, incorporated, defined about the incorporation of that technology. So this is crucial, in your area, considering the way things are spread out in your area. It's essential because it increases the final cost of the product. So access is something that needs more attention than what we have paid so far. The assessment of technology is part of it, but that's just a stage. Products that have a lot of relevance will be incorporated eventually. Last week, we had the incorporation by the market of cystic fibrosis. The decision was made. Zolgensma, that thing is already solved. We don't know yet how it's going to play out. So we have to understand a little bit that complexity. If we do not do that, we will just see that people are just not willing to do things, but there's a specific pathway that we need to take. So access is a crucial matter everywhere in the world, including in Brazil. It's not really well solved because I think that Conitec has problems. So we have to rethink Conitec. We have to rethink Conitec looking at Nice. It's an autonomous agency. Conitec is not an autonomous agency. So we saw that when they decided to approve chloroquine. Because seven members out of 13 are nominated, appointed by the minister. So whatever the minister wants under certain conditions will go. So that is not an agency that is able to decide about such important matters like that one. So that is why we have to look closer to access. But is that interesting to suppliers, to the network that you represent? It should. This is a problem that concerns the whole value chain. So we have to look at access. And the first issue, which is the most important one for me, is the economic value of that item in the value production within the healthcare service for society. So what is the big problem of reliance? It's when we do not have equivalence. So I, deliver to a manufacturer or a country the possibility of dealing with their products, but they do not have equivalence. We have discussed that at the beginning of the agency. And my argument was that one exactly. I can discuss with any country. We did not talk about reliance. We did not use that term at the time. But we wanted, equivalence. But we are a third world country. So at that time, the health agency, specifically when dealing with devices, was not taken seriously. I think that has changed a lot today. Brazil has evolved a lot and is present in the most important discussions throughout the world when we're talking about these products. So I think it is possible to conduct discussions about that, but it has to take into account that fifth issue, the ability that we have in Brazil to generate a space or generate room for value production in the society. And we have to remember that we have to remember that we have a unified health system in Brazil, and that represents a market of 220 million consumers. Do we have problem in universalizing that? Of course we do. And those problems are intimately related to funding. But there are other issues that concern, that matter, management and so on. And so there's a path of problems that we have to deal with so that becomes a real market. Besides the real market of 220 million consumers, we have 50 million people that have private health insurance. We do not have people that have access to everything. That is only, England. And that spends in private health insurance what the government spends for the rest of the population. That's around 230, 260 billion Brazilian reals, what's spent with the unified health system and with private insurance. That's fourfold the per capita cost. So there's a wealth there that is being explored and should be explored, but that should generate value for the country. So the discussion about reliance has to take that into account. How are we able to have a proper trade-off for the Brazilian society and for the health care as a whole? So I think we have to, consider that. And it's not an easy subject, right? We're talking about the sanitary rule, and the issue of reliance will not be solved within the health agency. I'm sure that other bodies that deal with economic analysis, CADE, the Secretary of Economic Rights, Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Industry, all of them have something to do with it. So, of course, there are a lot of obstacles regarding reliance, and that has not only to do with the health agency. So we have to think about those pathways. And I think that this type of discussion starts with the sanitary regulation. An alternative to that would be the exceptions. Of course, we have to discuss the exceptions because, whenever we're discussing about that, people remind me of exceptions and try to make exceptions the rule. Brazil has recently imported insulin without registration because there's a lack of insulin in Brazil. This is an exception. Okay. We imported vaccines without registrations. We stopped manufacturing the BCG vaccine, so we had to import from India. So that's an exception. So exceptions will continue to exist. And exceptions exist because under certain circumstances, we have to, solve these exceptions. But that there's nothing more than that. So we have to understand the complexity of the scenario, and within that environment, we have to try to find some guidelines that we could use or apply. So I think the sector should encourage this type of discussion, but for me, this discussion has to deal with all these elements that I have just mentioned. Of course, I'm not that, in that discussion that you have been doing. So I apologize beforehand if I made any mistakes. All right, Dr. Vicina, thank you so much for your initial remarks. And I think my role here is to, ask questions so that we can hear your opinion about some interesting issues. When we talk about reliance, and we had, Daniela Cerqueira talking about that in our first talk of the day yesterday. She talked about regulatory convergence and showed us a little bit, the differences. We have been working with regulatory convergence for a while now. Brazil is part of that discussion globally through Anvisa, and the idea is to level, the play field for everyone. So yesterday we discussed that in terms of acceptance of products from certain countries, in theory, we would only trust Australia, Canada, Japan, and the United States. So with that, we would be, okay with that. But when you go to Europe, there's a recent example in Germany about counterfeit products for anesthesia. So when we talk about regulatory convergence and reliance, and if we have situations like that one in Germany, a country where something like that should never happen. I mean, how did those records get falsified, and how did that happen in a country like Germany? Does that pose like an obstacle for the discussions, the ongoing discussions? We have discussed the subject, 10 years ago at a different Congress. So maybe, isn't that a new way of holding on to that? Because during COVID, we had convergence to facilitate the entrance of medications. So as an example, you just talked about insulin because we do not have enough production. And if there's a need for a higher volume, we have to trust, the countries where we're importing from. So maybe this example from Germany draws the attention to the following. I mean, if a country like that has a problem like that, then are we able to trust other countries other than those 4 ones? Well, again, exceptions are exceptions. I think that what happened in Germany may, make us, may surprise us. But in Brazil, we had ciproterone, a prostate treatment medication, and at the time I was responsible for the procurement department, and I purchased falsified ciproterone because a distributor from the city of Belo Horizonte brought that to us. And so we discussed a lot about counterfeit products. And whenever human beings are able to do their art in a bad sense, it will happen, So it happened in Germany, but it absolutely could happen in Japan, the United States, or Canada. And I'm not sure if the US is able to identify this type of counterfeit because the system is so much fragmented. But what happened during COVID? There was a lack of ventilators. There was a lack of gloves. There was a lack of PPEs. There was a lack of everything, because those with an access to sell saw an increase in consumption. We were intubating, and I remember seeing those numbers, around 10% of the patients. So during that crisis, we started to intubate like 30% of patients. So what kind of industry has the ability to increase its production by 30%? Who has an idle ability of 30%? No industry has such thing. It's a lot of money, down the drain. Chinese and Indians, they have an ability to produce to their domestic market and to export part of it. These are companies that were created to supply the global market within a different supplying project that happened after the globalization process in the 1990s. But this is something new, and we did not learn how to operate and navigate in those waters.
So everything that we have already discussed on reliance, everything that we have already discussed on standard harmonization continues to hold truth. I think this search for harmonization is pretty much covered with these conferences. In medication, ICH was able to get close to the harmonization for the pharmaceutical industry. Today, the biosimilarity rules, which is a little bit more complicated, but between Japan, the European Union, and the United States, they are at the same level. And Brazil copied. Thank God we didn't create anything from scratch. We copied the best rules that exist in the world in order to produce biosimilar products in Brazil. I remember having this discussion. I remember discussing with the Regional Council of Medicine from the state of Amazonas what bioequivalence meant in the beginning of the year 2000. Physicians would say 500 milligrams of ampicillin and 500 milligrams of ampicillin from China. They had no idea that pharmacokinetics were basically an input to pharmacodynamics. They had no idea. So it was a very difficult discussion to have at the moment when it comes to generic drugs. Well, today we have overcome that. Generic drugs is not the use of the common Brazilian denomination, but it's the discussion of pharmacokinetics, considering the idea of pharmacodynamics. For biosimilar products, we're looking at pharmacodynamics. Pharmacokinetics is not enough. So we have learned to reach harmonization in medications. But now, for devices, like I said, the number of items is so large that the level of difficulty is different. For example, the discussion that we just watched before on additive manufacturing in comparison to the traditional manufacturing process, which is something new. It's completely new. And the regulation, and this is another difficult thing to understand. The legal rule looks at the practice. The practice always comes first. Oh, you still haven't done anything about it? No, we haven't done anything. It's so new. We weren't able to do so. Once we learn about it, then we can do something. So the regulation comes after the experience, after we have make a critical analysis and the knowledge that we acquire on these things. So this discussion about the porosity of the material, this is an essential discussion, of course, but it requires knowledge. And this knowledge comes from this accumulated knowledge that is built throughout time. So the discussion of reliance will also depend on that. So we must sit together with the health regulations agency, and we need to discuss with it. We have to think about the waiting time and the life cycle of a product in if it's a device, and we have to participate in international discussions whenever possible. and try to determine which countries would accept an equivalence agreement. I think that the equivalence agreement one day will become a reality. But for that, industry in each country cannot feel threatened. Because if the industry feels threatened, they won't do anything. Oh, there are things we're not going to produce here. The name of that is an exception. And we deal with exceptions as they are, as exceptions, not considering them to be the general rules. I agree with 99% of what you said, I think, because today what we saw when it comes to the policy from different governments and countries looking at the scenario as a whole is that everybody is going to take care of their own interests, and that takes us back to the pandemic. Oh, unfortunately, economic power was what determined certain situations. Those who could pay more for it got what they needed faster. On the other hand, pandemic destroyed the idea of globalization. It showed when things got complicated that each country was trying to defend itself, which is normal. Otherwise, there wouldn't be wars happening. So it's part of the deal. But I think the more we work on equivalence, perhaps the faster these problems will be solved. But of course, we have to respect the economic situation, the economic power, the desire of each country. Of course, this is part of the deal. But I see that sometimes we lack a little bit more of willingness to speed up this process. It's what I mentioned related to convergence. We have been having these discussions for such a long time, and we still haven't found a defined way to have everyone speaking the same language. So in the end, patients and population can, reap the benefits of that, regardless of where they are. I agree. So I think that these topics should be discussed in more forums, yes, but I always believe that we should be more agile and effective. What is essential is for each player to play the best way they can. You are industry, so you care about the industry. So what should you do? You should defend the set of ideas that you stand for. What should the national industry do? We should defend its own set of ideas. What should the health surveillance do? Defend those 5 elements that I listed, amongst which we have the domestic market. I never forget about what we did with the insulin industry in Brazil, Biobras. Selling Biobras for Novo Nordisk happened because of lack of competence by the Brazilian government in understanding what it meant to have a company like Biobras that manufactured good quality insulin using the most advanced technology available at the time, an industry that could continue to advance. But Biobras had to abide by the same rules of external, the foreign trade, selling domestically. Biobras had one product called insulin. Brazil represents 3% of the global insulin market. The 4 or 5 major players producing insulin in the world, because insulin is part of an oligopoly in the world, if you look at the definition of the word. So, and 3 are in Brazil. 3 of them are in Brazil. On average, they have 10 to 15% of market share globally. By buying insulin, we have to do a request for proposals, and Biobras should pay import taxes in order to comply with isonomy rules. Request for proposals is an instrument that the state uses so it can find the best proposal and isonomy between all the participants. And to ensure isonomy, Biobras had to add to its product price the import tax price, because all the competitors paid import duties in order to bring their products to Brazil. However, if Biobras couldn't sell once, there was no one that it could sell to. It only sold to the Brazilian state, the major buyer for insulin. So then one day, a company decided to acquire Biobras, and then we said, okay, take it. And then what happened? So long factory. What is the consequence for a country that doesn't think about the value, whatever meaning you want to attribute to the term? But what is the meaning of that for the country? A country that has a system that ensures access to insulin for its population. So it's a much, much deeper and complex problem. But what we call industrial policies, that once in a while the Chicago boys and the people from financial market state that this is something the government or the state shouldn't worry about and the market can handle itself. It's not like that. And it's not like that in any of the countries in the civilized world. I don't know about North Korea, but in the United States, I do know that the states participate in the construction of public policies for, or at least within certain lines. So we have to understand more about this complexity so we don't do something that is actually going to be detrimental to us in the end. Unfortunately, I'm sure you remember what a late Brazilian politician used to say, though, there are other interests in place, and sometimes they are more or taken more seriously than the common good. So I think we need to look at these things from a different perspective. Today we are discussing the health industrial complex, and I think all associations and entities are involved in the process. But when you go to the detail level, we realize how complex it is to deal with all the stakeholders. And unfortunately, these stakeholders, they have their own interests, or sometimes it's a company's interest, sometimes it belongs to an individual. And then we end up forgetting about the common good of our nation. And that's why I say we need to play the game. How do we play the game? First, you need to know the rules, and you need to have the right knowledge for the good use of those rules. So if we all play the best game we possibly can, society is going to benefit. So you, as the industry, you have the obligation to fight for what you're fighting for. And Visa has to play its role, and the other players the same. The national capital industry should play its role. Everybody needs to be part of this game, playing the game as well as they can. I like to use a term that we have been discussing a lot for the past few years, which is we cannot have a single discussion in healthcare without including all the stakeholders. The industry needs to be there, medical societies, hospitals, regulatory authorities. Otherwise, one stakeholder's interest will surpass others. We only have 4 minutes left, so perhaps I'm going to break the protocol. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question from the audience. So actually, no questions. That's what I received, actually. We don't have questions from the audience. So perhaps we can open for questions from the audience who's here. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Vecina? This is the moment. Oh, we have 2 questions. It's not really a question. It's more of a comment. And of course, I have to congratulate you, Dr. Vecina, on your great history. And you have allowed for all of us to experience this great history with you. I have a few gray hair, so I've been following you for a long time. And the topic of reliance, which is the topic of this panel, is an extremely gratifying discussion, because we started with a model that required Anvisa to regulate on everything, and that led to that huge production of standards. And then we went through a review moment. After that, we had to inspect and provide surveillance on all the different aspects and all the production facilities. And we would say, it isn't possible. And then they would say, no, we can do it. Professors can follow the inspections. And people would say, it's not possible. And the 17 people working at CIPROD couldn't go. Professors couldn't follow the inspection for legal reasons. And we couldn't do it. So we had those 6 years of waiting time, even with all the actions that we did in order to deal with some of the manufacturers or importers. But it was perhaps the final push that we needed to realize the importance of working together, working with our peers, and find other regulatory tools that could actually help us. And that's when Anvisa became a part of IMDRF. And once that happened, we started the discussion. MDSEP ended up solving these problems. Anvisa was one of the first agency to quite courageously embrace this idea. And the discussion about reliance, which was a summer night's dream, actually became a reality. And today we have a stronger, more consistent use of this tool, looking at risk as well, because we are not forced to do that. And that has to do with access. If we want to promote access, many times we don't have all the information. So are we going to prohibit access? We're not going to regulate this until we get all the information? No, let's find the middle ground. Let's accept in a responsible way. Let's have an active surveillance, even in the post-market moment, so we then reach a conclusion. So just a comment and perhaps a praise to you who actually started this whole story. Perhaps you were the first one to have a dream, and you invited all of us to dream together with you. And this continues to be important when we think about this new production model that is no longer production in a single facility. And in a situation like that, you need to reorganize the production chain, participating more actively on the global chains with research, fostering innovation, with local or regional production of not everything, because it wouldn't make sense, but at least having the competence to change gears depending on need, emergency, or strategic interest for the country. So I think it's more of that, just a comment for everyone's reflection. Thank you. Good afternoon. Dr. Vecina, thank you for sharing your ideas with all of us. It's always an honor and a pleasure to hear you speak. Perhaps I'm going to present a different perspective, different from Carlos. It's undeniable that how much the Brazilian society has developed and grown with the inclusion of our agency in the global arena. The forum of regulators, this idea of convergence was definitely very positive, and we are reaping the results of that. But my first comment is, we have been working to prioritize risk or prioritize an analysis on what generates the risk. And sometimes we leave a certain room for those products that offer a lower risk. Well, this is the direction that the major agencies are going, and not including Anvisa in that list. But there's a detail. Other agencies from the US, Europe, Japan, they have been discussing a topic that for us is quite uncomfortable, which is the post-market. So for decades, these countries have been preparing for the post-market. So I don't know if for a quality reason or maluse, for whatever reason, we have an adverse event, the crisis that the owner of the product is going to face, both legally and financially because of the fines, will pretty much require them to shut their doors. This works, and it works fast. Unfortunately, we are not prepared to do the same in Brazil. Post-market is quite inefficient if it exists. I think we have all had an experience of sending these complaints to Anvisa. It gets lost inside the agency. The system is not centralized. It depends on local surveillance to have enough gas in the tank of their cars to actually drive to the place and conduct an inspection for. So it doesn't work. And unfortunately, we apologize. His microphone is with technical problems.
So that, is unacceptable when we're talking about a health product because, most of the time, patients do not choose to use that certain product. You use it when you're in the no R, and you just closed your eyes and what happened to you? It's different from buying a cheap or an expensive fridge, for example, with higher or lower quality. And if the fridge breaks down, then that's on me. So that's one of the reasons, that the national industry poses as a difficulty. I agree with you. And that's the diagnosis. I think the medicine is different. The medicine is we have to improve our structures. If we are not able to improve our structures, the market will suffer. And Visa does not exist because of the state. It exists because of society. So when we created Anvisa, there was a convergence of the will of the market with the will of the state, or else we wouldn't have Anvisa. So what's important is to demand that from the state. We have to, go to the press. We have to go to the public bodies because, there's no other way. Good afternoon, Dr. Vicina. It's an honor to be able to interact with you representing Anvisa. It's really an honor. At Anvisa, we have been working with Reliance for quite a long time. There is already regulation, a base regulation for that. And now it's time for us to deal with the application of that mechanism on medical devices. I agree with Geoffrey. There are inefficiencies regarding post-market. Brazil is a huge country, a continental country. It has an enormous market, and so there are inefficiencies. But with that being said, I wanted to look at the market itself because we have regulations that are becoming increasingly more convergent with other markets. IMDRF is our basis for that. We also have a very successful case, which is MD-SAP, mentioned by Carlos Gouveia. This has been, a huge success. We have almost 3,000 plants certified through that mechanism, and the opportunity for medical devices for technicians at Anvisa is that besides allowing a faster analysis of dossiers and faster access to technologies for the Brazilian market and for the users, it allows us to implement Brazilian products in other countries, because we have been receiving in our discussions, that once other agencies identified that Brazil is moving around, regarding reliance, then other authorities have been consulting us regarding that, to be able to use the records used by Anvisa in their own regulatory processes. So one of the important things that we do, and I would like to highlight, is that the reliance process currently designed by Anvisa is not intended to be an automatic recognition, but a shortening of that analysis. So you are going to use previous work and you will reduce duplicated efforts. So that's the plan that we consider, ideal, optimal. So I would like to ask you, opening other markets for the domestic industry is something that is feasible, or are there other cases that happened in other countries that you could mention? I really liked what you just said. I think it's very positive and brave, a positive and brave statement. But this is a discussion we have to have with society in general. I think that could be the way, but I particularly would like to hear more from other bodies that have to deal with scientific and technological development and the capital industry as well. I think this discussion is really important, and whose main feature is transparency for society. If people start talking about, when we talk about transparency, everyone start talking about it, it could become a confusion. So the state has to be prepared to deal with that. And I think, that's a very good path, and you are already, taking the right direction. I think time is upon us, so I would like to congratulate everyone again for organizing this event, and thank you for having me. Dr. Vecina, thank you so much. It's always an honor to have you. I would like to thank the audience, both in person and online. And let's move on, because time doesn't stop. Well, thank God for that. Thank you. So we would like to thank Dr. Gonçalo Vecina and Sergio Rocha for their participation. The processing of devices in centrals of sterilization materials is our next theme. Sergio Madeira is the technical director at Abride to moderate this talk. Welcome, Dr. Sergio. And our speaker is Ana Miranda from NACE CME. She is from the Center of Material and Sterilization. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're in difficult spots, the first speaker and the last speaker. So I would like to thank everyone for staying till late. I would like to congratulate Abride and Anvisa for organizing this event. And I would like to thank Dr. Sergio for, this opportunity for our sector of nursing. And I would like to talk to you a little bit about how we work, in terms of sterilization, contamination, and bioburden, which relates to what Dr. Evelyn talked about in so much detail. And I think our scenario is a little bit more complex. I'm not going to talk about my biography, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the context of nursing in Brazil and in Brazil hospital institutions. So a lot of what I talk here, regarding AI and IoT, much of this, the pandemic and all the problems that came from that to healthcare providers, I think that all have been talked about. We also have the minimum salary that is creating a lot of problems in our area, because you gain on one side and you lose on the other side. And also outsourcing that increased during COVID and increased even more, and that also harms the nursing staff, because once we have outsourcing within a hospital, not necessarily the team that works at the material center will be used. So this is what I'm trying to show you. And I would like to, share with you that we are working under a lot of pressure. And we also have the resolution of the Federal Council of Pharmacy that is in conflict with the premises of nursing as responsible for the Center of Materials and Sterilization. So we have the salaries, the resolution, there's the issue of mental health, and that associated to moral harassment. So it's a set of situations that lead to a high rate of rotation and the high levels of insatisfaction. And so I would like you to pay attention to these issues so that we can improve the communication with the users of these products, because when I started creating this presentation, I had conversations with people and I noticed the lack of communication among yourselves. You say, oh, I cannot talk about that with a nurse because they will not then place my material on the table. I was appalled by finding that out. I could never imagine that we would be at this point. So it's imperative that we leave this room thinking about measures to improve our relationship. Here we have some data, numbers from our Federal Council of Nursing. We have over 2 million employees, mostly women working in the national health system. 59 to 60% of nurses is moved. So the nursing moves the national health system in the country. So our social responsibility is gigantic. Historically, in Brazil, nurses have always been taking care of sterilization. And today, the NASCE tries to get to know who works at the Center of Materials. And we see that those at these centers of materials are nurses. Around 94.9% are nurses that are responsible for the sector. It's not really a comfortable situation. It will be comfortable once we are able to show that 94.9% of people make a difference, and that difference is represented in terms of quality. I will only make a difference if I have knowledge, if I show my knowledge, and if I constantly update myself. Because as we saw today, there is a constant technological advancement, and we have to be prepared to be able to process all those materials with all their complexities. So we're going to talk about processment for orthopedic implants and surgical instruments, the interfaces of its processing, and the challenges in developing and implementing policies in the system of supply, which is not a regulated one, and that's where we also have other problems. So what do we have here? When we talk about sterilization, and I'm quoting Dr. Emily, and of course, other speakers were brilliant, but she really talked about the importance of the science of sterilization. So I normally say that working at CME is to make packages. And when I talk about the context of nurses, is for them to understand and come down from the bench to see that they're at a much larger context. So we've heard this afternoon talking about the engineering of human factors and how that affects the processing of medical devices. And we talked about the practice. And we take all of that and put it into practice. We identify a gap between what's suggested and what's possible to be done in practice. So it's important to bring those scientists and everything that's possible so that we can make everything closer to practice. And that, unfortunately, has not been happening, and that's my personal opinion. So if we look at this slide, this is a single-use product, right? The orthopedic implant. The standard states that those making a product that should be sterilized should follow the instructions of use, but the standard doesn't state reuse. So the first point is I need to understand these symbols. I have to know how this product was registered. Who is accountable for that if the product is reprocessed, and if that product is part of RDC 156 that talks about the negative lists of products, and orthopedic implants are part of that. So standards, regulations, processes, human factors, practice. How can we balance all of that? There is a problem. We cannot pretend that the problem does not exist. So like I said, we're talking about patients, we're talking about safety and patients. So what does processing mean? Processing is an activity to prepare a medical device, new or used one, for the intended use. Our RDC number 15 lays out good practices, and in its fifth article, paragraph 2, CME class 2 is the one to do the processing of products for non-critical health products, semi-critical, and critical. In your cases, critical with complex features. There are specific characteristics regarding orthopedic products, and those are, being able to be processed.
On RDC 15, Article 421, we read, processing of health products is comprised of a set of actions that include pre-cleaning, receiving, cleaning, drying, assessment of integrity and functionality, prepare, disinfection or sterilization, storage, and distribution for the consuming units. I would add and highlight the procurement. The CME should be present when a new technology is planned to be acquired. Because it's not enough to bring or implement a new technology if the device cannot be processed. If this device is only or can only be processed at low temperatures, for example, using hydrogen peroxide, I'm talking about the device, not the implant. I still don't know what is the low temperature technology that is compatible with an orthopedic implant. None exists, at least that I'm aware of. They say that there's no compatibility. They say that we don't have enough studies about that. So if I don't work on the acquisition step, I can also compromise the incorporation or the procurement of a certain device. Another important thing has to do with the disposal, something that I will not discuss. I will not discuss how you treat, like it is stated on RDC 15, but how these implants can be disposed. We don't work with reverse logistics, for example, even though we do have an RDC that states that the responsibility of the waste is on the supplier, meaning you. So the CME is a transversal, has a transversal reach. So it has a horizontal presence inside a hospital. Sometimes not even those who work at the Central for Materials has the idea or the notion that they are present in pretty much all hospital departments or units. And sometimes those who do that work is not even recognized by their own peers. So what is the goal or the purpose of the sterilization science? Well, we're talking about the systematic removal of microorganisms and possible toxins from the medical device. And that will help decrease the risk of hospital infections and will contribute to patient safety. On the other hand, this medical device that undergoes processing in the Central for Materials and Sterilization needs to be clean, sterile, functional, and available at the required moment. It's not enough to do all this work and all of a sudden a procedure is canceled. Or when the surgery is already in the OR, the patient has undergone anesthesia, and where's the box? Box not there. So it's no use going through all this work if you don't deliver the product when it is required. So sterilization is a science that works in conjunction with other fields of science and with a lot of technology. And of course, we have microbiology, medicine, because in some centers for materials and sterilization, the team is responsible not only for dealing with the materials, but they have to come up with the surgical kit. I cannot read that if I don't understand about surgical terminology. How can I assemble the materials? How can I differentiate an instrument that is supposed to be used on the left knee from the right knee? That has an impact in the procedure. So different scientific fields are connected with the science of sterilization. So not everyone can do science. So how do we work inside the Center for Materials and Sterilization? First, I need to know about the device about to be processed. Spalding provided us with a risk classification, and he classified medical devices between critical, semi-critical, and non-critical. And as a result of this classification, I choose the most appropriate method for the processing. I can conduct a disinfection, but I can also associate a sterilization to the disinfection. That, of course, depends on the characteristic and on the classification of that specific medical device. So why is it important to know the classification? Surprisingly, we do have some practitioners who cannot really understand the classification. And knowingly, in lower income countries, 1 out of every 10 patients will develop a hospital infection. And within that percentage, 29% of them derive from surgical procedures. So I need to understand the risk classification, knowing that the majority of infections in the surgical site are avoidable. So if I know they are avoidable, what are the tools that I can use in order to mitigate the risk of infection in the surgical site? So some entities, some accreditation entities recommend the use of policies and practices, but such policies and practices should not be written at random. They should be developed in compliance with a theoretical reference. I know we have 3 colleagues from nursing here, but I would like to highlight to them especially that this article, this paper was published in a very important journal. No. So we have a lot of papers published. We have a lot of low quality material. And we don't learn that when we are in nursing school. How to evaluate the impact of a scientific publication, how I can create a protocol if the reference that I'm using comes from a low quality work. So all that needs to be assessed. CME CME is responsible for doing critical process. So this is a critical unit working with critical items and processes. It needs to have a multidisciplinary team, which is integrated with specific technical and scientific knowledge in order to conduct a safe and appropriate processing. So we need to have knowledge and an understanding of the critical level. At certain points, I need to make a decision. And without this critical knowledge, I might make the wrong decision, the inappropriate decision. And when we are talking about the science of sterilization, together with the science of sterilization, we have the concept of a sterile consciousness. And in this concept, there is no semi-right answer. You only have the right one. So I need to have the right knowledge in order to do all that. So what are the associated risks, which are quite different from the risks associated with an industrial sterilization process? So we have the presence, the number, and the virulence of microorganisms. I don't know what is the bioburden that is getting to me. The bioburden can be mapped by the industry, but we can't. We don't have that reference. Not to mention the epidemiological profile of the institution, and the nursing professional should be aware of that. And then we have the site, the training of the team. 80% or more of failures that take place inside a central of materials result from human error. Then we have equipment failures, and then a much lower percentage associated with other causes. So the crown jewel from an sterilization service is the professional. So the professional should be handled with care, because any failure they make might compromise the whole sterilization process. This is an example for you to observe that in orthopedic procedures, the rate of failure is greater because of their complexity. So we have failure with misidentification, items that are missing from the box, and a number of different failures because orthopedics in itself is a more complex area, not to mention the weight of the box, the complexity of the items, the density of the item to be processed. So all that leads us to a greater number of failures and errors. Associated risks. Well, this is another conflict that exists between you and our central of materials and sterilization. RDC number 15, Article 65 says that the health products that can be processed regardless of their risk classification, including those who are on consignment or owned by the surgeon, should undergo the cleaning process inside the centrals of sterilization materials. So it's inside the center that it should be processed, not at the distributor or at a processing company. Now, Article 71 from the same RDC states that health products and surgical instruments on consignment and made available by the distributor should receive cleaning performed by CME practitioners before being returned. And then some of your colleagues tell me, Anna, in that hospital, my material spends days until it is returned. So the patient's safety is only important in your institution. So I do everything right for my patient, everything else, it doesn't matter. So these conflicts need to be better balanced so they don't occur. But we also have situations like this. Look at the material here. In São Paulo, we have a lot of floods, flash floods. What if it was a case like that? This is a little bit better packaged, but I mean, this way of bringing the material and how the material is not going to be clean, even the external box. Ideally, we cannot process the material using this box. Under my perspective, these are just transportation boxes and not processing boxes. So some colleagues that work under better conditions, they remove the products from your boxes and move the product to baskets. And then a whole new problem starts. There's this configuration, something might be missing. I'll talk more about that later on. The processing of an implant that goes back to the central of materials, even if it was not implanted, it was handled, it got in contact with bodily fluids, so it should return to the central of materials and sterilization and go through the disinfection stage. And when I say disinfection, that implies cleaning. I should have mentioned that before. The Central for Materials and Sterilization works with a single direction flow, with interconnected and interdependent steps as to avoid the risk of contamination and cross-contamination. I have a client who's saying that the distributor is responsible for the processing of materials in consignment. Could you help me? A colleague said that. So what could you answer? If you're going to consider the articles that we saw from RDC number 15, is this a health infraction? Is it an ethical infraction? Because we have a code of ethics and we need to comply with all the current legislation. So if I'm breaking a technical legislation, not only I have a health infraction, I can be penalized because of the lack of ethical compliance. And what we hear sometimes, oh, maybe they didn't know better. In these two areas, in these two articles, I think the RDC is quite clear and straightforward. The Central of Materials should process the materials. I hear colleagues saying, oh, I added to the contract that the cleaning of the material should be performed by the surgical instrumenter. This is not an accomplishment. This is a setback. This is your responsibility, and you're just transferring it on to someone else. Not only you're exposing that professional who is not ready to process material, you're exposing them to risk of biological accidents. And who will be held accountable if that professional files a lawsuit? They are not an employee from the institution. They are not an employee from the Centers of Materials. But that colleague believed that she would be able to cover that with a contract. I don't know if that can be done. Some health departments say, oh, but we don't have it. I don't know. Perhaps we can change this. And they publish resolutions and they include another professional that could process this material. So sometimes all you can do is say, okay, let's forget about everything, because then it's no, every man on it their own. But we do have a regulator, a regulation authority. We have a technical standard that should be followed. If it's lack of knowledge, lack of information, by all means, we have guidelines, we have national, international health programs, we have technical standards, which were thoroughly discussed during the event. We have scientific publications, legislation. We have a lot of quality and easily accessible materials, not always in Portuguese, but nevertheless, they are out there. And there's something else that has been bothering me, which is the list of verification of safe surgeries defended by the World Health Organization. And Brazil is a signatory country, and now they're trying to make up new things. Oh, the instrumenter is not responsible for counting the materials. Who is? Who should count the material? If it's not the physician, if it's not the nursing staff, who is it? The checklist for safety surgery. So how can this hospital use the safe surgery checklist? Is this another fairy tale? So there should be a review performed by the nursing team related to the materials. All the materials requested when the surgery was scheduled, are they there? Were they delivered? Recently, we had an issue with separating and opening boxes. The Center of Materials received 10 boxes, turned them into 12. So out of 10, we had 12. And I don't know, find a way to identify that. I received 8 and now I have 12. The OR needs to be aware of that. If you discuss 24 hours in advance the surgical mapping, you know that certain materials will be used. You know that you got 8 boxes. So this needs to be, any changes need to be documented. Otherwise, it will generate a confusion like it did. And it was, in the end, the result of firing because everybody failed at that time.
What about the end of the surgery? We have to check everything. There might be, you know, an object might have stayed in the cavity, like a needle or compress or something. So it seems to me that's, you know, you cannot just say, I think it would be better to do it like that. There's not, I think, in science and in healthcare. Either it is one way or another. If you disagree, then you have to be like a superstar to say that you're going to do something different. And it's a school. So we are, training people with that mindset. And then, of course, we have several guidelines. Here is 16, 17, 664, divided in 2 parts. And so we have, information that you have to provide us for processing critical and semi-critical medical devices. And part 2 is for non-critical devices. And it's not a processing according to the hospital routine. This is your job to state, what are the parameters in terms of sterilization? What is the, detergent that we have to use? What type of information do we get? This is your job. This is in the original version in English because we do not have an updated NBR version in Portuguese. Here are several documents and articles. So you have to go to Anvisa's website. You have to check if there's any notifications. Sometimes the manufacturer spontaneously notify that there's an issue with a piece of equipment or with a specific device. So I have to be updated, about everything from a reliable source because we also have fake news here. Here, I would like to highlight, since we talked about technical standards, I would like to highlight the 218 technical standard. When Anvisa published the update, the list of non-regulated products. And unfortunately for me, the sterile barrier system and the packages were removed from that list, with the argument of the regulating body that was done because there were no complaints. But today, the most we have is complaints about packaging. And if we do not have quality packaging, we do not guarantee the sterility of the content. And that's constant for us today because, the market, it's kind of looser, so to speak. And so you have an SMS with 60 grams, but it does not have 60 grams in reality. And then in practice, I, as a nurse, am not able to measure if that SMS has 60 grams. And I'm not, saying that the regulator is responsible, but I'm saying that there is this possibility and companies took advantage of that. And that's why I wanted to highlight the NBR 11607, part 1 and 2, that deals about packaging, both for manufacturers and end users of this items in the CME. So now moving on to logistics. What happens with the logistics of supplier systems on consignment? We receive incomplete material, material delivered, in foreign languages, and sometimes it's not only one page, there are 8 pages. So we are going against the consumer code, Article 31, if I'm not mistaken, which states that all products should be commercialized in Portuguese with clarity. That's a responsibility on your side. So one of you would say, oh, Anna, but we get it, but we get the product like that. But can't you improve that? I would say. If we do not even speak Portuguese well, what could we say about a foreign language? And then we have, short time to process materials. So I need at least 48 hours when I already know that kit. If I do not know those products on consignment, then I would say at least 72 hours. I'm not even going to talk about process qualification. Of course, you can do performance qualification by families, but if you were to be strict, there are a lot of failures when I receive that material, kind of late. Not only regarding processing of materials. So sometimes with urgency, some steps are kind of skipped or not met as they should be. Still talking about the supply chain, here we have the regulatory agencies, manufacturers, distributors, surgeons, and all the implications. Still today, physicians kind of make requests directly to distributors, and we should have already an improved condition. And so I asked a colleague, so what do you do? Oh, I can complain or else the physician is going to use materials from another company. But you have to record that, Dr. John Doe did this throughout, in the last 3 months. Or else we won't, inform and educate the consignment system if we do not establish rules, if we do not define policies. If we always find a way of doing things, of working out, then things will not have a solution. So we do not have a rate of surgeons making requests directly to distributors. CMEs also need to record these incidents and report that to the management, Look, I'm not going to talk with the surgeon, but someone has to talk with them. And this here is to illustrate the processing stages. So you have 15 to 30 minutes on average to check one box. But that's not the only thing you're doing. And that's not only material on consignment that you take care of. You have other demands, and you have a whole surgical agenda that you have to serve. So another extremely important topic is the care in the point of use to avoid formation of biofilm. According to several studies, that starts to form in 30 minutes, and removing that biofilm is a lot of work. So that, creates more work and more time, and your material is there, just laying there. That's also a job for the surgical technologist. So this is a job that happens together, and the technologist has to be responsible for the cleaning of the instruments. You can use a saline solution, but you have to do the right thing and pay attention of the times. Of course, there are ways of justifying the cleaning and facilitate the cleaning to transport to the SMEs. This is not a proper way of transportation. For example, something broke. Where did it break? Because it's something optical. So this is, completely wrong. So we have to work to do the right thing. One other important thing is the pre-cleaning stage. So you can use an ultrasonic washer. So sometimes you see the washer with the lid open, and then you remove the basket to put in more materials. And once you weigh that basket, you will reach the transducers that are responsible for the cleaning process. So there's no use in rushing us, because you have to understand the process. If you do not know the process, you put pressure on the team, and the team, has nothing else to do and ends up, making mistakes, because they work under a lot of pressure and they cannot unmount instruments if they cannot be unmounted. Another important step is manual cleaning and rinsing. And those responsible for stating the detergent indicated, that's your job according to the standard 16667. So we have plastic trays, all the materials that have to be dismounted, and proper PPE. And also PPEs have to have authorization certification issued by Metro, for example, in our case. So there's a lot of people that work with scrubs that are transparent, with non-official gloves, and so that increases unhealthy conditions of the nursing staff. Another important topic is the drying stage. I have to wash, rinse, and RDC 15 also lays out the conditions of the quality of water for cardiac surgery and ophthalmic surgery. So water has to be treated according to the RDC 15. AAMI also talks about complications that stem from particulates, fiber powders. So we see, a lot of materials that come from you with that lint fibers, because you probably used a pressing machine, and these lints may cause all these types of complications, infections, inflammations, non-healing of wounds, granulomas, adhesions. Oh, but you also use that in, cotton materials in the OR. So sometimes people, are making something wrong, and they do not realize that there are other resources that can be used. There are other tools or resources that are not made of cotton fiber that do not release lints, because those particulates get deposited on the surfaces of instruments, and they can be on the implant surfaces as well. You always talk about, oh, my material is rusty. That has to do with the quality of water. The quality of water is extremely important because impurities might have adverse effects on the processing of medical devices. And these effects, like corrosion, stains, increase of microbial load and or the content of endotoxins. Sometimes we sterilize, but we still have those endotoxins there. It might be sterile, but did not get eliminated in the process of sterilization, and it might be a strange particle. Whenever we have bad quality of water, that will decrease the efficacy of detergents. It will, cause the degradation of the water system and can cause bioincrustation. And of course, there's a risk of infection and toxicity, increase of toxicity for patients. Now, talking about the manual stages, we have the automated stage of cleaning. And if we're talking about RDC number 15, it is laid out that cannulated instruments with diameters smaller than 15 milliliters have to be washed in an ultrasonic washer or by automated reprocessing. I, as a nurse, have to read all the information provided by the manufacturer, and sometimes I won't be able to place that item in a thermal washer or with an alkaline detergent because I will damage the equipment. Sometimes it's a discoloration, but sometimes the marking of that implant might also get damaged. No equipment creates miracles. So if I do not open a box, I cannot wash the content of a box. And where is Geoffrey? So here, Geoffrey, this has been debated extensively because we talked about a specific article that is, regarding human waste and not for sterility. So most of nurses work at the unified health system, work in large hospitals, and they work on average with 2 autoclave equipment. They have the capacity of 50 liters. So let's say that they work with 2 pieces of equipment of 500 liters each. So what happens with that? We get wet equipment because we have to put, bedpans and other things in there, and that has a huge size, really. So this is really, something else. I also have to control instruments that go through manual or automated cleaning, and then I have to perform controls, functional tests, and maintenance. So I cannot put back in the box scissors that do not cut anymore. So I have to review all the materials, and I need time to do that. And for functional tests, it's not just a matter of getting a piece of gauze and cutting it, you know. You have to use all the accessories and those colorful tapes that are specific and standardized for these functional tests. And here, you know, the marking tapes. And if these tapes are not replaced regularly, then that becomes a source of contamination, besides the risk of, you know, losing during the surgery and falling into the cavity. So if there are marked tapes, then they should be replaced.
There are different ways to prepare the boxes and protect the items. I would like to highlight a few things about that. Heavier instruments should be placed in the bottom of the box. The weight of the surgical box should not go beyond 11 kilograms, and every package should bring an autoclave tape or an internal chemical indicator that can be easily visualized by the scrub nurse. Because if they have to look for an integrator, they're just searching the box with their hands, they might perforate the glove that they're wearing. When it comes to preparation, all these instruments should be closed only in the first equipment, and that eliminates that heating up and cooling down. So it protects the use span of your instruments. I need to have a list for verifying the contents of the box, whether it's a printed version or a digital version. I need a list, and preferably assemble the box following the logical sequence of the surgical procedure. And this is a very important part of the presentation. Some of your colleagues sent an announcement from a third-party company that recommends dividing the box in 2 boxes. And there are some references that are mentioned that have pretty much nothing to do with the topic. I told Dr. Sergio I was going to make a comment about that, but they quote international standard AME 79, and I don't have the most updated version. I'm trying to get a hold of it so I can give you the original and translated text. So what should we do ideally? You should have a scale. So you weight the box, see if it is above the maximum recommended weight. And if it is, you open the box and you divide it into more. So out of the 8 boxes that I have received, I turn them into 12. And that should be done very carefully. Preparing and packaging are important steps as well. And here I'm just showing that you don't need to use such a large piece of packaging for such a small Caesar. The most important things are related to usability that were also mentioned on ISO 11601 parts 1 and 2, that verses on packaging, because I need to open the package as to favor the sterility of its content. So without a safety margin, but the packaging that is ready for use was designed with the aseptic opening, and showing the way to open is much more comfortable than this packaging that comes in a big roll and needs to be cut in the central for materials and sterilization. I also would like to highlight the importance of the package, especially when we are talking about products that are in consignment and are heavy. We have had several incidents in which this package, which is a non-tissue package, tears. And then people come up with a number of things. Some of your boxes, they have like a pin in the bottom. So we had used SMS packaging in place there. So let's try to use common sense and improve these issues that might not be relevant to you, but certainly make a difference for everyone processing the materials. Because of course we don't want the packaging to be perforated. The packaging needs to remain protected. Another standard, 17664. So for sterilization, the recommendations that we have about the sterilization process come from you. And that is also stated at the same standard. Now, in terms of sterilization, we have much larger pieces of equipment with a capacity of 500 liters. Idalina is here. She's the nursing director for the Orthopedic and Traumatology Institute at the Clínicas Hospital. And yesterday we were talking. And when we were talking, it's looking at pictures of autoclave machines that don't have the brand of the equipment in their front panel. And autoclave is an equipment that works with pressure. All of them have either on their side panel or behind them, we can find a plate on the information, how much pressure you can hold. And since I'm doing this research, one of the questions that we ask is manufacturing date of installation. And the answers are always don't know, don't know. Don't you know the brand? Because again, that little plate is gone. If the one in the front is missing, most likely the one in the back was probably lost. So we, again, I'm retired, but I relate a lot to this topic. We are working under risk, under a constant risk for lack of investment from some institutions. This is not true saving. Another important thing that will lead me to a next topic has to do with the boxes that are wet. So the sterilization cycle is over. I remove the boxes and I'm not going to place them on a cold surface because they're hot. So I place them in a cart far away from the air conditioning. So I have a cart, but I place it under the air conditioning. Of course, there will be condensation and the material eventually will be wet. So again, wet boxes. After the sterilization and drying cycle, you need to weight the box. We consider to be acceptable an addition of weight if it is below 0.2%. This is stated in a European standard. So it's EM 868-8. So I weight the material and they are presented as you see here with a wet surface or with these droplets on the material itself. AMI and AORN, which is the United States Association for Nursing Professionals, consider that these items are contaminated if they have visible humidity in the external package, internal humidity in the inside of the package. All these should be considered as wet materials. Period. Let's not over discuss this. This is the consensus. This might change tomorrow. Yes, science is always changing, but for now, these are just considered to be wet materials. So I have done all the process. I have to monitor it, considering the international and national recommendations. Our regulatory authority recommends that all boxes that contain an implant should be followed by a biological indicator, and the reading of this biological indicator should be negative, so I can release the boxes with the implants. Today, we have biological indicators working within 20 minutes. However, if it's from a brand X, it should be incubated that was calibrated for that biological indicator. And what happens in practice is sometimes different. So a biological indicator from a brand X, it should be used in the incubator from the same brand. I think I still have time. Storage is another important condition. You have all these boxes, and then you go either in the central of materials or in the storage area for the surgical theater. One box is piled up on top of the other. Is that going to compromise the packaging? Most definitely. So you need to understand what is the infrastructure, the hospital manager, the professionals from the surgical theater and the Center for Materials should know about the facility so the materials can be stored appropriately. Challenges. One of the challenges is our volume and the supply system. Another challenge comes from these packages that are covered in tape. How can I clean this? This is horrible. This is also your doing. And surgical cancellations, rework. This colleague was able to show to the hospital administration the cost behind canceling a surgery related to the consigned materials. Some cancellations were actually the result of lack of beds on the ICU. And some orthopedic procedures, especially arthroplasties on elderly people, required an ICU bed. Only by showing all these failures allowed her to reduce the level of rework at the central by showing the hospital management the costs associated with the cancellation of surgeries. Another huge challenge that we have is with the coding system. Recently, we had another RDC being published on the unique identification of devices and, of course, traceability. How can I trace the item until it is implanted on the patient? So the implant should follow the patient. And that's when we get to the newest stage, the newest chapter of this incredibly long show. Labels. We need to understand that is mandatory. RDC 594 from 2021 states what should be done with labels, and at least 3 labels are required for permanent implants. And then one of your colleagues mentioned to me, Anna, not even physicians know the difference between temporary or permanent implants. So are they going to send 1,000 labels? I'm not going to say that individualizing the implants and sterilizing it is going to solve the problem, because this is a cultural issue. It has to do with surgical planning and education. So everyone needs to understand the issue so we can decrease this pointing fingers, you know? And I'm watching this from a distance, but I hear this from you and from my nursing colleagues. And another comment that I thought was unbelievable: surgical instruments and damaged implants. And someone said, well, the company makes a lot of money, so I don't care. The most costly element inside an institution, a health institution, is the surgical instrumentation. There's a report from a Brady that describes losses. I saw that this year. How can we solve that? It's not because it belongs to other people that it can be lost. It's not really like that. And now some pictures provided by colleagues that work in distribution. I don't know if it was placed on detergent, but imagine getting your hair dryer and washing it under the sink. And your other colleague says, preferably we should turn it on and wash it. You cannot put this device underwater. So who is going to guide us? That should be in the IFU. If they're not, there should be. And here we have oxidation and a number of other issues. So in my perspective, a perspective from a nursing professional, for me, one of the greatest challenges that we have is the improvement in the education and training levels on the CMAs, so we can improve the results in the metrics for quality in the service providers. Because without using quality indicators, I don't know where I stand. I don't know what are the areas to be improved and where I am heading. So it is essential. And it's also essential for the nursing schools that have a scientific focus, because sometimes you go, when you are in nursing school, you just visit the Central for Materials, and in some schools, that not even that. So it's important for nursing schools to expand the sharing of this knowledge, the knowledge of the science of sterilization. This is no joke. So if I don't challenge myself and realize that we need to improve, the so-called patient safety will be nothing more than rhetoric. Well, I think I have ended my presentation. See, Dr. Sergio, didn't go beyond the time I have. So these are some final literature references. Usually I say that every lecture is a challenge for me, because it is. But every lecture allow me to remember that the CME is a horizontal area inside the institution. I went to a hospital in the northeast of Pará, in the north of Brazil, that have 85% of the surgical procedures being orthopedic ones. And the professionals there have some very good initiatives. After that, we created a group with representatives from the distribution. And I heard something very meaningful there. We need to debunk the myths, or some myths. It's your fault, it's your fault, it's the label, it's this, it's that. So perhaps this is what's missing. We should have more access to quality knowledge. So make sure you bring this knowledge to us and contribute to train these professionals. It is not your role, but I believe that yes, you can contribute, because certainly it will make the whole supply system much easier, improving your lives as well. Thank you very much. I forgot to say thank you to you in the beginning. It's just we're quite close. Ever since I worked at the Santa Causa Hospital, Brady was right next door, so whenever I had issues, I would look for them. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for the attention, and I will see you in a future opportunity.
Okay, so this is Friday. Thank God it's Friday, right? I'm going to keep it short. And so, for those that do not really work with these materials, have no idea, about the size of resources that were used to produce this presentation. So we can see, just by the complexity of the slides, that there were long hours put into this presentation. But that comes as no surprise, because it's a characteristic of Ana Miranda. So I would like to thank Ana Miranda deeply, and I have no words to really, praise the quality of her work. I do not really have questions. I actually would have questions, but because time is upon us, I'm not going to ask many of them. I would like to ask the audience a question, though. Does anyone have doubts or questions that it is important to have a nurse practitioner to take care of CME? Is that an irrelevant activity that can be conducted by anyone? Considering all the standards and guidelines and recommendations, we need to have a professional to manage CMEs, and it has to be someone to deal with people from different levels of education and walks of life. You know, there are a lot of people that are exposing themselves to dangers, hazards, and infections. So this is a complex activity, and I apologize, my pharmaceutical fellows, but that is not an activity from people from pharmacy, you know, the handling of these materials. At Abride, as importers and distributors, we have seen ourselves in many of the things that were described by Ana Miranda, but she showed in a brilliant way that either due to RDC number 15 or due to all the aspects of quality and science and care, materials that are returned from the surgery should be cleaned and decontaminated as a responsibility from the hospital. That's not a role from the distributors and people that deal with the trade of those materials. Regarding the surgical instrumentators, that's a whole other issue, but they are not the ones responsible for cleaning and washing materials, just because of, you know, what we have just heard. The hospitals have human resources, cleaning materials, and a whole structure or facilities to do that, so that they can clean and process those materials without, you know, taking the risk of contaminating patients from the following surgery or people outside the hospital. We'd have, you know, many other things to comment, but these are the most pressing ones. Regarding non-sterile implants that have a blockage in one of the RDCs, of course, implants may not be reused, whether it be an arthroplasty 1 or any other material that was implanted. But non-sterile materials in orthopedic boxes, they went to the OR and came back and were not implanted in patients. There's one thing that Anna mentioned, which is, you know, a debatable topic. Of course, if it was in contact with bodily fluids, then that should be thrown away. And that might not, you know, lead to the closing down of a company. So if you touched it, and if you had blood on your hands, then you just, you know, dispose of that part. With that being said, I would like to thank Ana Miranda. I would like to thank the audience so very much. And I would like to invite Augusto to help me with the closing remarks of this event. It's such an honor to have Ana Miranda here by my side. That's all what you wanted, right? So I would have like a long list of people to thank individually. First of all, the team here at the Institute of Radiology, the translators, my Abride team, the president of Abride, and Visa, led by Augusto here, and they only, created ways of working. They were proactive. They helped with contacting people. And if it were not for them, we wouldn't have Susie Braniff, Daniel Yoon, and Sima with Medtronic to share their view about the E-Star tool. So at the end of the day, the menu of topics was developed by me in accordance with Augusto and his team. So we created this menu, and he talked with them and made some suggestions, and they were, of course, immediately accepted. But these moments are really rare, when you have such an affinity with a team, and that's why I would like to thank Augusto. I would like to thank Viman Systems for sponsoring this event. We did not talk about stock management, but that has to do, with their systems, and this is such an interesting and well-prepared company. Well, after all these thank yous, I would like to give the floor to Augusto, or else we are going to go over time, just, thanking people. Well, Dr. Sergio, first of all, I would like to thank you because you did, tremendous work in organizing this event. I think it was really rich and fruitful. All the presentations shared precious information for everyone, especially for us at Anvisa. The organization was impeccable. I would like to thank Ana Miranda and all the other speakers. Some of them are no longer here with us. They had to leave earlier. But I would like to say that this type of event is always, positive and welcomed by us with Anvisa. This is an opportunity to get closer in terms of relationship with companies, a chance to get closer to other organizations, and it's an opportunity to share experiences. So again, I would like to thank everyone that were involved, everyone in the organization, everyone that asked questions, and all the speakers that participated, presented their ideas, and provided their contributions to this work. Thank you so much.